Hello. All right, so everyone, welcome to Native Edge Alaska. We're very happy to have you here with us today. We're going to have a great panel of speakers. We're going to start off with the one and only Chris James, President and CEO of the National Center. Chris James, if you could please come up and give some opening remarks, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Clyde. It's good to see you over there. It's so wonderful to be here in the beautiful state of Alaska today. We really appreciate the hospitality we always find. This is the National Center's third event that we've done here in Alaska. 2 years ago, we did a Native Edge Institute here in Anchorage. Last year, we did a virtual event. I think many of us know all about the virtual events this past year. And then this year, we were here in person. It's very awesome to see some people in the audience. The National Center has opened our doors again to having limited participation in our audience. So those, I know we have several hundred people watching us online. What you can't see is there's maybe about 15 of us in a room, which is very exciting to start the normalcy of getting back to normal after the year that we've had. And the room is very large, so it looks like those 15 people all have their own table. So it's very, very nice that we're still having our social distance and everything involved. Like I said, we have been coming, I myself has been coming to Alaska now for well over a decade. Being up here in Alaska, you really feel the size and vastness of the state. In fact, the very first time I was here, one of the museums, or they have a photo of the state of Alaska on top of the United States, and just the vastness of the state and the size is pretty amazing. So if you ever get a chance, those of you that aren't from Alaska, take a good look at how big it is. When we think about economic development in our communities, think of also sometimes doing economic development in rural communities has various challenges. And over the past week, we've talked to many folks about the creativeness and the diversity of often overcoming those challenges, a lot of thinking outside of the box here in Alaska, and using any of those challenges as oftentimes opportunities. And that's what you'll hear a lot today. Different types of opportunities, different types of how companies have diversified, and how folks have gone into more resilience after the community, and that's what after the pandemic. And that's why we're here today, to talk about business development, to talk about economic development, and to have a really great event. Just a few safety items. Please follow any of the safety guidelines from the state of Alaska. We have provided safety material if you're fully vaccinated and have everything that you need. Please have a mask that is optional if you're with vaccinated people. But please have your mask ready if you need to have a mask or in conversation. Keep your space and distance, and we really appreciate so many people coming here in person. And I can't thank enough about our main supporters for this event. We have Wells Fargo Foundation, who has supported our Native Edge Institutes throughout the United States. Alaska Airlines, who's Tim's right here on the stage with me, and he'll be speaking later, have been a supporter of the National Center for the past 3 or 4 years, and it's great support for Alaska Airlines. And then the American Petroleum Institute is also a supporter of this event today. So we really appreciate the companies that support events like this. The National Center is a 501c nonprofit, so without the support of not only you here in the audience, but also the support of our corporate partners, we could not do the trainings that we do across the United States. And just to give you a little background of what we do across the United States, this Native Edge Institute, this is, we'll have to ask the team how many we've done over the past 2.5 years, but well over 30 events throughout the United States. We do about 1 a month. Maybe sometimes we'll do 2 a month, and the idea of this event is provide information to you to help expand your business, to help learn about procurement, to help network. We get to network today, which is very awesome, and to help have those discussions around economic development throughout our communities. The National Center itself, we've have several of our board members in the audience today. So National Center board members, please raise your hands so we can see. It's very good to see the support of a very strong board. Nonprofits, backbone of a nonprofit is oftentimes its board of directors, and having such a powerhouse of a board for the National Center is very important to continue the success and the work we do. And I really appreciate 3 board members coming today, and you'll hear from them later on in the agenda. We also have a former board member. If you could raise your hand as well, sir. Thank you so much for being part of this event. So again, the strength of an organization is often its board, so I really appreciate that support. So we've National Center, we've been around for around 50 years to support economic development and business development throughout our Native American communities. We have 7 offices throughout the United States, and we are headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona. On an annual basis, we work with about 1,000 clients throughout the United States. Some of those clients come to our institutes like this. We also provide one-on-one technical assistance to those clients, and we also have procurement technical assistance centers for those folks who want to get into contracting, federal contracting, state contracting. We can provide that type of support. We also work directly with tribes as they look at different economic development and diversity programs. So we work with probably 5 to 10 tribes at a time to talk about and support economic development in their communities. So a lot of activity. And lastly, we have our Reservation Economic Summit. Some of you might have heard about the event. RES is the largest economic development, Native American economic development in the country. Historically, we have about 2,500 attendees for a 4-day event, learning about economic development, business development, leadership. This year, we have decided to move forward with having a hybrid RES in July. So July 19th through the 21st, we will have an in-person event in partnership with the National Indian Gaming Association, as well as the American Indian Business Leaders. So we will have co-located in the same place, 3 organizations having a very safe event in Las Vegas, July 19th through the 21st. This is the first time that the 3 organizations have came together in this type of event, so we're very excited about those partnerships and about the activity. We'll also have a virtual component, so for those of you who can't get to Vegas or choose not to be able to come, we have a virtual component. You can sign up for that virtual component on our website at www.ncaied.org. So I really appreciate all of your support. Thank you all of those in person that came in today. We have a wonderful agenda. So I'll turn it back over to Allie and we'll start our programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris James. I greatly appreciate it. Next up, we have Joe Everhart from Wells Fargo. Joe Everhart, if you could please take it away. Thank you.
You know, I'm not sure if the technology is working this morning. Can somebody give me an idea if you can hear me? Allie, maybe? Is it
Joe, we
technology?
can't hear you. Are you on mute by chance?
I don't think I'm on mute.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now. I think you were just a little far away from the microphone.
Oh, so you can hear me now and see me now, hopefully?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so hello everyone, and welcome to Anchorage. If you're from Alaska, and if you're on the phone or on the webinar, welcome to Alaska. My name is Joe Everhart. I'm the market executive for Wells Fargo in Alaska. I've spent 30 years of my career living and working in our great state. And so I appreciate everybody's focus on Alaska today. You know, when I think of Jim's comments or Mr. James's comments about how big Alaska is, I have to give you a little bit of joke. You know, people who live in Texas are always happy with how large Texas is, but you realize if you cut Alaska in half, Texas is still the third largest state, and if you do it at low tide, it's really number 4. It really does exemplify how big the state of Alaska is. So thank you for attending today. It's interesting in these pandemic times, trying to use technology and get reintegrated back into a normal environment. So I appreciate everybody that's there in person today, and appreciate everybody's flexibility with my brief presentation today using Zoom. Wells Fargo has been a staunch supporter of Alaska and its people since the days of its predecessor, dating back to National Bank of Alaska, that started in Alaska in the early 1900s. We are proud of our rich Alaska heritage and remain committed to the Alaskans' first people. As I say, for over 100 years, we've served the financial needs of Native American, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities. As a leading provider of capital and financial services to tribes and tribal-owned enterprises, we've developed banking relationships with more than 400 tribal nations, Native corporations, and other business entities with billions of credit committed and billions of dollars in deposits, not only in Alaska, but across the U.S. We're also committed to investing in racial equity efforts and fostering an inclusive economic recovery here in Alaska as well as nationally. Many of you might have heard of our Wells Fargo Open for Business Fund, which we capitalized with roughly $420 million. And the money came from us basically donating all of our PPP related fee income to initiate the Open for Business Fund. This is an initiative that we are engaging with national community development financial institutions, CDFIs, to provide much needed capital, technical support, and long-term resiliency programs for small business, particularly those owned by diverse individuals. Six native CDFIs, including Spruce Root out of Juneau in Southeast Alaska, are among the first to receive grants from our Open for Business Fund. The first grants total $6 million and will bring an influx of capital and coaching opportunities for Native small businesses. The Open for Business Fund is already helping a projected 26,000 minority-owned businesses that support over 75,000 jobs. And the Open for Business Fund will continue to award grants to nonprofits and CDFIs through the end of this year and into 2022. We've been very inspired by your determination and perseverance throughout the pandemic. working together with powerful organizations like the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. That's kind of a long word or a long title. We can create a more equitable road to recovery of this pandemic. So I want to thank you all for what you're doing to support our customers and our communities. We do believe in you. We believe in the resilience of Alaskans. And so enjoy your conference and let us know, or let me know, if Wells Fargo could be of assistance to you as you reopen and rebuild. Thank you. Enjoy Alaska. And if you're in Alaska, leave some money because our economy can need it or needs it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Tim Thompson, Manager of External Affairs for Alaska Airlines. Tim, please take it away.
Kelly. Good morning. And hey, how you doing? It is, I have to say, it is strange. I don't think I've been in front of a group in 15 months, easily. So it's really great to be here. It's great to see everybody here physically and also virtually. So I just like to say good morning. And I want to thank the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development for today's Alaska Native Edge Institute, and a warm welcome to all those that are attending physically and virtually. I know it's going to be a great day of learning, networking, inspiration, and community. But first, let me say, it's been a long 15 months, just as I noted, for families, our communities, businesses, COVID, the unknowns, isolations, and the pivots. So we applaud the work of the National Center in managing those pivots and keeping businesses connected and thriving. Over the past 15 months, the National Center has been an advocate for American Indian and Alaska Native businesses, supporting inclusion in the CARES Act, and working on behalf of businesses to access those funds. All this while still providing their core professional business and technical services to organizations across the nation. The National Center has been a foundation for business and entrepreneurs well before COVID and will be after. Having worked with them for several years, as Chris noted, we know they have the knowledge and the programs to help businesses be successful. At Alaska Airlines, we also serve those same businesses and communities with flights to over 120 destinations across the United States, Mexico, Canada, Costa Rica, and soon Belize. That's coming up in November. And we're the 5th largest airline in the nation, but our roots are still really here in Alaska. We started in 1932, basically just blocks from here. And since then, we've grown to be the 5th largest airline in the nation. Here in Alaska, we provide passenger and cargo service to 20 different communities. We have over 1,800 Alaskan employees from Utqiagvik down to Ketchikan. When COVID struck, the impact to the aviation industry was devastating. So a quick airline update is in order, along with some of the exciting developments. Before I go too much further into Alaska Airlines, I do have to acknowledge we do have an Alaska Air Group board member who is here. She's also the National Center board member, but Helby Sandvik. So thank you for your leadership and direction through this pandemic. So for the airline, at our lowest point, Alaska Airlines went from carrying 140,000 people a day in March 2020 to 4,000 in April 2020, a devastating impact. We had to pivot as well. We flew smaller planes and less frequency. Last week, we flew over 100,000 passengers in a day. So while not quite our traditional levels, business is coming back, and we see it's coming back strong. This is in part to the vaccines and some of the new procedures we have put in place. As you can see here with Next Level Care. Our Next Level Care program includes over 100 initiatives, such as no change fees, to new cleaning procedures in both airports and airplanes, and a touchless environment. All this designed to give our guests peace of mind throughout their entire experience. Take the next slide. Most recently, Alaska Airlines joined One World. We're very excited about this. With this global alliance and our new airline partners, Alaska Airlines guests can now travel to more than 1,000 destinations around the world on more than 20 airlines. And the best part about it is Alaska Airlines Mileage Plan members can now earn and redeem miles on both Alaska Airlines and our new airline partners. So wherever your business travels may take you, Alaska Airlines is now your gateway statewide, nationally, and internationally. And speaking of miles, I think this is, you can advance to the next slide and the one after. So speaking of miles, our Easy Biz program is designed specifically for your business. This is actually the network, as you can see, with our 20 global partners here being part of the One World. So Easy Biz, this is actually a program that was designed by Alaska Airlines and specifically for your businesses. Think of it as your personal travel agency. You can advance to the next slide. You can book, track, and all your business travel, manage the travel budget, and most importantly, earn miles for both business and travelers. If you're not currently a mileage plan member or your business is not, I encourage you to sign up. Also, for those Alaskans that are virtually or here physically, if you're not part of our Club 49 program, I encourage you to sign up for free bags, last minute travel discounts, and the lowest fares to your email box. You can sign up for both at alaskaair.com. Again, I want to thank everyone for taking the time today to attend this session. The Alaska Native Edge Institute, or the Native Edge Institute, it's important, especially as we start coming out of this pandemic. There's lots of different ways of doing business, some traditional and some new, and this is the great time to take advantage of those. So I would also, because Chris mentioned it earlier, I would also encourage you to take part in RES next month in Las Vegas. It's a great time to network, gain insight, and meet with industry. And the best part, you can fly nonstop from Anchorage to Las Vegas. So I want you to have a great meeting, a great day, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. Next up, we have Elia Quintana of the American Petroleum Institute. Elia, please take it away. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I apologize I'm not in camera and certainly not in person. I would echo what everyone here has started saying, and my name is Elia Quintana, Director of Stakeholder Relations at American Petroleum Institute. It is such a great pleasure to partner with Chris and Chad in the National Center.
So Ms. Quintana is American Petroleum Institute's Director of Stakeholder Relations. She is leading the Energy Research Collaborative Initiative, and this is a program that brings together partners from different fields and sectors. It encourages workforce development and engagement in the natural gas and oil industry, and it has a focus on Latinos, African Americans as well. Prior to joining API, Elia served as VP of Corporate Relations at the Hispanic Association of Corporate Responsibility. Oh.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
And yes, we can hear you now, Elia. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I wasn't sure if you could hear me as I was having technical problems on the screen. So unfortunately was not able to join you, on the computer, but I want to certainly say I echo what everyone has been saying since the beginning. And as you mentioned, my name is Elia Quintana, Director of Stakeholder Relations at American Petroleum Institute. It's such a great pleasure to partner with Chris and Chad at the National Center, and especially continue to drive these supplier diversity trainings that is more than ever very important to support minority-owned businesses. We have partnered with the National Center for a couple of years now, and we know that there's a lot of barriers to entry within the industry, and I think that more than ever, it's important to share, what are the challenges that industry is facing. I know later on today, you will be having Robin Robrick, which is our Vice President of Midstream at API, where he will be sharing about the importance of a strong infrastructure in the energy industry and how that is important to your businesses to be able to avoid having any type of cyber attack like some of you must have seen in the news just a few weeks ago, where Americans witnessed firsthand the vulnerabilities of our energy infrastructure, and why the aftermath was very alarming, where Americans depend on safe, secure energy supply, and why it's important to build and maintain a robust energy infrastructure to ensure that we don't have incidents like that, or that could sabotage the supply. Today, as some of you might have witnessed and seen, and the meat industry is having the same type of attack that occurred with us, and so we felt that sharing the learnings and also the challenges that are being faced on the cyber attack and the barriers, how it's so important to ensure that U.S. suppliers are prepared for these type of challenges. So I look forward to hearing from many others discussions here today, and thanks again for the opportunity to be able to share some of our knowledge into the energy industry. And again, congratulations on taking this certification, and look forward to meeting some of you hopefully soon.
All right, thank you, Elia. Next up, we have Derek Watchman, who is chairman of the board at NCAIED. And here he is, he's coming right up. Thank you, Derek.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good? Thank you. Yeah. Hey, Bennett. I'm Derek Watchman and chairman of the board, as was noted. It's my pleasure to be here in Alaska. It's always great to get up here and see my old friend, Clyde. How you doing? It's been a while. And Jana and Helby, good morning. And the staff. On behalf of the National Center, obviously, you know, it's great to see everybody here. And I won't take up too much of your time, but these events are very, very important, as was noted by Tim and others. You know, the pandemic has certainly affected Indian country, including the villages up here. And so on behalf of the center, you know, we're hoping that we can provide tools, information, contacts, you know, anything to restart and to get our Native-owned, Alaska-owned businesses going. We think that's very, very important. Our mission, and I'll add a little bit to what Chris was saying, our mission is we mean business, and we've been doing this for 50 plus years. And so, you know, one of the things that we think is very, very important is for a strong, resilient, and vibrant economy. And not only on our reservations or our villages, but for our brothers and sisters that do business off reservation. If you look at the statistics, there's roughly, 5 million Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians, and they say about half of us live off reservation. And so from the National Center, our mission is to serve all of us. And so, you know, from the village, the Hogan in my case, from the TP all the way up to Washington, D.C., you know, we try to provide and provide better understanding to the conditions. I was just talking to Chris a minute ago, and you know, we certainly would like to see, for example, SBA and others come to, you know, Native country. Chris was telling me that they visited a village yesterday, thanks to Helby and others. And so I think it's very, very important. I used to be a banker with Chase Bank, and they used to tell me, you know, one of the biggest things that you should do is kick the tires. And what does that mean? You know, basically get out there, you know, get out there and get a feel for, you know, what the conditions are, understand who you're serving, understanding your client, your potential client. And so we think that's very, very important. So to bring it all together, today's event, you know, we're going to explore, you know, all kinds of issues, how to work with the government, access to capital, talk to our Native leaders up here in Alaska, you know, to get a feel for, you know, what's very, very important. And so I myself am now an entrepreneur. I have my company, Sagebrush Hill Group, LLC, and I've been in business for 4 years, and it's feast or famine in many cases. You know, I went from a 30-year career getting a paycheck to, you know, trying to work to sell my skills. And I tell you, it's been very, very fun. It's been very challenging, but very rewarding, because I've been able to get and work with many different clients to help them improve. And so I feel your pain, you know, in many cases. I feel your pain in what it takes to, you know, to get your business going. And, you know, one of my passions is access to capital, being a former banker. And a little story here, I was trying to, and I'm still working on it, I'm trying to acquire some business assets on the Navajo Nation. And so I went through this long process, fill out an application with a bank, and because, you know, my business, but what I have is on Navajo, I don't have collateral. You know, so the bank and BI came back and said, well, you know, you need 20% in cash. So I start calculating, it's over, you know, a couple $1 million. And so I said, you know, how do I do that? I'm still struggling with that. You know, how do I do it? I do have, you know, a ranch, I have cows, you know, I have a Hogan, you know, I have a home site lease, but guess what? You know, when you try to value that, it's really zero. And so, how do you take my example and how do you figure how to address, I'm not the only one. I know that I'm not the only one in any country, because of my land. It's where I live and where I reside. It's Navajo land, it's trust land, it's federal land. So it brings, a few additional hurdles to get through. And so my challenge to myself is, as a chairman of the board, is how do we open up the doors? How to provide access and capital for many of our strong, independent, good business people. And so at the end of the day, what we want to see, at least from where I'm from, is I want to see, many different retail outlets, hotels. I was saying last week in South Carolina that I grew up, I know I'm running out of time, I grew up in South Carolina, I grew up in Wind Rock, Arizona. And so every day when I leave town, there's the McDonald's and the grocery store. It's been like that for 30 years. I'd like to come back to town on my travels and see a robust economy, many opportunities for jobs, revenue, and income. So with that, I want to say, thank you on behalf of the National Center, myself and my board. We have 18 members on our board, great board, and thank you for being here. On behalf of the National Center, enjoy your day, reach out and ask questions, and we'll certainly try to help. So on behalf of my family and myself, and thank you and have a great day. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for that, Derek. Next up, we have another member of our board. We have Jana Turve, and she's here with us in person, so she will be right up here. Thank you, Jana.
Jemai, good morning, everyone. Before I give my very brief opening remarks, I want to take a minute and acknowledge the Dena'ina people of the Anchorage area. This was their traditional homeland where this hotel and a lot of the infrastructure sits that we recognize as Anchorage. So I want to acknowledge them and thank them for the ability and the opportunity to use their native land. My name is Jana Turvey. I am, I think, the newest board member of the National Center. Helvey joined not too far before me. So the two Alaska members are the newest members. And I'm also the president and CEO of Lesnoy Incorporated. It is one of the 200 village corporations established under the Native Claims Settlement Act. And you're going to hear the story of my village corporation later on today during a panel, because it's a really, in my opinion, very remarkable story and very different from many other village corporations that you'll hear or about today. But welcome to this Native Edge Institute. I will tell you that long before becoming a board member, I frequented many NCAIED events, including RES and other NEIs. And as a result of participating in those forums, my village corporation has established many partnerships and built our federal contracting sector, again, as a result of these types of forums. So I'm very thankful to the Native Center, for the National Center, excuse me, for everything that they have done for my corporation. And I encourage you to continue to attend these events, attend RES, reach out, take advantage of all of that networking opportunity, because I am a standing success story for the National Center. So thank you.
All right, so we actually have another board member here joining us in our audience. If she would like, she is welcome to come and say a few remarks. She's giving me the no signal, but we do have Helvey Sandvik here. Just wanted to give her a brief welcome. So thank her for coming, and thank you again. Next up, we have Stephen Brown, who is director of the Alaska District of the Small Business Association. And Stephen, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Let's see, make sure everything's working here.
Stephen, I don't think we can quite hear you. You might be on mute.
I have my microphone on, just one second.
No, still no sound.
No, not that.
How about now?
All right, well, we can hear you online. So if you do want to go ahead and resume, we can go ahead and do that. And we're going to work on our technical difficulties on site here while you're speaking. Thank you again.
You bet. Thank you. And I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. I'm actually in my office a few blocks away. Our office and our agency is still closed to the public, and we're still working on our travel plan to get back out where we're needed the most. I am sorry that you can't hear me in session. Great. My name is Steve Brown. I'm the director of the Alaska District Office for the Small Business Administration. We are a small federal agency. I am fairly new to the SBA and to Alaska, but I think I bring with me some experience in both the private sector and the public sector, which is serving me really well so far. We have a phenomenal team up here and a unique set of challenges when it comes to working with Alaska Native corporations, which is unique to our office versus many of the other offices, the other 67 offices across the country. Our team is dedicated to our mission, and really what we exist for is to empower entrepreneurs to start, grow, expand, and recover. And we do this by providing tools and resources to every stage of the business life cycle. You know, as an arm of the federal government, it's been said that we have been one of the best kept secrets that the government has. However, due to the COVID pandemic, the SBA has been placed in the front line of the government's response to the economic impact that this pandemic has had in our nation. Really, the truth of the matter is small business really is the engine that fuels our country's economy. There's nothing small about small business. There are over 30 million small businesses in the United States, and that accounts for over 99% of all businesses. And we define small businesses as firms with fewer than 500 employees. And in a normal year, small businesses create on average 1.5 million jobs every year, and 64% of all the new jobs across the country. Now, this pandemic has created a very interesting and dicey situation. Outside of the disaster realm, in normal times, we partner with lenders, we promote and provide real estate loans for small businesses. We have capital for startup and expansion, and so much more. We have strategic partnerships with hundreds of small business development centers, SCORE mentors, women-owned business centers, which we don't have one of those in Alaska. And those are that's one of the things that we're exploring, is what do we need to do to set up and partner with a women-owned business center here in Alaska. We work with veterans business outreach centers across the country. And these partners offer assistance and counseling to business owners and entrepreneurs on how to best grow and start their businesses. But really the focus of what I want to talk about this morning is we're in the middle of this disaster. When disaster declarations are made, the Small Business Administration is able to offer financial assistance to small businesses And depending on the type of disaster, for example, if we go back to the earthquake of 2018, we provide financial repair assistance for homeowners. And so there's a variety of things that most people really don't know what we do. And so, but I want to kind of direct my attentions about my comments today about where we're at today. And being in the middle of this recovery, I think, is where we're at due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a nationally declared disaster. We've had multiple pieces of special legislation passed by Congress that provide specific and special financial disaster aid. And we really recognize that these are lifelines to millions of America's small businesses and other eligible entities, their employees that are literal lifelines of survival right now. The Paycheck Protection Program and many others are what I'm going to cover, where we're at currently today. And then Jeff, our district deputy director, is going to cover the rest of the programs we have moving forward and how we can reach out and help in growing and starting businesses. So let's see if I can get my technology on my end to work. And let's see, are you seeing the slide deck? All right, so let's, now this is current as of May 24th, is the latest slide deck I've got, but we have several updates that I want to cover really quick as we go through services and programs and financial assistance that's available. We're going to review the Paycheck Protection Program, most commonly known as PPP. We've had several versions of that and rollouts of that. We have the Economic Disaster Loan Program, which is known as EIDL. We've got the Targeted EIDL Advance, the Supplemental Advance, the SVOG, which is the Shuttered Venues Operators Grant. We've got the RRF, Restaurant Revitalization Fund. We have currently going on debt relief programs. We've got a chart that I'll show you, which you can refer back to on our website at sba.gov, and then some critical resources and connections for you. So as far as PPP goes, that concluded through legislation this last Monday, the 31st. And so that program is no longer rolling out. However, we will touch on the forgiveness aspect of that. We also have the EIDL applications that are still being accepted through the end of the year regarding to the COVID-19 EIDL program. We've got Targeted Advance. This is for eligible businesses that we will reach out to for up to $10,000. The caveat there is that they must apply for the EIDL loan, disaster loan first. Same with the Supplemental Targeted Advance, and that's up to an additional $5,000 grant. The Shuttered Venues Operators Grant, those applications are still being accepted, and we are now rolling out notification of those financial awards. The Restaurant Rescue Fund, that portal has been closed, and we are getting ready to roll out announcing those awards. That has started slowly, but the Restaurant Revitalization Fund had $26 billion in it, and the need was desperate, and we had a lot of restaurants participating in that. And then I'll review quickly the debt program, which ends September 30. So if you go to our website, sba.gov, and click on the option of disaster relief, COVID-19 disaster relief, financial relief, you'll find a menu that looks like this. You click on each one of these for additional information. But we have loan programs, and then we have grant programs. And I'm going to cover these really quick in the time that I have left. so that you're familiar with them. The update on the forgiveness portion of the PPP program, that is now simplified application for up to $150,000. And once your funds are exhausted from that loan, you have 10 months to apply for forgiveness. Now, the particulars of this, for the parts that are not forgiven, we have a fixed interest rate, non-compounding, not adjustable of 1%. There are no prepayment fees. And once the borrower knows that it's been forgiven and the lender notifies you, that's when your payments will begin for the unforgiven parts. If you don't apply for forgiveness, then the payments start 10 months after the last day of the covered period. Now, as far as maturity rates, you've got two of them, and this is the first rollout and second rollout of the PPP program. Initially, you had 2 years. If that loan, PPP loan, was made prior to June 5th of 2020, and then the second rollout was a 5-year maturity loan. But if you were in that first part, you can go back to your lender and ask to be extended to the full 5 years, which make those payments much easier to make. Now, a couple of things with kind of wrapping up the Paycheck Protection Program. The idle advances are no longer deducted from loan forgiveness payment, and the expenses that you use these funds for are federally tax deductible, and you need to touch base with irs.gov. We'll give you more information about that, but you can deduct those expenses that you use the funds for. And the expandable forgiveness expenses are permissible for any unforgiven PPP loan. And like I said before, the simplified forgiveness application, it now covers up to $150,000. Now, this is important. The forgiven portions of the loan PPP are not considered federally taxable. And so that's just a highlight of it. We will just cover real quick. Idle disaster loans, injury disaster loan is open until application period is open until December 31st of this year, or until the funds are exhausted. So work with a lender and your lender and apply for this loan. The loan is, the terms are very, very good for your business. 3.75 fixed, and this can be up to 30 years. There's no prepayment penalties, and loans over 25,000 are secured by a UCC filing. And you can use these funds for working capital, for normal operating expenses, and if you go to SBA.gov and click on the financial information link, that'll go through a whole list of acceptable expenses, and the list is exhaustive. It's very, it covers a lot of expenses a normal business has. Now, as far as eligibility is concerned, small businesses, cooperatives, you also have nonprofits, agricultural enterprises, 500 or fewer employees, and that's defined through our size standards. And you can find that information on our website as well. So the loan limit on idle is up to 24 months of your economic injury, up to a $500,000 maximum loan. You can request more, and the first payments are due if you receive this loan in 2020, a 24-month period, and then in 2021, the first payment is due 18 months from the date of the note. Targeted advance. This is up to $15,000. The grant funds are available for small business. However, you need to apply for the traditional loan first. That process needs to be in place because once we see that application and process that, then we can see the size of your needs of your business and whether you're eligible, and we will reach out to you with an email. With this program, only businesses and nonprofits that applied for an EIDL. Number one are in low-income communities, and there is a map that you can refer to, and that is a map provided through the census for economically depressed areas. And then you've also need to suffer greater than 30% economic loss. I want to try to get through all of the information as quickly as possible, and so I'm not going to go through a lot of these details. All of this information in great detail is on our website at sba.gov. And the SBA will reach out to businesses that may qualify for the targeted EIDL advance and give you a link to a portal for you to apply. I think contact information is very important here. If you have questions, if you've received an email and you have questions about the application process, then the email you should use is targetedadvance@sba.gov. If you are approved, you will receive an email and a direct deposit to the bank account that you've provided. If you've been declined, please send an email to Targeted Advance Reevaluation at sba.gov and request reevaluation if you disagree with that decision. Provide additional information, and we will take a second look at your application and make a determination. With the supplemental targeted advance, this is another program for those that qualify. This is a combined amount of the supplemental target advance of $5,000 with any EIDL advance that you receive that was $10,000, and that can go up to a maximum of $15,000. Same thing here. If you are approved for this, you will receive an email. If you are approved, you'll receive an email that says you're approved. The money will be deposited directly into the bank account. And then same process. If you are declined, please send an email to Targeted Advance Reevaluation at sba.gov and request that reevaluation. And we'll take another look and make sure that we evaluated it properly. The one thing that has been really eye-opening and educational for us is none of these programs specifically designed for COVID financial relief, SBA was never designed to administer those. And so not only do we have our regular work, we have all of these programs that we're trying to process at the same time on top of our regular work. And so it's a tremendous amount of work. It's also a tremendous amount of responsibility that we take seriously. And so we want to make sure that we've given due process to everybody as best as we can. Additional criteria here is the low income community. And you can find that at sbaidl@policymap.com. There's a link on our main website as well. You need to have suffered greater than a 50% economic loss during the 8-week period, March 2nd, 2020 or later, compared with the same period for the previous year. And as we try to make sure that this economic relief money goes to the smallest, hardest hit businesses, we have an example here that these businesses need to be 10 or fewer employees. Now, I'm running out of time, but I want to touch base really quick on the next couple of programs. The Shuttered Venue to Operators Grant, that program is still alive. That applications are still being received. And so you can go to our website, get additional information, and if you have, there is an extensive list of eligible entities on our website, and frequently asked questions that will give you all of the information. If this is something that you could be eligible for, please apply for this. And you just need to have been in operation from February 29th of 2020. You will need to apply through this and register with the System for Awards Management at sam.gov. That's the first thing you need to do. And then go to the frequently asked questions, the FAQs for this program, and it'll outline step by step what you need to do. for this program. If you've already applied for this, you can go to the post-application FAQ on our website, and it'll give you step-by-step process to track this. And again, such a critical program. We do have a distribution schedule, a disbursement schedule. The first priority, the first 14 days are for businesses that have suffered a 90% or greater loss in revenue. And then 14 days later, 70%. And then after those 28 days, a 25% or greater revenue loss. You can call our Disaster Assistance Center at 1-800-659-2955 to ask additional questions. You can also contact our Anchorage office here at 907-271-4022, or also go to the SBA website. You can go to sba.gov/AK, and that'll take you directly to the Alaska SBA website. Now this program, I don't need to go too much into this because the funds have already been exhausted, and so the portal has been closed. But this is another lifeline for restaurants that was passed earlier this year. This may apply to a number of you. Debt relief. So for programs in the 7A, 504 and microloans, we will, as SBA, on or after February 1st, 2021 through September 30, we will pay 3 months of the principal and interest after the loan is first fully dispersed. Apply for a new loan and we'll pay for 3 months of the principal and interest. And that's capped at $9,000 per loan per month. You don't need to apply for the debt relief. It's automatic with the new loan. And again, go to our website at sba.gov. There's a link there for for COVID-19 financial relief, and this will come up, and I'll show that to you in a minute. You'll find this chart, which shows you how these programs might cross over one to another, and that is also located on our website. This is probably the most important slide of the day for us. If you want to know what programs are available, what's happening, what programs might be rolling out, what trainings we're holding, please subscribe to our newsletter at sba.gov/updates and follow us on Twitter and Instagram. Locally, it's on Twitter at SBA_Alaska, and then Instagram.com/SBA.gov. For the Alaska District Office, if you need to email us with information or ask us questions, please do so at akinfo@sba.gov. And then also our main phone number here is 907-271-4022. And again, sba.gov. There's one last thing that I would like to cover real quick, and that is, and I'll see if I can pull it up here. That is our, I know Jeff will probably cover this, but if you are wanting to learn how to do business with the federal government, we will be having a webinar Tuesday, June 15th at 12:30 Alaska time. And this will go step by step through how does a company start to do business with the federal government. For any additional information, if there's anything you need, please get a hold of us. There's so many resources at sba.gov of all of the programs that we talked about, both in English and Spanish. Many of the applications are done in multiple languages, and information in, I lost count. The last time I counted, it was 27 different languages. And so there's a real effort to reach out. We understand how important Indian country is to our nation. And we understand at the SBA the important role that we need to play to make that stronger and more vibrant. We're dedicated to that. We just finished a survey in what do we need to do as an agency to do better outreach, especially in rural areas where broadband internet is not readily available. And we are looking, especially post-COVID, how do we effectively outreach? And that is one of Jeff and I's priorities in our program and our outreach. When we were hired, how do we focus and bring these programs to those that otherwise wouldn't have access to this information? And so that's what I have. Thank you very much for listening to all of my words and a very quick presentation. But again, if you have any questions or would like more information, sba.gov, or please give us a call here at the Alaska District Office. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. Next up, we have Steve's associate, Jeff Salzer, who is also from the Small Business Association. Jeff is Deputy District Director. And welcome, Jeff.
Thank you so much for having me, and what a pleasure to be here and speak with you all. I'll echo Steve's words. I wish we could be in person, and hopefully the next time that this conference is in Anchorage, we'll be more than happy to present in person. Again, my name is Jeff Salzer. I'm the Deputy District Director for the Alaska District Office for the Small Business Administration, and I wanted to talk a little bit today about government contracting, and just want to make sure that we stay on time. I don't want to run too long, but I also don't want to cheat you. But the other folks that are presenting today, I don't want to steal from their time. So I'm going to go through fairly quickly over government contracting and the 8A Business Development Program, because the reality is it's time for us to pivot and start looking forward to what our future is and what our organizations are going to do to maintain profitability and growth in a post-pandemic era. So one thing I like to tell small businesses is that during the pandemic, a lot of businesses suffered. However, there were new millionaires minted during this pandemic by people that looked at the current problem set innovatively and learned how to grow it. Government contracting can be an option for both the individual or the tribe or Native organization, Alaska Native Corporation or Hawaiian Native organizations. So with that, I'm going to run into a fairly quick PowerPoint. I'm going to shut my screen down for the video down for bandwidth's sake, and hopefully what we can do is give you guys a good opportunity to see if I can get my screen here to work. There we go. A good opportunity to look at the 8A Business Development Program. While this may be a little quick for you, I do want to make sure that you have the opportunity to have questions answered down the road if you need to, and please feel free to get a hold of me. First thing, for those of you that aren't familiar with our programs, I'm going to do a real quick primer on government contracting suitability. The U.S. government is a great opportunity for small businesses, but not for every small business. So while this may come off as a sales pitch, you really need to think about, is government contracting right for you? The first thing, in order to be a contractor as a small business to the federal government, you've got to be small. How does the federal government determine what is small? Interestingly enough, we don't have determinations for large businesses. You're either small or other than small. But your size standard is determined by your NAICS code. Some of you may be really familiar with what that is, but a NAICS code is just a code that indicates your business or industry. Years ago, I had a small consulting company, and it was like a 5 series NAICS code. Commercial construction companies, they have a NAICS code. 236220 is their NAICS code, and they have a size standard on that. And their size standard is based on revenue. So the size standard for 236220, I believe, is $37.5 million right now, annual revenue over a 3-year average, which is changed into a 5-year average. Where does the business operate? The business needs to be a U.S. based business. However, you can do federal contracting, construction as an example, or services. You can, if there's a project on an embassy, I saw an opportunity out there for a company to wash the windows at the Beijing embassy years ago. That's a small business that's going to provide that. NAICS codes are real simple. Bottom line is, if you're not familiar with where you're at, we've got some resources that you can talk with, and I'd highly suggest it. I'll talk about those a little bit here in a second. But the procurement technical assistance centers are located in all 50 states, and these folks will walk through the entire process of the applications. If you are in business and you don't know what your NAICS code is, look at your last tax return. It's listed on there on your taxes. Are you ready? One of the things is, what does the government buy, and how do they buy it? And are they buying what you're selling? So first step, again, is to look at it sort of like you would with any industry or business that you're getting into. It's who are my customers? How do they buy the good or service that I provide? The second is, the government always wants past performance. So do you have any experience selling to the government? If not, do you have relevant private sector experience? Capability. Do you have the ability to perform on a job? Do you have the funding? Do you have the bonding if bonding's required? These are all things that you'll need to know. And the great news is, with the SBA and our partner organizations, we can walk you through this process without you having to do it alone and answer those questions for you. So how does the government buy goods and services? The federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services, full stop. $500 billion a year, the federal government spends in procurement. And by law, not by wish, not by want, by law, 23% of all federal contract dollars are going to be set aside for small businesses. This is a really big deal because as small businesses, you'll have the opportunity through some of our programs, specifically the 8A program, to get sole source set-asides if you're eligible, which means they're non-competitive. But the three basic ways: you get full and open competition. That's where you, me, and everybody else bids, and the government is going to take the bidder that is in the best value to the government. Best value doesn't always mean cheapest. It means, the capability and fulfilling other parts of the government's mission. However, price is a huge factor. The days of the $500 hammers and golden toilet seats are long past us, ladies and gentlemen. It's a competitive marketplace. Secondly, there are set-asides, which means a rule of two. If two or more firms within a certain category can do it, for example, women-owned small businesses and some NAICS codes, if there are two or more firms that can reasonably do that, the law says they've got to go with one of those small businesses. And then finally, sole source. The government has the opportunity to say, you know what, we're not going to compete this because of our interests. We're going to go ahead and just award this to an individual. I can tell you, with the Small Business Administration and our programs for small businesses, HubZone, Women-Owned, and 8A are going to be really the key sole sources, as well as service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses concerns. So how does the government choose where the money goes? By law, 5% has to go to women-owned small businesses, another 5% to small disadvantaged businesses, and that's the 8A category for us. HubZone, historically underutilized business zones at 3%, and then your service-disabled veteran owns another 3%. The remainder between that delta and the 23% is just all small. And the government does make their goal. The only area that I've seen recently where they haven't is HubZone, but they're getting better on that. Excuse me. Resources with procurement assistance. We've got business opportunity specialists. Our office has 7 business opportunity specialists servicing over 200 8A firms, and they're absolute experts to work with and walk those firms through those processes. Again, another benefit of the 8A program. Procurement center representatives with the SBA. Our PCR is Randy, and Randy's a pit bull at making sure that procuring agencies are actually going ahead and making sure that those folks are putting those things that need to go into the small business category in this, those contracts are awarded to small businesses. PTAC, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. Folks, had I known about the PTAC back when I ran my consulting company, I'd probably not be at the SBA because they would have helped me navigate the paperwork. I looked at it, I threw my hands up in the air and said, oh my goodness, this is crazy. How am I supposed to understand this? These simple questions, there's no phone number to call. You're like, well, am I full-time from 38 hours? It says 40 hours. PTAC will literally be able to walk you through each step of the application process, including getting registered in the different systems you need to get registered in. With that, in the interest of time, I want to run, I'm going to skip over just a couple of slides here and talk about the 8A Business Development Program. So this is a 9-year business development program for socially and economically disadvantaged business owners. In addition to the individual business owner side of it, tribes, ANCs, and Hawaiian Native organizations are able to form 8A parents that can participate in the program. The tribe will never graduate, but they can stand up individual companies that over the course of 9 years will graduate. And it's more of an economic development arm for tribals and Alaska Native corporations and Hawaiian Native organizations. So keep that in the back of your mind. If you're not participating in the 8A program at the ANC or tribal level, there's some great economic development opportunities for you there and some growth for your tribal members or your corporation members. With that, I'll switch gears back to quickly some of the rules for NA certification. And a lot of this is focused at the individual level. So you've got to meet our disadvantage criteria. You also have to be 51% owned and controlled. And that's really important because if 51% owned and controlled by the disadvantaged member or members, if you've got, let's say you've got 3 folks, each of them have 33% ownership in the company, 2 of them are considered socially and economically disadvantaged, you would meet that threshold because 66% of total ownership and control. But the control is a big thing too. If I saw a contract that came out and said, you know what, I'd be great at this, but it'd be really better if my wife was kind of on the books in charge of the company, that may sound like a great idea, but unfortunately that can get me in a lot of trouble because while the government may have been born at night, we weren't born last night. So it really does mean that we're anticipating and expecting that you are running the day-to-day operations of that business, not just having, if I put my wife on paper but ran the business every day, I'd be breaking the law. And there's a good chance that if I got caught, I'd get disbarred, which means I couldn't do contracts with the federal government anymore. And it could even get worse than that. So really want to make sure that you meet the letter and the spirit of the law as you go through. First thing for the 8A program, you have to have been in business for 2 years. The SBA is eligible to waive the 2-year. Oops, looks like I'm seeing some stuff that my audio is getting, my audio connection is having some issues, and I apologize, folks. SBA can waive the 2-year rule if you've got sufficient business management experience, technical expertise, adequate capital, past performance, and the ability to meet the requirements. So if you've been in business 2 years, you've got the first check mark if you got the others. Next, you've got to be socially disadvantaged. So based on our history, the government presumes that you're socially disadvantaged if you are Native American. So you'll fit in that category. Also, Black Americans, Asian Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, and subcontinent Asians. There's a presumption, so there shouldn't be a high hurdle to show that you've experienced a social disadvantage. Now, you say, okay, Jeff, you know what? I'm not a member of one of those designated groups. You are eligible to petition and show that you've experienced a social disadvantage based on an identifying characteristic with a preponderance of the evidence, meaning more likely than not. Option 1, designated, much easier. Option 2, that's a much higher hurdle to get over. Economically disadvantaged. Remember, you've got to be socially and economically disadvantaged. So personal net worth of less than $750,000. Well, what does that mean? If you look at our net worth calculation, it's extremely generous. It excludes the equity in your business, in your primary residence, and funds in your individual retirement accounts or other retirement accounts. So what does that mean? If I take out the equity in my house, I take out the equity in my retirement accounts, it means basically, am I liquid $750,000? If anybody in the room is, please shoot me a text because I want to learn how you did it. But most of the folks that I know don't have $750,000 sitting around as far as net worth on just cash or secondary property. The second is your average 3-year personal income is $350,000 or less. So, and then the fair market value of all your assets has to be less than $6 million. So for most folks, I say most, for a good majority of the folks out there, if they hit the socially disadvantaged check mark, getting to the economically disadvantaged check mark usually isn't a really difficult hurdle unless they've got a lot of investment or rental properties or those types of things. So requirements. Again, we talked about you've got to be small based on your NACE code, the ownership and control, and the day-to-day control and management we touched on. There are some other 8A eligibility requirements, specifically if we get into HNOs, AMCs, and tribally owned entities, as far as management structure and those types of things. There are a few things that you'll be ineligible for. If you have a felony in the past for something that wasn't fraudulent, it was a long time ago, probably can get a waiver on that. If you've been arrested for defrauding or defrauding the federal government, then this is probably, government contracting is probably not what you're interested in or looking for. So how does the program work? So the whole idea of the program is because of your social and economic disadvantage, you've not had basically a fair shake at the marketplace. And what the SBA wants to do is to develop your business. And most folks think contracts. Well, that's one side of it, but that's part of the business development program. The other is how do we get you access to other resources? We've got a phenomenal training program called the 7J training program, which, believe it or not, even if you're not in the 8A program, last I checked, if you're socially and economically disadvantaged and you feel that you are, you go to if you're Alaskan, come to our district office. If you're not, and you can't get a hold of your own district office, go ahead and shoot us a call anyways. We'll get you taken care of. But you can get signed up for all sorts of high quality trainings to learn how to develop your capability statement, which is basically your resume and your marketing sheet for your business in federal contracting. We've got, folks that'll help you understand financials. We've got access to bonding programs, and all of these different tools and resource partners for the 8A program coalesce around your relationship with your business opportunity specialist. And that's the person that works with you once you've been admitted into the program at the district office level. Now, like with anything else, your mileage is going to vary depending on who you get. But I will say this, no one is going to ever be a bigger advocate for your business than you are. So don't be afraid to get in there and push for what's important for your business. But we are here to help you. In addition to just the program itself, we've got joint ventures. So joint ventures are something where two companies can come together and perform on a contract. Let's say Steve makes peanut butter, Jeff makes chocolate, and the federal government wants to buy a peanut butter cup. I won't say which brand name. Well, Steve and I can come together with his peanut butter and my chocolate expertise, perform on a joint venture. And as long as we're still small in that area, we can rely on both of each other's capabilities. It's a great opportunity. Mentor protege agreements. Here's the difference. Steve and I, I'll use Steve and I again as an example. Steve and I own a little aerospace company, and we make navigational systems. We're pretty small. But Raytheon decides that they kind of like who we are and what we're doing. If they want to become our mentor, Raytheon and I, if we get an approved mentor protege agreement, we can go and approach a contract under a joint venture, and all of Raytheon's past performance would go to us if we're under an approved mentor protege agreement with an approved joint venture. So that would make us much more competitive. It's good for us because we're getting technical assistance and expertise from the mentor, and as the protege, it's also good for us because we're able to, grow our system and get access to contracts we otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. Did I hear somebody try and ask a question? I thought I heard something for a second. I know I'm moving pretty quick. Expectations, again, I want to just share with you, the program's not for everybody. In my previous experience when I worked as a BOS or business opportunity specialist, I'd say, at least 80% of my firms wasted their first 2 years in the program trying to understand how to do federal contracting. If you can walk away from one thing today, if you're interested in federal contracting, you're interested in the 8A program, don't apply and don't start thinking about applying until you've met with the SBA and you've met with the PTAC and you've got some past performance under your belt. There are a lot of folks that can be multimillionaires and never perform once as a prime contractor. Subcontracting is a huge thing, and that can be a great opportunity for your individual business. So, you know, really make sure there is a paperwork burden, and it is, for lack of a better term, significant. So the application process is what one might expect with a federal program. I know they're working harder and integrating technology to make things smoother, but there is that application process, and there's a lot of information that needs to go into that. And then after you're admitted to the program, there's an annual review that's done every year. So you really want to make sure that you've done your market research, that you looked into what the program is, what your product or service is going to be able to do in that program, before you want to spend the time and energy and money ultimately to make the decision to join the program. But that being said, if it looks like an option for you, I would highly welcome you to reach out to your district office, wherever you're located at, or you're more than welcome. I don't know how many folks, because I can't see the audience, but regardless if there's 200 or 2,000, if you want to reach out to me as well, and we can, you know, bounce some questions, please feel free to do so, and I'll make sure that I've got my contact information to share with everybody else. With that, in the interest of time, I'm 11 minutes over, and I do apologize to the next speaker, but I really, really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today and share a little bit about the 8A program and what could possibly be something as a launching pad or springboard for you in the future.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We really appreciate you for joining us virtually. Next up, we have an in-person speaker. His name is PJ Simon. He's from the Tanana Chiefs Conference. He is their chief and chairman. Welcome up, PJ. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is PJ Simon. I'm Chief Chairman at Canada Chiefs Conference, and glad to present today. Glad to see some people here in the audience, traveled from afar. It's great to see people again. Not too long ago when someone sneezed, the whole room ran out. So good morning. I'll just get to the point, keep it short. Canada Chiefs Conference, we're a federal nonprofit. We're a consortium of tribes in the interior of 42 American Alaska Native Indian tribes, federally recognized. We go through about $285 million a year. This year alone, we're bringing in $130 million to Fairbanks. We've got 1,000 employees. After our build out next year, we're going to have 1,100 employees. One of the things that we look for in leadership from the tribes who I work for, the executive board of Canada Chiefs Conference, the 42 chiefs that we work for that provide guidance, is American Indian, Alaska Native qualified people. We're looking hard. Alaska is a great place for opportunity. If you look into the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, there's $32.5 billion available for granting agencies for grants. Canada Chiefs, I believe we spent maybe 13,000 for a small grant. You look into larger grants, we're spending 30 to 40,000 for the giant FEMA grants and other granting stuff we have. And one of the messages is support Alaska Native tribes. We're not a for-profit. We deliver healthcare, social services, but we bring billions of dollars to the state of Alaska. And we're always looking for qualified American Indian, Alaska Native people. Going through with things to recognize, Department of Interior, Secretary Haaland is American Indian, which recognized tribes and governments. Raina Thiel is also Alaska Native. She's Alaska Director. Congratulations to both those great individuals. Bring in opportunities that we never had before to Alaska Native tribes. There's a housing shortage in my region. We're always looking for American Indian, Alaska Native contractors, business opportunists to give us an opportunity to provide better accountability, better level of service, and transparency to the United States government, for which we provide services, about $285 million worth. And that's just Canada Chiefs. The other nonprofits in the state, I can't imagine what they get. I know ANTHC, they're doing a presentation this afternoon. They go through about almost $1 billion in healthcare. And I can tell you right now that Canada Chiefs, we spend about $44 million in contracts. So, you know, all you smart Alaska Natives out there, American Indians out there, look to the nonprofits. It's an uncharted field. Always, you know, with our 1,000 employees, look to our website for employment opportunities. I have to make that pitch because it's so hard to find educated American Indians and educated Alaska Natives. Went through that, granting, you know, Alaska also is looking rare earth elements, critical minerals. That's a big push for Alaska. If we can get more business opportunities there, we're always, I just toured Kinross Fort Knox the other day because a lot of the mining companies, they go to the nonprofits. Tribal agencies have federal recognition, so we get to have a one-on-one with Secretary Halan, Raina Thiel. We're not a for-profit, but we do have tribal consultation on par with the U.S. government. TCC, again, we're spending $130 million in Fairbanks, $130 million next year. We built clinics, we built housing in rural Alaska. We're always looking for federal contractors, American Indian or Alaska Native. We're building an expansion with healthcare. $109 million expansion. We have one qualified engineering business that does contract management, and he's making a lot of money, and that's just one opportunity. American Indian, Alaska Native, we're looking for qualified people. Tribal government contracting. We give out so much grants. We give out so much money that we want to hire American Indian, Alaska Natives. I see a for-profit village corporation presentation. Boy, it'd be nice to look into the nonprofit CEOs. There's so much money goes to Alaska Native healthcare. Give us a hand out there, just all you people out there and out there online. There's a lot of opportunities. Like again, I'd say, if you look at ANTHC, $1 billion a year, $1 billion. Nonprofits, we're not as proprietary. It's a great place to work. You can move through the ranks. You can rise up with motivation, focus, determination, help us grow. We've got a lot of ARPA funding. Tribes get a lot of the ARPA funding. The nonprofits like Canada Chiefs, we don't get a thin dime. All the 232 tribes in Alaska, out of that $20 billion, they're gonna need help. Business managers, contractors, lobbyists, COVID coordinators. Those types of jobs are critically important for Alaska Natives. Help us grow, make us better. You know, I had a long presentation about what we do and COVID and what a wonderful team we have. We kept our doors open through a global pandemic with our 1,100 employees, proud to serve our Native people, provide the very best healthcare that we can. What we need right now, engineers. We need engineers. We need health professionals. We need health management, health finance, business managers, COVID coordinators, project managers, government to government, high levels of American Standard English that we don't understand or the tribes don't understand. There's great opportunities for your business, your contracting agency. lobbyists. You know, Canada Chiefs, we've put job opportunities in Indian country, Alaskan Anchorage, daily news, radio, our Facebook page. We're scouring the earth looking for qualified people. We have opportunities. Everything from billing to coding and all the health services that we offer. Came down, glad to be here. Welcome everybody in American Indian and Alaska Native businesses. You know, federal government contracting. You look at Alaska Fire Service, toilet opportunities, renting toilets to firefighters, creating opportunities with Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We can run a lot of our own programs, but all I'm saying is look into the nonprofits. There's a lot of money out there. So with that, thank you for the opportunity. Just keeping it short, throwing some money and data out there. I hope you all have a wonderful conference. Looking forward to the future. I think it's bright until 2024 when we have to spend all of our American Rescue Plan Act funding. Keep it real. All will say be strong, be honest, and you know, be happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Next up, we have Bill Popp, President and CEO of Anchorage Economic Development Corporation.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's different to say this to something other than a flat screen. So happy to be here today. Jumped at the chance to come and do this address just for the simple fact this is going to be a great audience and a great conversation, but also for the fact that it put me in front of a room full of live people, which was really a pleasure. I believe I have a PowerPoint. I don't have control technology up here, so I'm hoping that my good friends in tech will get my PowerPoint up and running. There we go. Okay, we're working on it. There it is. Beautiful. Okay, so I run the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. I've been doing this for the last 14 years. I have walked in many number of lives in regards to business and government. I've been an elected official. I've worked in a mayor's office. I've run my own business. I have worked for major businesses. And for the last 14 years, I have been running the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, whose purpose in life is to grow a prosperous and diversified economy for the city of Anchorage. Sounds easy, given that we're the largest city in the state of Alaska, but when you are 1,400 miles away from anywhere as far as the lower 48 is concerned and business interests there, getting new investment to come to Anchorage is a very challenging proposition. As well as the many challenges that we face at the local level in getting business expanding, investing, and working to grow our economy through the way that only business can do. So what I'm going to try and give you today is a quick overview. Am I turned on? I have a green. All right, there we go. Okay, a little bit of a lag. I'm going to be talking to you about the economic situation leading up to 2020, the year that we all would really like to forget, but we need to learn the lessons of and never forget. And then what's COVID done to Anchorage in the economy? We're going to be talking about this mainly in the broad jobs point of view. And then the path forward to recovery, which is going to be a long road ahead for us. So let's jump ahead now. Hopefully technology is going to catch up with me. We just have this lag going on. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. There it is. All right. So we started 2020 having ended 2019 as our 5th year in a row of recession. This was the longest recession in the history of Anchorage. The big recession that some of you, I noticed a few folks with similar gray hair color to mine, will remember the 1980s. That was a horror story as far as we were concerned, because we couldn't believe that anything could be worse. Boy, were we wrong. The recession of the previous 5 years cost us 8,000 jobs. Once the oil markets crashed in 2014, and we were just starting to turn the corner. You could see our unemployment rate was relatively low. In fact, in the last quarter, our unemployment rate was flirting with the low 4% range. And our job losses were relatively thin for the year, almost not really qualifying as another year of recession, but we treated as such because there were some tough months in 2019. And so 8,000 jobs gone, the longest run of job losses in the modern history of Anchorage. So we were feeling very optimistic about 2020. We thought that it was going to be the year that we turned the corner, that the economy was going to start to come back. Oil industry was starting to make investments. We were seeing some positive numbers at our airport. Tourism was booming, and we were looking forward to a record high year of tourism in 2020. None of that worked out. So as we move forward into the next slide, I'm just going to ask the folks in back to keep advancing me because this thing is just not keeping up. So we're going to look at some big macro trends first to just kind of give you the context of where things were at heading into 2020. This is gross domestic product for the city of Anchorage. And you can see those recessionary years, all those negative numbers below the bar, but you can also see the boom that we were going through in the prior years. As best we can tell, looking at different data points, there was the last oil boom that we came out of in 2014 when the bottom fell out. In that 5-year period from 2010 to 2014, about an additional $14 to $16 billion moved through the Alaska economy in that 5-year period. Things were cranking. We were having a really good period of economic growth in that time frame. And then we went into this recession, and you can see the losses in GDP, the longest run of GDP losses we've suffered in the modern history of Anchorage. And then you can see where GDP started to come back up through 2019, where it started to flatten out, which is not unusual. You'll get those kinds of, catching your breath moments just before things take off. Next slide, please. These are the big sectors that make up our economy. Now, everybody thinks that oil and gas is the #1 economic sector in our state, when in point of fact, in Anchorage, it is not. It is logistics. We are the logistics hub of the state of Alaska. If you're going to move anything from outside of Alaska into a community in most of the mainland part of Alaska, it's going to come through Anchorage. It's going to come through by ship. It's going to come through by truck. It's going to come through by plane. And when you look at the national economy, we are a critical element to the national economy, with Anchorage International Airport being ranked as the 4th busiest air cargo airport on the planet. #1 is Hong Kong, #2 is Memphis, #3 is Shanghai, #4 is Anchorage in terms of total tonnage going through the airport. Over 80% of the air cargo entering North America from Asia lands at Anchorage International Airport first before it goes on to its final destination. And the reason for that is the fact that you can put less fuel on the airplane at the point of origin, put more cargo on as a result, stop in Anchorage for a gas and go, maybe a meal, maybe a crew change, maybe a quick repair or transfer of cargo, and then go on to your final destination and make anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 more per flight. We have 800 plus flights a week landing at Anchorage International Airport right now. So that can kind of tell you the economic imperative. Multiply that by 52. That's a lot of extra revenue for the air cargo industry. So that's why we are our #1 sector is logistics. You can find oil and gas a little in the next category, and that's mainly because of the headquarters activities that take place here, the supply chain activities that take place here, and also the significant amount of the North Slope and Cook Inlet workforce that lives here in Anchorage. We are the bedroom community for the oil patch. Matsu and the Kenai Peninsula are 2 other areas, as well as Fairbanks, that see a significant part of the workforce residing there. And all those paychecks create incredible economic opportunity in our communities. You can see the several other categories. Healthcare is a major player. We are the healthcare center for the state. All the major healthcare facilities are located here. The vast majority of healthcare services delivered in our state are delivered in Anchorage to the final consumers, you and me. So let's move on to the next one. I know we won't get a limited amount of time. So this is the employment trends. The blue shaded areas are representative of Anchorage. The blue line is Alaska, and the dark line is the US. So you can see that we went through a period of really good growth that was actually exceeding the national average back in the earlier part of the last 10 years. Then we started dipping down when we got into the recession. We really dipped down in the latter part of the last decade. And then there is the COVID period. What a precipice and what a collapse. In April of 2020, we lost 22,000 jobs in Anchorage in 1 month. It was just awful. Downtown was a ghost town, just to give you an example. Let's go to the next slide, please. Here's our unemployment data, just to give you that sense of that. You can see where we had relatively low unemployment until the middle part of the last decade when we started popping up against the national average. By the way, pre-COVID, the US economy was showing unemployment rates in the low 3% range. Unprecedented in the modern history of the United States. Then you can see where COVID spiked up. In Anchorage, our unemployment rate approached over 20,000 individuals collecting unemployment, with several thousand more who had no resources until the federal funds came through. And even then, we had a lot of people who were unemployed but were not receiving any benefits. It's a very expensive town to be unemployed in, and a very challenging time to be living in Anchorage if you did not have gainful employment. Let's go, and you can see now we've got the overall recovery that did come back fairly quickly, but has in the latter part of last year kind of plateaued a little bit. But we are now, this data is a little bit behind. We are now seeing unemployment data that is starting to track down closer to 10,000 people being unemployed. We'll get more into the current numbers, but I want to put one significant nuance in all of this. Throughout the entire period of COVID-19, the unemployment data has demonstrated to us that between 65 and as much as 70% of the individuals who are either getting first-time or ongoing unemployment in our city were making $30,000 a year or less before they were unemployed. These are the people least amongst us capable of dealing with this disaster. And the federal aid that we received was incredibly important in keeping them afloat during this very difficult period. This was our low-wage, relatively unskilled workforce that bore the brunt of COVID-19 in the city of Anchorage, and a very challenging period for that part of our population, and is still very challenging moving forward given some of the challenges that we face today. Next slide, please. Our wage trends, wage is a measure of economic health, and you can see our period of recession right there in that middle part where we dip below national average. We are up and down compared to the national average, and we generally lead the state, but occasionally we fall behind here in Anchorage. But what we saw is the recessionary period, but here recently, leading into the COVID year, we saw a period of significant wage growth because there was a growing trend of a labor force shortage in a recession. I want you to think about that. You lose 8,000 jobs, you'd think that there'd be 8,000 people out there looking for work. It actually didn't work that way. What we saw was a flight from our city of workers to the lower 48, where job opportunities were much stronger during that period. And we'll talk about population a little bit more because that's one of the big challenges we face in coming out of the COVID-19 period. Our state is facing this too. I'm sure Nolan will touch on that as he follows up in his presentation. Next slide, please. So let's talk about 2021 year to date, and we'll get into a little bit to the 2020 numbers. I don't want to dwell on the absolute, dumpster fire that was our economy last year, but let's jump into the next slide. So right now, year to date, we are down 6,000 jobs compared to last year, which makes it sound like, oh my gosh, it's even worse this year than it was last year. But in point of fact, it's not. It's just the way the numbers work. We were doing okay in the first quarter of last year. This data represents the first quarter plus April. So at the end of the first quarter, we were down just shy of 11,000 jobs compared to the relatively better first quarter of last year. So we were already showing some improvements from that 20,000 jobs down in April. The lines crossed in the April data that was just released, and we are actually up 9,800 jobs this April compared to last year April. But remember, we were down 22,000 jobs last April. So that tells us that we've still got a long way to go before we're going to hit full recovery. 6.6% average unemployment, but we're actually seeing unemployment going up, even though we are getting more jobs. Why is that? People are coming off of the sidelines and are now actively seeking work. If you answer the survey question, are you actively seeking work, and you say no, then you aren't part of the labor force. They drop you, even though you're unemployed. It's the goofiest thing, the way the federal government counts the unemployed. We actually stopped using that data last year because we actually saw unemployment going down in the middle of COVID-19 because people were being told by their employers, I'm going to bring you back as soon as I can. Well, are you going to say, I'm looking for work when your employer is saying, I'm going to bring you back? No, you're not going to say that. And so they were dropping these people from the labor force. They were shrinking the labor force artificially, and the percentage was actually going down. It was the craziest, goofiest, the model was broken. So now we're finally starting to rely on it again, and people are coming off of the sidelines, and our labor pool is growing pretty significantly within the last 30 days. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a minute, but that's where we're at right now so far this year. Let's go to the next slide. So this is where we're seeing success in the data numbers right now. Our leisure and hospitality sector, which bore the brunt of the disaster, over 10,000 jobs lost in that sector. Hotels, restaurants, bars, tourism concessionaires, they're up about 3,600 jobs. That's mainly in the restaurant sector with some help in the bars. The hotels are doing some hiring, but it's still a little slow. We'll talk about that more here in a second. Retail's back up because the mandates have been lifted. People are feeling a little bit safer about going out in public. I mean, look at all of you. You're sitting here mostly unmasked. In fact, practically everybody's unmasked. I can't recall a time in the last year that I've seen this many people together in one room unmasked. I ran into a lady in the elevator in the building as I was going up to my floor this morning, and she was afraid of getting on the elevator with me because I didn't have a mask on. She didn't have a mask on. She didn't know what the protocol was. And I said, it's okay, I'm vaccinated. I'll show you my card if you need me to. Got it with me. And she's all little PTSD. And so she got on the elevator and off we went. But I think it's going to be one of the headwinds that we're going to be facing in terms of retail and outward facing service businesses. It's going to be one of the challenges. People are going to be a little hesitant to get out there until they truly feel safe. Goods producing jobs, oil and gas, construction, manufacturing. Oil and gas in Anchorage and statewide is still down dramatically. We are not seeing any recovery in jobs in the oil patch yet. And that's a big deal because we are down at less than, just in the mid 6,000s in terms of total numbers of jobs statewide. And that is down almost 50% from where we were at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a big deal because these are big jobs with a $147,000 median wage. And a lot of that paycheck is not coming into our economy right now. Healthcare also, big boom. This is a big issue statewide. We'll talk about what some of the job number issues are there and nationally too here in just a moment. Next slide, please. Okay, stupid fine print. Sorry about that. This slide doesn't translate well unless you fill the entire screen. But we have a tool that scrapes jobs, job postings online, and it covers every possible website, employers, helpwanted.com sites, the state site. It gathers all the job postings, goes through, deduplicates them, and tells us how many unique individual job postings there are in a given period, 30 days, 60 days, a quarter, a year. And it helps us also with lots of detail about what the jobs are that are being posted and most in demand. This is for 2019, 44,000 jobs posted in the municipality of Anchorage. And of that, the #1 position was retail salesperson. And then the number 3 spot was registered nurses. Think about that. Registered nurses are up there competing for the top in the top categories. That just tells you something about what's going on in the healthcare sector. But this is the top 20 positions that were posted. The main thing I wanted to show you was the big number at the top. 44,000 jobs, relatively healthy activity trying to hire. Let's go to the next slide. This is 2020. We dropped over 8,000 job postings. And this, if we hadn't had the healthy quarter that we had in the first quarter of last year, this would probably be below 30,000 because we were seeing a lot of hiring activity going on in the first quarter. And then I want you to note which is the number 1 position being posted: registered nurses. A $73,000 median wage job is now outstripping in demand in 2020 retail clerks. Just how impactful COVID-19 was. Just stunning. In the overall top 20 there, you're going to see a lot of healthcare positions, and they tend to be the skilled and highly semi-skilled positions that they are trying to hire. Just speaking to my board member from Providence yesterday, and he noted that they had almost 300 unfilled nursing positions that they have been trying to hire for the last 2 years. We are not keeping up demand locally. We are not keeping up with demand nationally. So this is a great opportunity for people to go in and get their degrees as a registered nurse and have a fantastic career path in front of them if they so choose. Let's go to the next slide. So here's our labor force trend. This is a simple number. It's the number of people who are citizens of your community who have a job, and the number of people who are actively looking for a job is your labor force. And what we have in Anchorage is that this is looking back almost 20 years, and we saw a very large, significant increase in our labor force pretty consistently for almost 15 years. We peaked out in the low 150s, and then starting in 2014, we started to see a decline in our labor force. It just started to shrink. And it wasn't because we were losing jobs. What we were seeing was a combination of jobs being filled because they couldn't find local candidates with people who don't live in our city. Some of that's out in the valley, but a lot of that is from out of state. I want you to think about that. That's not a good trend. And then the other piece is people moving away from our city. Since 2013, we have lost 4.5% of our population in the city of Anchorage. And we expect to see that go up by another 1% or 2% after we get the 2020 data. That's a headwind. That's going to be a real challenge for us in the coming years in terms of people to actually fill job positions in our city. Let's go on to the next slide. So I'm going to whip through our 3-year outlook. We published this in August of last year. We've been watching the data, and it all seems to be trending in the direction that we forecasted. So we'll just go through. These are major macro measures of our economy. These are ways that can measure your economy in different points of view to give you a sense of what's going on in your city, in your community, depending on the size of your community. If you're a small community, a lot of these measures are not available. These tend to be macro measures for cities like ours of several 100,000 people. So let's go ahead and start going through these right quick. Let's hit the next one. Okay, so this is our forecast for employment. So we forecasted a loss of 12,000 jobs last year net, including the first quarter. We've hit that number. We lost just a little over 12,000 jobs in Anchorage as an average for the year. And we are now forecasting a recovery of 4,000 net gain jobs this year, 2,000 next year, and 2,000 the year after that. So that means that we'll gain 8,000 jobs on the path to recovery. But I want to remind you that we've lost 20,000 jobs since 2014. We lost 12,000 last year. We lost 8,000 in the years preceding that. That means that at the end of 3 years, we will still have 12,000 jobs to make up to get to full recovery, unless we can find ways to accelerate economic growth in our community. Some way to fill jobs that are currently going unfilled. And that probably accounts for 2,000 to 3,000 jobs that we could have had this year if we had the bodies in place to fill the jobs with the skills needed to fill those jobs. So there's tremendous opportunity for workers, and there's tremendous challenges for employers in our city. Next slide. So this is our population trend. You can see our peak at 301,000 in 2013. We are projecting a continued population decline for the next 3 years. We think that it's probably going to cost us another 3,000 to 5,000 people, maybe more. We just see this outward trend of outmigration with no offsetting group of people moving here from out of state. And that creates a net loss situation. The net movement to the valley, for those of you who are familiar with all the commuter traffic coming from Anchorage, from the Matsu, about 37,000 people a day who in a good year are coming to work in Anchorage from the valley. That trend of outward movement to the valley has softened quite a bit. We were seeing 2,000, 3,000, sometimes 4,000 people net loss to the valley that was being made up by people moving here from elsewhere in the state or elsewhere in the country. That trend is no longer happening. And the valley actually saw just the slightest fractional loss of population last year for the first time in 16 years. So, things are changing in our state, and there's going to be some challenges coming ahead. So we continue to forecast a declining population in our city, and that decline may actually accelerate beyond what we are expecting when we project it in August. Next slide. So our airport is very important to us. This is what happened to our tourism season last year. The red lines showing record numbers of people getting on and off airplanes at Anchorage International Airport just absolutely crashed last year. And we are forecasting a relatively good recovery. In fact, we think we're a little too conservative on the numbers based on what the airlines are telling us. And we may see it maybe an additional 500,000 enplanements, people getting on or off an airplane. So that's a positive sign for Anchorage International Airport. So that projection, we think, still stands overall in terms of where we're going to be at within 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. So this is the air cargo numbers, and these are off because we had a huge surge of air cargo last year that we were not expecting. And that was because we didn't take into account the fact that a good 25% of air cargo entering North America, 20 to 25%, is doing so in the bellies of passenger planes from Asia to North America. Well, those passenger routes have not recovered and are, for the most part, not being allowed at this time. So there's not a lot of easy ways to get there from here. So all that cargo is getting on airplanes. But the big one that is really interesting in this is the West Coast ports of the United States and the hot mess that is getting a cargo container off of a ship in those ports and getting them onto a ship in Asia. We were just talking to a cargo, one of the main cargo carriers here to Anchorage who has an Asia operation, as well as a customer of those clients, a major furniture operator here yesterday. And they're telling us that to get a guaranteed delivery in the normal time frame pre-COVID of 30 to 45 days, it's costing them $15,000 to $17,000 to reserve a priority spot on a container ship. It used to be $1,900 in early 2020. And so this is why things are getting more expensive, and this is why things are getting harder to get your hands on. Why is that important to the airport? Because now one of the top 4 products moving through the airport is furniture. They're shipping sofas via air cargo. So get ready for your price of your sofas to go up quite a bit. If you haven't bought one, I would suggest buying one soon if you need to replace a sofa, because they're going to get very hard to find and get very expensive. So these are just some of the weird oddities that are coming out of COVID-19. And this is probably everything that I'm reading in the trades, talking to the companies and talking to the customers. This is going to go on for the next 2, maybe 3 years. Problems with supply and getting things from there to here. So we'll need to watch out for that. Let's move on to the next slide. We do see, booming growth at the airport. We might even give our good friends in Shanghai a run for the money, but I don't know that we'll ever beat Shanghai. Average single family home sales, the sales price, We think we may be just slightly low on this. It's currently projected to hit $385,000 for a home sold in Anchorage, but we have seen inventory drop in Anchorage for sale by almost 60%. People are not selling their houses. The construction industry has taken a pause because lumber prices are up upwards of 150% from last year. And so it's going to be a seller's market this year. If you're thinking about selling a house, boy, this is the year to do it because values are through the roof. In the first couple of months of the first 4 months of this year, we've seen 3 months where the average sale price exceeded $405,000. So there's going to be a lot of housing inflation in Anchorage over the next few years. We don't see this changing anytime soon unless there's something dramatic that happens to interest rates or something, or if this issue with lumber continues to be a problem. If anything, if that continues to be a problem, it's going to get worse. So just be prepared for that. I know I was thinking about building a small deck to put a gazebo on out of my cabin. And when I priced out the deck, it was over $1,500 for a deck, just for the material. It was just crazy. So anyway, next slide, please. Port of Alaska volumes, the port is doing extremely well. A significant amount of the tonnage coming in to service the communities of Alaska, to serve the oil patch. You know, basically linchpin to our economy is the Port of Alaska because it's all coming over the docks there. All the jet fuel, or not all, but about 70% of the jet fuel going out to Anchorage International Airport comes over the docks at the Port of Alaska. You know, that port is our linchpin to our economy, and God help us if it falls off in the ocean, because there is no other port capable of doing what they do that wouldn't take billions and billions of dollars to build. And it is important to every community in the state that gets goods via Anchorage, because there's just not a lot of alternatives. And it will be a critical issue that we need to solve this year and get moving, and moving fast, because time is running out. The piers on those docks are not in good shape. I held my breath when we had the 6.1 earthquake over the weekend, waiting to hear that some part of the dock had fallen in. Luckily, it did not. So we'll just keep moving forward. But yes, the port is a very significant economic engine for the city. Tonnage is really coming up, and we expect to see years of growth going forward. Next slide, please. Oil prices, this one I throw in only because a big chunk of our economy from economic activity is hinged on the oil industry, and also a not insignificant part of our state budget, which used to be 90% funded by oil, is now, in the, I believe, Nolan, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 25%, right in that neighborhood? Yeah, okay. So it's always important to track price and volume, and you can see both of these numbers, and you can see that they're all kind of going down. You can see the boom in price back in the early part of the last decade. Today, ANS crude is tracking at $69 a barrel. It's about half of what it was back in the early part of the last decade. Price is not going to save us, folks. It's going to be volume, if anything is going to save us. And so more drilling is going to be incredibly important within the existing fields and wherever we can bring new fields online. But ultimately, it will not solve our state fiscal crisis. That is going to be a blend of use of the permanent fund, probably a broad-based tax, and the oil revenues that are generated by oil. So we're going to have to be dealing with those, getting our fiscal house in order, because that's another reason why Anchorage was in recession for 5 years instead of just 2. Because of the fiscal crisis, we were seeing a lot of businesses who didn't know what their taxes were going to be because the state couldn't tell them, trying to decide whether or not to make an investment and playing it cautious. So we think that these are some of the reasons that are driving things. Next slide, please. And then this is just total production. The total value of all the oil that we bring out of the ground in billions of dollars, and you can see just how different it is today compared to where it was just 10 years ago. It was a massive amount of wealth coming out of the ground 10 years ago. Today, those values are far below what they used to be. Next slide. This is where we go from here. We've got to mitigate COVID to the degree that we can. We're not done yet, folks. If you know friends who aren't vaccinated, please encourage them. Family members who aren't vaccinated, please encourage them, because we got to get that herd immunity going on so that we don't have this thing flare up on us again in different communities, including Anchorage. in the coming fall season. We need to assess the damage. There's a lot of research to be done. Nolan's working on that. We're working on that. Any number of entities are working on it, but it takes a while to get a clear sense of how bad the damage is and where it came from. We've got short and midterm strategies that we need to develop. What can we do quickly? What can we do with a little more effort? And then the long-term solutions, which are going to be much more expensive, difficult, and challenging. So I believe my next slide is thank you very much. I'm getting the hook here. I'm about 5 minutes over. I apologize to Nolan for that. But I hope that you found this informative. I'll stick around for just a little bit and happy to talk to anybody about any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope this was useful.
All right, thank you again. Next up, we have Nolan Klauda, Executive Director of the University of Alaska's Center for Economic Development. And here he comes. Thank you, Nolan.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm Nolan Klauda. I direct the University of Alaska Center for Economic Development. It's part of the Business Enterprise Institute at UAA. This is actually, I've done the speaking circuit a lot, in the last year and during the pandemic, and this is the first in-person presentation I've done since the pandemic began. So it's kind of interesting to see things return to normal in some sense of the term. Here we are today. So also really glad to see the National Center here in Anchorage. I think you guys have a great organization. I really appreciate the work that you guys do to create opportunity in Native American reservations and among Alaska Native corporations and tribes. So I'm going to give an overview about the state of Alaska and tie it into some national trends here. There we go. So first off, I think one of the key things is when we began this pandemic, when it kicked off, Alaska was in sort of a weird state compared to the rest of the country. Our economy was not quite the same as the rest of the U.S. And we were experiencing this recession and some aftermath from this recession that went on from 2015 to 2018. That time period, we were kind of steadily hemorrhaging jobs. This is mostly the effect of oil prices being low and a lot of secondary activity that's tied to oil prices. So we lost jobs, kind of 3 years of kind of steady decline, never really falling off a cliff. Sometimes we were talking about, is there going to be a big drop? Is this the 80s over again? Are we going to see, housing prices come down? Are we going to see? We didn't see those things, but we did have this kind of period of a sort of a stagnancy and a loss of jobs that were going on about in the ballpark, depending on exactly which period you measure, about 13,000 or so jobs lost. So next, please. Then we had this really weak recovery that started at the end of 2018. We were in positive territory. That's good, but not really doing great overall. We're gaining some jobs. We were on path to get back to our 2015 employment levels in something like 7 or 8 years at the pace we were on. So it wasn't great, but we were in positive territory, so we'll take it. Next. And so that recession was characterized by a couple of things that when COVID struck were still pretty important, still relevant. The influence of oil prices, which kind of recovered a bit, but we had gotten used to as a state these $100 a barrel of oil prices. That filled the state coffers. That created a lot of spending opportunities. A lot of businesses that were benefiting from that. More employment in the oil patch, more construction in the oil patch, more money for services. A lot of projects getting developed, and that really broadly benefited the Alaska economy before this. And then we had to deal with this world where oil was, $30 a barrel, $40 a barrel, sometimes lower than that, and it caused the sort of weakness that you see during this time period, 2015, 2018, 2019. The U.S. economy was creating jobs at a really feverish pace. We were, I think Bill had mentioned, we were 3.5% unemployment nationally, and so Alaska was often #1 state for unemployment, often had the highest unemployment rate in the whole country during that time period. But we had started to recover, but it was a sluggish recovery. The state budget situation, you know, which we've now has just become almost part of the background. At one point, it was a near-term crisis that we had to address, and now it's just a thing we talk about every year as we kind of delay any sort of important decision on it, it seems. Next slide, please. So then all of that started to seem really quaint and small when this happened, right? If you're squeamish, you probably want to look away from a decline in employment that happens that dramatically. We lost jobs faster than has ever happened anytime numbers have been kept. Even during the Great Depression, you know, the country as a whole didn't see job losses accrue so fast as when the pandemic broke out, especially in the earlier months of 2020 in your March, April, May type of time frame. For us in Alaska, that peaked out in the summer, where we found the bottom, around 46,000 jobs down, almost 14% of our total employment was gone. You know, we're used to that kind of summer bulge in employment that happens in Alaska, and we didn't experience that. Lost jobs on top of it, so the numbers were very bad. Next. So where are we now? So this is a kind of a zoomed in view going back into 2020. You know, we came back a little bit in the late fall. Employment kind of leveled out a little bit at around, you know, 24,000 jobs down over the prior year. And I keep on, you know, every month the Department of Labor comes out with their latest job report, and I look at that report and I squint really hard and I try to see any little sign of things getting better. And there are some signs of recovery, but what you see here is up until April, and I patched in the 2019, you know, comparing April 2021 to April 2019, 2 years prior, because that's sort of a more, you know, as a better baseline, because April 2020 was a bad month. That we really don't have a clear sign of employment recovery in those jobs overall at the state level in any real obvious way. Some sectors doing a little better, some parts of the state doing a little bit better, but we haven't seen a really clear upswing just yet. I do think we'll see some in May. The U.S. as a whole, we had a good report in March and kind of a bad one in April. So we're on the cusp of employment recovering, I think, but how much, how fast, how much does Alaska see of a recovery compared to the rest of the country? I believe Alaska will recover more slowly. Next. And this is an important trend that happened during the pandemic, is that it didn't really hit all households equally. And one of the big causes of that, what I've done is, I realize the print's hard to see here, but I arranged all of the sectors in the economy in terms of the highest paid at the top, lower paid at the bottom, and then how many jobs lost between 2019 and 2020. And what you see there is at the bottom, leisure and hospitality, which saw the most job losses, is also the lowest average pay, and then followed by retail, especially your non-grocery retailers, lost a lot of jobs, also lower pay. There's a couple exceptions. The oil and gas industry lost quite a few jobs as well, and is one of the higher paid ones. But overall, the job losses mainly accrued to lower earning households. So those were the folks that really suffered those job losses the most. Next, please. And this is another sign of that too, based on some household survey information, that the lower income households on the left there were the ones that were the most likely to see an income disruption in their household. So in other words, somebody in their household lost the job, had a furlough, reduction in hours, or some other type of event that caused them to lose employment income. Higher income households didn't have that happen to the same degree. Most of the more of your higher income workers that were in professional types of jobs, they worked from home. You know, they set up, like I did, set up the guest room as an office. They were okay. A lot of folks who work in person lost their jobs and didn't have an easy replacement, and were really reliant on the federal aid and the unemployment benefits that came down. Next, please. So are there green shoots? Like we know that, you know, we feel a sign of recovery. We're all in person. Things are on the upswing. Things are starting to feel more normal. That's certainly going to have some effects economically. And if you see on the next slide, you see that's happening. What we've got now. So this is an indicator that I watch really closely. What's going on with air travel? You know, this is national numbers. This is a data set that counts the number of people who go through the TSA security checkpoint each day in the United States. So you compare it to the year prior and you see how far down things are. That sharp drop off is what happened in March when air travel declined by 90%. You know, but 9 out of 10 flights that would have happened were shut down. 9 out of 10 passengers that would have gone didn't go. And from that low spot last spring, you see this kind of steady recovery. It's there's an interesting weekly pattern to the data, with more people traveling on weekends. So you see that kind of jagged approach. But we kind of came out of that and steadily sort of climbed up, and now air travel's down roughly 35% or so is where we are. So people are. This is certainly a good indication of somewhat of a normalcy, and also a pretty important indicator for any of your communities, that depend on tourism. I think that air travel is a really key indicator there. Next, please. This is another one. This is one of the interesting bits of data that you get from the COVID outbreak is this is kind of a creepy one. Google tracks mobility data, right? That they using people's cell phones and where they're going. They actually compile all that information, and you can download stuff that shows you overall, are people spending more % of their time doing this activity or less % of their time doing this activity. So retail and recreation, other than grocery stores, this is what's happened since the beginning of 2020. It's kind of a steady climb, the zero line through the middle there, and people are actually getting out and doing more recreation, more leisure types of activities. These are the things that cause people to gather indoors a lot of the time, and the things that have been shut down during the pandemic. So that's certainly a positive sign of normal activity resuming. Next. And of course, oil prices in Alaska, and this is one of the weird things. I mean, this is North Slope oil. It follows the global prices of oil to a huge degree. We ended, or beginning of the pandemic and or beginning of 2020, about $68 a barrel. When I pulled this data a week ago, about $68 a barrel. In between, all kinds of crazy hell broke loose, and including one crazy day, April 20th, 2020, when you had to pay someone to take oil off your hands. You had a negative price on oil. I never imagined such a thing could even happen, but it did. And we had our production decline. And in Alaska, that meant lower revenue. And yet production picked up again toward the end of the year. And I think if you look at it right now, it seems like things are relatively normal. Oil, I think Kurt today, I think is around $70 or so a barrel. Not too bad. Could be worse. We'll see what happens in the future. Next. So stepping back to what drives people going back to normal, going into public, doing the things that they used to do in the pandemic, gathering in rooms indoors like this. There was some really important research that was done during 2020 that often got ignored about what was it that caused people to stay home in the first place, right? Because a lot of people, a lot of businesses and others wanted to blame the economic downturn on the mandates themselves. There were the stay-at-home orders, the capacity restrictions, the business closures. All of that stuff was often blamed for being the main cause of the economic downturn, and it certainly did have an effect, right? It obviously did, but overall, the big finding from 2020 early on was that most of the decline was caused by people wanting to avoid being infected. So there was a 60% decline in business activity overall, and only about 7% of it was caused by mandates. The rest of it was people voluntarily staying home to avoid the risk of infection. And if you see on the next slide, important thing, Bill mentioned it, and I think it bears repeating, that vaccinations are really what has kind of bailed us out of this pandemic and the economic pain that's gone with it. That there would be no obvious end in sight without the effect of those vaccines. So, and you see, especially, Alaska is roughly in line with the U.S. About 57% of the prime age, 18 to 64 group has at least one dose. That's pretty good. The more vulnerable folks over the age of 65, 80 to 80+% are vaccinated. That's the group you want to protect the most. That's good. These are the things that let normal life resume. These are the things that let us go out and spend money, and that's a really key aspect of what we're seeing as far as those green shoots go. Next, please. Another piece of the mobility data is the amount of time people spend in a physical workplace, obviously a physical workplace outside of their home. Now, this is one of the things from the pandemic. I think in a lot of ways, we changed our behavior during the pandemic. And then I think in most cases, as the pandemic eases up and we resume normal life, we'll mostly go back to the way we did things before. And I think there will be a couple of exceptions to that. And one of them is this work from home trend. I don't think that the genie's going to go all the way back into the bottle on that. I think that Obviously most people will go back probably, but I think that work from home and telecommuting is something that's probably here to stay to some degree. I think that a lot of types of businesses and a lot of workplaces, opinions differ, but a lot of folks have found that productivity is as good. Some say it's better. Some say it's a little worse. You could save a lot of money if you're a business on overhead costs and facilities costs if you have people working remotely. I think that we're going to see a lot more of that as a future trend, and I think that's going to have some influence on where we live, and how we work, and on our lifestyles going forward. And that's a very interesting thing. Next, please. Another aspect of telecommuting is that unsurprisingly, if higher income households were more likely to be able to do it than lower income households, simply the nature of a lot of service sector type employment. Next, please. Now, I couldn't think of a better image. I want to talk a little bit about some of the just sheer weirdness of the COVID economy, and I really couldn't think of a better way to characterize that in one image than a very large elephant standing on a very small object. Things have gotten really weird, and things have gone in many ways the opposite of what I expected in a number of key ways. And let's talk about a few of those, starting on the next slide, if we could. So one is this thing. Do you remember every time there's a recession, there's a dumb joke that gets repeated where people say, boy, I checked my 401k and it looks more like a 101k. You have the friend who says that every time the stock market crashes. I do. And for a brief period of time in early 2020, that joke was making the rounds again. And I expected fully, just like in the last major US recession, it was after the housing bubble burst, stock market went kaput, stayed down, took a while to recover. I expected fully when I saw employment crash, I'm like, the stock market's going to be down. I'm not going to look at my retirement accounts. It's going to be depressing. Just leave it. Just don't look. But what happened was that the stock market came roaring back. And so we enjoyed a bull market in 2020 when we have these unprecedented levels of unemployment and a pretty poor economy overall that seemed to be at crisis proportions. And here's the stock market doing well. That's weird. So why was that? There's a partial explanation for it. Some of it was that interest rates were so low that the other kinds of the sort of safe investments that investors flock to are usually bonds. They pay a low interest rate, but they're safe. But the Federal Reserve had interest rates very low. It discouraged people from being too heavily invested in bonds. It caused people to think, well, stocks, blue chip, top US company stocks are probably a pretty safe place to park our money. So that's what happened with a lot of institutional investors, and a lot of folks were also betting on a really strong recovery after the pandemic. So the stock market did quite well, and still seems to be doing well. Next, please. Housing. Here's another weird one, and Bill mentioned this too. So who would have thought? This is something I worry. When I'm looking for a sign that the economy is doing really poorly, I start to say, well, Alaska's had strong home prices and growth in home prices, and that's not a good thing per se. But I think that when the bottom really falls out is when you would see home prices come down. And I had worried that might happen. I had worried about things like foreclosures from people losing their jobs. I had worried about just a general slowdown in home purchases. I had thought, well, maybe this is finally the thing that could cause home prices to come down. Guess what? Not even close. Next slide. This is a national type of a phenomenon, but we have our version of it here in Alaska. We have even in the best of times, a pretty constrained housing market in most of the state, including here in Anchorage. And what happened here, probably a little bit hard to see, but basically, you got two lines one going down. That's the number of listings, the number of homes for sale. This is from the Alaska Multiple Listing Service, from realtors. So the number of listings between 2019 and 2020 went down. Number of homes on the market went down. Number of people buying houses went up. So you had a squeeze in terms of both the number of houses that were available, people being more hesitant to sell their houses, but at the same time, people wanting to buy houses at a higher rate than the year before. So home prices got squeezed on both sides. We saw houses going for much more than the year prior, and we hear crazy stories. I don't know who's been, if you've had a friend in the housing market, you've been in the housing market yourself. You hear these crazy stories of multiple bidder situations, houses going for more than the list price, more than the appraised price. Just crazy stuff like that happening. seems to be a reality. This is also partly an effect of low interest rates and also of households having relatively high savings. Those that didn't lose their jobs weren't spending as much money, piling up a pretty big bank account in their savings, and much better able to make large purchases. Next. So I don't know if anybody here is a woodworker. I'm an amateur woodworker, and a very amateur. The stuff I build is terrible. But if you've been to the lumber section, you see that prices have tripled, quadrupled for lumber. What's going on there? Next. Or how about any kind of electronic equipment, computer chips, even automobiles now. You can't make a car these days without silicon chips. There's a big shortage going on. Price is high. This is actually restraining manufacturing of a whole bunch of electronic goods. Next, please. So what's up with all of these things? You have a number of items produced. Cars here. I've got cars here. My wife and I have been in the market for a new car. We were in the market for a new car. The model that we wanted after doing all of our homework, we found that dealers in Anchorage were taking the manufacturer's price and marking it up 10 or 12 grand. And that's the price that it's going for if you're lucky enough to even find one in stock. Okay, what's the deal with that? Well, all of these things are actually kind of related. What happened was in 2020, when the economy came to a halt, production of a lot of goods stopped. And you take stuff that has a long supply chain to it, like silicon chips have this crazy thing where they're made in Taiwan with materials that come from China, and then some assembly happens in Southeast Asia, and then it goes to the US where it was designed, and blah, blah, blah. So you have these big, strange connected supply chains that are pretty complicated. And what happened was when production stopped, when demand stopped, we didn't have much production going on, and then 2020 suddenly people are buying again. People want to buy cars. Home construction resumes. Suddenly there's not enough production of any of those goods. Prices go up pretty dramatically in a lot of cases. Next, please. And you see this here. This is the consumer price index. The overall items in the last 12 months gone up overall a rate of price increase 4.2%. That's actually not too bad overall, but in specific goods, it can be quite high. Food is not so bad. Energy is the big spike that you see there, and that's actually not as bad as it seems. That's mostly because it's reflecting a year prior when oil prices were very low. It's actually the month when oil prices went negative. So overall, 4.2%. The general rate of price increases across the board is not so bad. Some people have worried about a more general type of inflation that could become a big problem in the economy. I'm on the side that says that that's probably not an issue. I think you're mostly dealing with temporary bottlenecks that will resolve themselves in the months ahead. But anything can happen, and that is your guess is as good as mine at the end of the day. Next, please. So here's another one, and this is actually kind of a related thing, even though you may not think about it, is that who's been hearing about or who's been experiencing, those of you that are running businesses, hard to find workers. And I mean, if we're talking about the elephant on the stool type of situation again, why on earth would it be so hard to find workers when we've had all of these layoffs happening, when there are so many people, and there are so many people who are still unemployed, can't find work, and yet you have all these places that are increasing wages. You can't drive by like a Wendy's or a Burger King without seeing a sign saying, we're hiring people $12 an hour, $15 an hour, much more than they were before. You hear this from business owners. People they're having a hard time filling jobs. A lot of blame has been placed on the generous unemployment benefits for that. However, it does seem to be a much murkier picture than that. The unemployment benefits overall, a lot of research points to those not really being that as much of a driver of that as we might have expected. You saw in 2020, for instance, when there were $600 a week federal unemployment benefits on top of what they were getting before, that ended abruptly in July of last year. In August of 2020, you didn't see any kind of an employment recovery happen from there. And there have been these kinds of disruptions in those bonus unemployment benefits, and still they don't tend to cause employment to recover or people to go back to work in droves. So I believe that they may be a contributor to it, but I think that what you have going on overall is that employers are hiring the same kinds of jobs all at the same time. And the number of anything that causes the workforce to be a little bit slower to get back to work, and that could be unemployment benefits, could also be childcare availability, could also be people going back to school for retraining or work, or just kind of sluggishly getting back into the workforce. Then it's going to cause all of that to intensify. And so you have that type of a situation where there's a very strong appearance of scarcity of workers. I do believe this will level itself out, and I don't necessarily think the decision to chop off unemployment benefits like we made here in Alaska will help that situation overall. Next, please. I'm going to cruise through my last couple of slides here, but this is something that's very different about this recession versus the one after the housing bubble burst. A lot of economists, and I would tend to agree, would say that in the 2007, 2008, you know, when the global financial crisis happened, the subsequent recession, that the federal government probably didn't quite put enough money into stimulus, and that underspending of stimulus probably contributed to a bit of a longer recovery than would have happened. I'm oversimplifying, but that's a commonly held view. I expected something like this to happen with COVID too. I thought that probably the stimulus spending would be on the low side and it would drag things out. That's not the case though. The federal government spent big, spent early, spent often, and so we had something in the ballpark of 5.9 trillion that was allocated to relief, and that went into state and local government, that went to unemployment benefits, that went to the Paycheck Protection Program for businesses, and it filled the gap. And so we actually saw incomes overall higher in 2020 than in the year prior, even though people were unemployed. And so that probably prevented a lot of economic distress that otherwise would have happened. It'll be left for years to come to debate whether it was good or bad, or whether it sent us too much debt or whatever. But the stimulus response was very strong. Next, please. And I'll cruise through, but tourism recovery is one of the big ones watching for in Alaska. You know, I think that this is partly people resuming normal life. We don't have didn't have a cruise ship season last year. We're going to have maybe a partial one this year. It's a big deal to a lot of communities in Alaska. Next, please. And so this is wrapping stuff up. So what's going to drive the months ahead? I think that continuing the vaccination progress, that is the single most important thing that drives economic recovery. There's no other factor ahead of that as far as things being normal and people getting out and spending money and a normal sort of economy resuming itself. What happens with these weird price stability issues and supply chain bottlenecks, we'll see. Oil prices and production, big thing for Alaska. You know, the world's a crazy unstable place when it comes to oil prices, and our local economy is affected a lot by things that happen in Saudi Arabia and Iran and Russia. And then, of course, for Alaska state budget considerations, this is also something that has put a lot of pressure on our state economy overall. The uncertainty of it is something that a lot of business owners cite as something that holds them back from investing, and I think is probably costing us a lot of economic growth on top of all these other types of situations. So with that, I'm happy to speak to anyone, or I can share my contact information, but I appreciate the chance to speak with you all today. So keep doing the great work that you're doing, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we're going to have Helvi Sandvik as our moderator. She's going to introduce our next panel. And thank you, Helvi.
No applause. These other guys do all the work. I just get to introduce them. I'm Helvi Sandvik. Thanks to all of you for coming. As mentioned earlier, I am one of the board members of NCAIED, and I'm thrilled that we're able to have the Native Edge Institute here to share with Alaskans. I'm also thrilled that we had 3 members of the staff of NCAIED travel out to my village of Kayana in Northwest Alaska and see directly a rural Alaska Native community and get a firsthand view of the additional challenges we face in a place like Alaska, so remote. Just heard these very interesting presentations. I'm an economics geek, and so I get thrilled when I hear these types of presentations. But I happen to be a part of a family-owned business that retail primarily. We do some lumber sales. We made the very difficult decision this year not to order lumber, because not only has the price, if you think about it, I'm in Northwest Alaska, about 600 to 700 miles away from Anchorage. The cost of shipping that lumber out to rural Alaska and getting it up a river to my village, it was astronomical. And what we're going to do is bite our nails and hope that we don't have too many deaths in the coming year because the primary use of that lumber that we sell is for caskets. And, you know, when you are normally selling a 2x4x8 here in the Anchorage market in the $12 to $14 range, by the time it gets to a small village in Northwest Alaska, the price of that 2x4x8 raises to about $50 a 2x4. And if you, that our remote nature of our state, the economic challenges we face as our state is felt much more deeply, I think, in our very remote environments in this state. So we're really in a challenging place. And it was nice that the National Center was able to send some folks out to see that directly and talk to some of our business owners and tribal members and our tribe about the challenges we face. This next panel, I'm going to mix things up a little bit. It is, it's been 40 years since the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. 50, pardon me. And, we've come a long way, but we went through many, many, many years to get to the point where we are now. And we're just, for many of our village corporations in particular, our regional corporations, started to see their stride. Some of them the first 10 years, the next 20, and made some great progress. But the village corporations really have started to make their way more recently to start to see a path of economic success and to drive economic sustainability just more recently with the advent primarily of the federal government 8A program. And so we have a group of speakers in this next panel. You've got your agendas. I'm actually going to start with Hallie Bissett, who is the Executive Director of the Alaska Native Village Corporation Association. She's going to give an overview of the Alaska Native Claim corporations established. From that, we're going to move on to a really interesting success story and sharing story of some work that's been done in the Bristol Bay area of our state. Bristol Bay Native Corporation has teamed with a couple of their village corporations. We're going to see a nice presentation pulled together by Cameron Poindexter, who is the president and CEO of Chogyong. I apologize if I mispronounced that. And then we're going to, we also are going to hear directly from BB&C representatives, two representatives, Polly Watson and Romina Bentz, who are going to talk about Bristol Bay's perspective. Then we're going to finish up with one of the presidents and CEOs of one of our village corporations, Janet Turvey, who is here with us and is also a member of the National Center board. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hallie, and thank you, Hallie, for being flexible and shifting gears for us. Yes.
All right, so we'll wait for my slides to get queued up there and hopefully I can see them from here. Otherwise I might have to, can I take this down there? Oh, you can't see me online if I go down there. My name's Hallie Bissett. I am Upper Cook Inlet, Dena'ina. I am the great granddaughter of Chief Nikolai from Sunshine Village, which is now known as Talkeetna. I'm the granddaughter of Virginia Colors Nikolai and the daughter of Deborah and Ron Bissett. I am also the executive director for the Alaska Native Village Corporation Association that represents now 177 Alaska Native Village corporations that were created under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Before I go into much of my slides, I wanted to just quickly give you a brief overview of what is ANCSA. It won't be long. I know a lot of you are familiar with it already, but what we like people to understand about ANCSA is it is a very different time and place that our legislation happened for our people. It wasn't until, the late 1950s when we even kind of started getting the concept in our minds around land ownership and even knew that we were sold, by Russia to the United States. None of that knowledge was known to us up in the interior and the Athabascan territories for sure. So from about the 1920s on, we've been fighting vigorously for our land, of which we had 100% rights to. And it wasn't until oil was discovered in the 1960s, late 1960s, that there became kind of an alignment of the stars, if you will, to getting our land claims settled. They had discovered billions of barrels of oil in the Arctic slope area of Alaska, which would have required a giant pipeline to go through our entire state, which meant you know, the need to get indigenous land claims settled was very important. And Stuart Udall, who at the time was Department of Interior Secretary, put what was called a land freeze at the time. So we're very grateful for Stuart Udall, who I think was a congressman also. But that's a New Mexico connection. And we're very grateful for the historical significance of that. What I want you to understand is people often will say in a negative way that ANCSA was termination legislation. Well, the time that ANCSA passed was kind of straddling two very different times in Indian policy. One called the termination era, the whole kill the Indian, save the man, awful part of our history that we don't often talk about. But yes, that's what was going on there right at the end of that, leading into what is called now the self-determination era. So here in Alaska, we did not have the opportunity to write treaties, like they had stopped doing that back in the 1800s, you know, 1860, somewhere around there. So ANCSA is the closest thing we have to a treaty, a settlement, if you will. Well, we actually gave up 90% of our indigenous lands in exchange for something a little different than a reservation. What we knew is that we wanted fee simple title. We wanted to own our land. We wanted to be, you know, forging our own destiny. And that's what we got, about 44 million acres, a little less than $1 billion that was to be split 12 ways and over 11 years. So in the context, every time, you know, hindsight 2020, we look back and say, oh, that probably wasn't the best deal, but we got what we got, and we continue to fight today, just to claw back a little bit more of what was rightfully ours. You know, ANBCA in particular fights to get contaminated lands, of which we received 1,100 sites, you know, for under 300 entities, getting 1,100 sites and tens of billions of dollars worth of legal liability for cleaning those sites up. So that's kind of in a very short time frame, you know, why do we have ANCSA? Why is it a little bit different? We do own fee simple title. We did create for-profit corporations, the shareholders of which, in order to be voting, have to be one, you know, Alaska Native person with certificates of Indian blood and those sorts of things. You can go ahead and go to the next slide for me. You know, just a little bit about Alaska. We love to put Alaska over the rest of the United States because, as you can see, it's about 2/3 the size of the entire United States. It's the biggest in terms of countries. There's only 15 countries that are larger than Alaska. 80% of our country is not accessible by roads. So Helvi was talking about the price of lumber in Kiana, right? Is that where? Oh, sorry about that. But you know, we have about a 50 to 60% logistics tax that goes on top of products just right now in a normal time of year. But when you're talking about during a COVID or a pandemic, where actually one of our major airlines completely went bankrupt, and now we're having to charter planes to get simple materials there. When you talk about lawsuits that tie up our ability to even get materials for COVID related costs, that we only had a 6-week window to get to the village on a barge. These are the types of things you really ought to think about. You know, we have more coastline than the entire United States combined. And we have the lowest population and the highest cost of living. You know, in a village, you pay 5 to 6 times the national average for cost of power, even though the state of Alaska supplies about 11% of the world's oil supply. We pay 5 to 6 times more energy costs than any other place, and it gets higher the farther out you go. Next slide, please. So we've been here for over 10,000 years. That, you know, we can prove through, you know, archaeological evidence. We have 11 distinct Alaska Native cultures, but there's a lot more than that. Those are just how we group them. So you have your Inupiaq, Athabascan, Yupik, Aleut, Alutiiq, there's the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and the Athabascans. And there's actually 11 different types of just Athabascan people. We have over 150,000 people that are Alaska Native people, 135,000 of which are shareholders. So there is a gap. Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act actually had a restriction on who would get shares if you were not born on or before the day that that act passed, which was December 18th, 1971. You were not included. There are many regional corporations that have fixed that. One of the most recent being Chalista, the very first being Nana. And Nana would tell you it was never about making a piece of a pie smaller or dividends. It was about people belonging to what it was we were being told to belong to. So it was this new thing, this corporation thing. There's a lot of confusion even in my age group that, you know, do I belong to a tribe? Do I belong to a corporation? That it created a lot of confusion for us. So there is a little bit of a gap between enrollment numbers for the 229 recognized tribes in Alaska and the village corporations. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about COVID a little bit and give you a little bit more stats on our villages. 3,300 homes have no running water. Over 30 communities in Alaska don't even have, you know, basic infrastructure. Living in third world conditions, they're literally peeing on a honey bucket. And if you don't know what that is, it's literally a bucket with a toilet seat on top of it. And so those are the conditions some of our people are living in. And in order to get that fixed, just one community of Stebbins, in order to put their wastewater treatment plant in, guess how much that cost? $57 million. And that was before COVID, just to get one village running water in Alaska. That's the cost of that village. And to not be able to wash your hands during a worldwide pandemic is a pretty scary place to be for some of these people. We are so grateful for the regional and local health consortiums that really worked their butts off to get vaccines out. Alaska was kind of in the forefront of that. We're very proud of how fast and quickly they got out there. But the reason was because we were the most likely to be infected, and there was all kinds of other factors. We have the highest per capita health expenditure of any state, and I've already laid out why. You know, you have to take a plane to get to most places, and sometimes a plane and a four-wheeler and a snowmobile and whatever else you might have to take to get to the little village to provide health care. Telehealth is important, but we don't have the broadband infrastructure out there to really make that possible at this time. We have the lowest ranked internet connectivity in the world in the United States. 20% of our population doesn't even have access to basic broadband infrastructure. There is no telehealth. You talk to someone in Kodiak, which actually is pretty connected. They're connected by fiber, and their kids having to Zoom to school, we're paying $900 a month in costs to pay for the broadband that they needed in order to attend school like a normal child. $900 a month. And our village corporations and regional corporations picked up the tabs for those kids because we felt that it was important for them to have access to every single thing that, you know, a regular United States child is going to have. Next slide, please. So people want to point out that we're corporations and want to make us sound like, you know, that they're these big, bad, evil corporations, and that word's like a bad word, it's a C word or something, but we're not your typical corporation. I've put up here some mission statements from S&P 500 corporations right next to a village corporations. You can see, you know, most of the time, and you can look up, just pick one, Google any Alaska Native corporation, look at their mission and their vision statement. All of them will have to do with culture, the land, and making sure that there's economic opportunities for their people, that they find pride in the heritage and culture and where they come from, recognizing where they come from and where they're going. They're the only corporations, and probably we like to say, it's pretty cute actually. Last year, the business roundtable were all like patting themselves on the back and saying, hey, you know, this year we're going to care about something more than profits. And we're like, well, that's adorable. We've been doing that for 50 years. So I would argue that we're the first corporate socially responsible organizations out there. We've kind of led the way on this. The unfortunate thing I like to bring up is actually pretty sad. And this year, one of the costs that's risen up the most is the funeral expenses. And most of our village, you won't meet a village corporation that doesn't have a program to pay for bereavement benefits, and that includes shipping the person home to their home village with their family, with all the potluck materials and everything that they're going to need to bury their family member back in the village where they belong. All of the corporations have these programs for benefits, and you're not going to meet S&P 500 company that does that. Next slide, please. Do I have it? And here's just some of the numbers of what's, it's been 50 years, and some of the conglomerate numbers of how much in scholarships have been given out, how much has been shared. One of the most important things that I like to point out is the revenue sharing, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But again, 138,000 shareholders represented by Alaska Native corporations, large gap between whether you're a shareholder or a tribal enrolled member. A lot of that has to do with the confusion I mentioned before. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. These are all going to be shared with you afterwards. We employ a lot of different people, but Native corporations create economic opportunities for everybody. We are in now year 7 of a recession. You just heard from the speakers that came before me. Guess what? There's no economy in the village of Rampart. There's no economy in the village of Fort Yukon, maybe a little bit of tourism. But the point is we as village corporations have to leave the village in order to create economic opportunity. Where we're gonna go, Anchorage maybe first, but there's none here either. So we have to leave the state of Alaska and create economic opportunity. We're actually required by Congress to provide that for the economic, social, and cultural well-being of our shareholders in perpetuity. And there's no way to do that here. It's been 50 years. We've tried investing in things like canneries and a lot of the village corporations own whatever local utility infrastructure might be there, or they're trying to run the school, they're trying to do something, but there's no economic opportunity in the village. We actually very proudly reverse the economic model you typically see in Alaska, where we actually leave home, create wealth outside of the village, outside of the state, and we return that to the state of Alaska. Alaska Native corporations right now comprise about 25% of Alaska's GDP. We produce about $16 billion in revenue a year combined, and all of that comes back to Alaska by ways of scholarships, jobs, and nonprofit donations, both to Native and non-Native entities. We're really huge in terms of the Alaskan economy, and we give back, where usually we see companies coming in, mining a resource and taking their profits back to Texas or, wherever that might be. Use a wide range of services I've already mentioned, but scholarships, internship opportunities, these are things that are all provided by Alaska Native corporations. As they grow, the benefits get even better. And you're seeing a lot more inclusion, so people that are including those born after that cutoff date I mentioned. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I mentioned economic impact. So every year, this is one of my favorite slides to update every year, because every year the state of Alaska, there's Alaska Business Monthly magazine. I think it's called Alaska Business now, not monthly, but they rank Alaska's top 49 Alaskan-owned businesses. It's called the top 49ers, ranked by revenue. 20% of the revenue created by that entire list is a village corporation. I've listed them here. And for my regionals out there, you'll notice that there's 13 villages on that list. So we have more companies on the top 49er list than the regional association, and I just like to point that out. We also, when you add the regional corporations in, who obviously are more a lot more successful in some of the places, it's really more like 81, almost 82% of the total revenue generated by the top 49 businesses in Alaska are being generated by Alaska Native corporations. The employment numbers were up there, so if you're interested in those, go back to the slides, revisit those. I think we're about 16,000 employees worldwide, something like that. But here in Alaska, it's a large amount. I get asked a lot about 8A. Someone mentioned 8A earlier. Just so you're aware, 25% of that 16 billion that I mentioned is roundabout what 8A is bringing in, 25% of that. The rest is in private equities and real estate, and we're invested in any large holding company that you'd ever see, very similar to how a Native corporation is going to be invested. Next slide, I think, is going to be, yep. Okay, so if we don't know already, just real quick, one of the provisions of ANCSA, because there were going to be areas of Alaska that some corporations had rights to minerals, like oil and gas, like timber, like zinc, that there were going to be regions in Alaska that were have and have not, if you will. So in order to remedy that issue, they included a provision in ANCSA called the revenue sharing provision. Well, what it means is if you find a resource on your land, a subsurface resource, or in the case of timber, it would be, on the surface, you have to share 70% of the revenue from that development with all the other 12 regional corporations. So Nana, bless their heart, invested billions of dollars to get their Red Dog zinc mine up and running, and they have to share 70% of the net profits from that development with all of the other regional corporations. That's called the 7I payment. 50% of what the regional corporation gets, they give out to all their villages. That's called 7J. Next slide, please. What you may not know is that everybody kind of assumes, I said, yay, we have 13 on the top 49 list. I've got a handful of villages doing awesome stuff right now. 177 is the number I represent. 13 of them are doing real well. 2/3 of them are 100% dependent on those 7J payments. And in less than 10 years, well, let's start with thanking again Nana, because for the past 10 years, those payments have been at record levels because of Nana's development of the Red Dog mine, the shareable portion of which will come to an end in around 2031. And so the villages have a lot of work to do to preserve, protect, invest wisely, and know that that gravy train, that recapitalization every year that's coming from Red Dog mine will cease to exist. And there's nothing coming to replace it. There's nothing coming to replace it, except for maybe Donlin, which is maybe 15, 20 years away from production. So I just, any village corporations in the room, if you didn't hear that again, please save your money wisely, invest it wisely, figure out your long-term plan, because the recapitalization coming from Red Dog, which is about 50 to 90% of that 7J check you're getting, will no longer be that big. All right, next slide. That was depressing. Hopefully we ended up with some good stuff. Oh, well, again, just in conclusion, we're the only organizations in the world mandated by Congress to provide for the social, economic, and cultural well-being of our people. That's it's written right into the ANCSA law. We've distributed over $3 billion in shareable revenues amongst ourselves and with the villages, and that's created a huge multiplier effect in every community you can think of. We continue to support communities through the scholarships, internship opportunities, job opportunities. 80% of our employees are non-native people, and we are providing benefits for families all over Alaska and even outside of Alaska. We're very proud that we benefit Alaska Native shareholders. And we contribute statewide. Like I mentioned, 25% of Alaska's GDP is nothing to sneeze at. And I think that's the end. Next slide. Oh, no. Well, real quickly, if you want to click through here, there's some CARES Act things I just wanted to bring up. You're probably all following this pretty closely, but just to give you a quick rundown of what happened, Alaska Native corporations were and should have been included in this $8 billion tribal relief fund that was created by, I think it was the Trump administration at that time, but using a definition called the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, or ISDA. There were a group of tribes that sued in order to keep that money from going to Alaska Native corporations, which were set up for this very purpose, to distribute these types of benefits. And if we are left out, you're talking about tens of thousands of Alaska Native people that will not in any way benefit from that money. Tens of thousands of Alaska Native people left out. Upwards of 60,000 people. One of my board members talks about her shareholder that lives in Fairbanks that has, a floor in her cabin that with blankets and boards covering it up. She's the poorest of the poor, and she's a shareholder of Bean Ridge. She lives in Fairbanks. Only 10 of their shareholders still live in Manly in the village, and she will not at all benefit from the American Rescue Plan. About $1 billion that should have came here is not coming here because of this fight. So the last thing that's in my slide there is that we look forward to ending this nonsense and working together to make a pie bigger for everyone, instead of fighting amongst each other does nobody any good. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so very much for listening.
Thank you, Hallie. Great job. I think she did a nice job of laying out the awesome challenge, the opportunity presented by ANCSA and the awesome challenge that we still face. And as we talked about earlier, some have achieved some success and some are just finding their stride. And so we're going to share a couple of really encouraging, exciting stories about, how do you help others succeed. And in the Bristol Bay region of our state, Bristol Bay Native Corporation has initiated a program of teaming with some of their village corporations, helping them find their way and start to achieve some success. And we're going to switch right now. Cameron Poindexter we're going to go to Romina right now. And so she's going to talk about, no, wait, are we doing Romina or are we going Cameron first? Erin? Okay, let's start with Cameron, and then Romina can jump in right afterwards. Romina is with Bristol Bay Native Corporation, Romina and Polly Watson. They'll talk about Bristol Bay's program overall, but what we're going to share right now is about a 12-minute video that Cameron Poindexter pulled together. He couldn't be with us today, but so he prepared these remarks in advance to talk a little bit about the program that they pulled together in Bristol Bay, working together to deliver success to the shareholders that reside in the Bristol Bay area of our state. Maybe?
I'd like to share a little bit about our business history. We were formed in 1973 under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. You can see the dates there of when we merged with Ecock Natives Limited and Oaks Sonockley Corporation. From 1978 to 2000, we owned a couple of businesses involved in construction. Those have since shut down. However, we had previous experience. Hi, thanks for the opportunity to present today. My name is Cameron Poindexter. I'm the president and CEO of Chugyang Limited. I'm unable to be present today, so I've pre-recorded this presentation and hopefully you enjoy. I'd like to start by introducing myself. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska. I am a shareholder of Chugyang Limited. I studied in the state of Alaska, got my bachelor's and master's degrees. I started out my career and background and have a background in banking, in Alaska Native Corporation operations. Got twin 5-year-old girls, getting ready to go to kindergarten this year. Dodged the Zoom meeting phenomenon past the school year. I'd like to introduce Chugyang Limited and give you a little bit about background of who we are. We're an Alaska Native Village Corporation for Dillingham, Ecock, and Portage Creek. We've got 2,229 shareholders that live in the region, about a third in the region, the rest in the state and across the world. We've got 200. I'd like to share a little bit about our business history. We were formed in 1973 under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. You can see the dates there of when we merged with Ecock Natives Limited and Oaks Sonockley Corporation. From 1978 to 2000, we owned a couple of businesses involved in construction. Those have since shut down. However, we had previous experience participating in the 8A federal contracting program. We started a company called Chugyang Investment Company with a couple of other villages and have since bought them out. Generally, what that company does and owns is a hotel and diner in Dillingham. We've got commercial real estate and residential properties. So we've got about 60 apartment complex or 60 apartment units in Dillingham and about 10 commercial properties. More recently, Chugyang Limited acquired a company in Spokane, Washington called Inland Empire Fire Protection. In 2015, and this is where the rubber meets the road for this presentation, is when Chugyang Limited and Limited's board of directors and executive management decided to get back into the SBA 8A business development program with a new company called Umuak Technology. During the first 45 years or so of Chugyang Limited's history, our annual revenues ranged from about $4 to $12 million annually, and we operated in about 4 US states. Chugyang Limited has recently changed quite significantly, and it's what I want to talk about most on this presentation. In 2018, Chugyang Limited acquired a controlling interest in Bristol Industries. Chugyang and subsidiaries now operate in 42 different states and territories, and our revenue has grown to 240. So what drove our decision to restart? Process that? And how did we process? Our board and executive management decided to re-enter the 8A part of our long-term business. Didn't expect results to happen overnight. Second, we did an assessment of our capacity. Past performance experience. Chugyang Limited's board recruited. Experienced executive management. Lastly, selected NAICS codes. It felt it was qualified to begin work in, which is information and recruitment of those qualified leaders to be able to develop that business. In the very same year, Chugyang Limited Bristol Bay Native Corporation's Region Government Contracting Initiative, otherwise known as IGC. We signed a participation agreement. We sent our board members and executive management to trainings that Bristol Bay Native Corporation put on. And in those trainings, our expectations were set. The good folks at BBNC shared with us that they expected us to learn and grow alongside them. We were expected to have our own business capacity and be able to manage our own business. BBNC wasn't going to do it for us, and it wasn't a get-rich-quick scheme. It was one that required real effort, real hard work, and real long-term commitment. So Chugyang Limited, along with the participation agreement, began attending trainings with BBNC. Management followed up after those trainings with meetings and organizational development with Bristol Bay Native Corporation's corporate staff and subsidiary leaders. We developed those relationships with the parent corporation and subsidiary executives. We wanted to know who we were working with. We wanted to know their character, the way that they processed information and understood their business, how they chased new opportunities, how they kept organized and accounted for and compliant with the federal government. We worked very hard at those relationships. Lastly, BBNC subsidiaries supported Chugyang subsidiaries' past performance development. So alongside BBNC, we were subcontracted several positions in the information technology realm. We developed our past performance experience that helped us to be able to bid on contracts. And in return, Chugyang Limited is subcontracting work that it wins on new contracts going forward. So we've got this mutually beneficial relationship that exists. This is the kind of where the rubber meets the road for Chugging Limited. BB&C announced the qualified villages an opportunity to acquire a controlling interest in Bristol Industries, comprised of 10 companies operating in construction, engineering, and environmental and federal contracting. We were a qualified applicant because we participated in BB&C's in-region government contracting initiative, in addition to having a financial capacity and the ability to account for the work that we conduct. Chugging asked BB&C executives to brief its board on the opportunity, and we chose to proceed after that briefing. Our board of directors asked lots of questions and proceeded with caution. BB&C's board and executive management selected Chugging Limited as we competed against other villages in the Bristol Bay region for this opportunity as the most qualified. We had an experienced board, a stable board and executive management. We had administrative support and financial capacity. So it seemed to make sense for BB&C to move forward with Chugging Limited. The one thing that I don't want anyone to come away from this presentation not knowing is that Chugging Limited paid its fair share for the controlling interest in Bristol Industries. It did not come to us for free, and we worked very hard on negotiating a market-based transaction and completed that acquisition in August of 2018. The entire process took almost a year to complete. Now we have a significant partnership with Bristol Bay Native Corporation. We provide joint oversight through a management committee comprised of representatives from Chugging Limited and BB&C executive management team. Chugging Limited has control through its votes on the management committee. So we now provide that operational oversight of that business together. Along with our biggest business venture with BB&C, we have other village regional corporation business activities, gravel and rock. We sign a sales agreement with BB&C where Chugging Limited manages the sale of gravel and rock resources, and we share in the royalty. Chugging Limited gets a significant share of the royalty from those sales. We have a land use program where commercial operators, sport fishing operators can use our land for their guests that they bring into the area for sports fishing. BB&C has tourism operations that buys that commercial land use permit. Then lastly, BB&C supports Chugging Limited and other village corporations in our region with shareholder records management and benefits distribution. So what is Chugging Limited's future going forward? One, we want to manage our lands with generational vision. The financial capacity that's brought along with the acquisition of Bristol Industries allows us to do a lot more activity with our land. We're looking at things things like alternative energy, to agricultural development, to wildlife resource management, as well as forestry management. We're using that additional financial capacity to increase our shareholder benefits and opportunities, everything from internships to job training to job shadowing to larger and larger dividends. And then lastly, we're using that to build our financial strength, looking for new opportunities to grow through acquisitions and startups. What I want you to take away from this presentation is that none of it was done without hard work, without our ability to always keep learning new things, without our flexibility, and it didn't happen overnight. I've been at this now for about 4 years with Chugging Limited, and many of our subsidiaries have yet to pay a dividend to the parent corporation. And we expect those dividends to begin this year and next year. So it didn't happen overnight, and we're still working at making it work very positively for our shareholders. Be courageous. Taking that big step takes courage, and trust in your teams. The people that we rely on day in and day out are responsible people, and Got to have trust. Got to know that they know what they're doing. And remember, the success of the village corporation and regional corporation takes a village. With that, here's my contact information. I apologize for not being present to answer questions. You may reach out to me at any time to touch base and ask any questions, follow-up questions that you may have. Thank you again.
You know, I think one of the things that we've learned as Alaska Native corporations and village corporations is that, you know, we're all sort of parochial. You know, how do we first take care of our immediate family? But maybe after a while, we start to realize that, you know, you can't stand alone. You need others around you to be healthy and successful as well. And I think that's what this example is for us, is the sharing of knowledge and the passing that expertise on to, from the regional corporation to the village corporation, has led to a stable platform for the Chogyong Corporation to continue to succeed. And I think it's a great example for us all. We'll shift now to Romina Bentz and Polly Watson from Bristol Bay Native Corporation. They're involved in the SBA administration, the portion of the federal contracting side of Bristol Bay's business mix. I think they're going to share a little bit about the Bristol Bay perspective on all of that. So can we, Romina, are you online?
Yes, I am. Yes, just getting situated here.
Okay, and then we'll get your presentation up.
Okay, share my webcam.
Sorry about the technical difficulties we're having, apparently.
Okay. I'm not sure if I've got the right webcam. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We just can't see your
I'm not sure if my webcam, if we can figure out the webcam or not. Yeah, maybe we just go straight to the slides and we'll just have to present without, yeah, I'm not sure if I can get my webcam to work.
Well,
here,
we've got your presentation up, and so
okay, great. Yeah, so I think it's working now. Okay, and you have our presentation up?
We do.
Okay, great. All right, yes, good to see you too. Thank you for being patient with our technical issues. I'm Romina Bentz. I am the SBA program, Senior Program Manager for Bristol Bay, and I'm here with my colleague, Polly Watson. And I'll let Polly introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I am BBNC's SBA analyst, and I work closely with Romina. And also, the fun part of our job is working on the in-region government contracting program that we're going to be discussing today.
And Polly is a shareholder, a BBNC shareholder also. Okay, next slide, please. And as you probably heard from Cameron's presentation, Chogyong was one of the participants of BBNC's in-region government contracting program. It is BBNC's in-house mentor protege program, where we mentor our village corporations into the 8A program. And I want to give credit to our board, who recognize the challenges that our village corporations have. And I think it's been likened to trying to land a man on the moon, is how challenging it can be to enter into government contracting and enter into 8A government contracting and get your first contract. A lot of steps in the program. But again, BBNC has been successful in the 8A program, and the board and BBNC wanted to utilize our BBNC's subsidiary capacity, the relationships in its network. And again, this is not, there's the partnership had to be, and mentorship partnership had to be mutually profitable for both BBNC and its tribes and village corporations. So in order to accomplish this, it's a heavy lift. We developed a training program and we required the participants to go through this training before they were able to enter into any type of joint venture with any of the BB&C subsidiaries. And next slide, please. And Polly will just go over some of the challenges to those hurdles.
Right. So in order for this program to be successful, we also had to view the challenges to success that our village corporations were facing. And some of those are ultimately in almost any program would be the geographical isolation. It's almost everybody spoke to the issues of being isolated. So, and on top of that, looking at the lack of business practices, and we wanted to make sure that our folks were, their corporate governances had a solid foundation. And in order to get them to there, that's when we developed them mentorship and the trainings to make sure that each village or the village participants had that. So, and not only that, they faced issues of lack of resources to hire skilled managers and staff, and some of these folks didn't have a business background, so it's getting them up to speed and making sure that their concept with the business background that they had, the working knowledge to make a decision to move forward. I mean, we definitely wanted them to be educated to a point where they know what they're getting into and the knowledge base of making sure that this is something that they wanted to invest in, because entering 8A is an investment for sure.
Okay, thank you, Polly. Okay, and next slide, please. So one of the things that we do stress with our participants is that our IGC program, our acronym for the Region Government Contracting Program, what it is not. It's not a contracting program. It is not in any way a guarantee to receive contracts, and it is also not a guarantee to team or joint venture with a BB&C subsidiary. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we do require is for our village corporation or tribal participants within the BB&C region is to sign a participation agreement. So I'm just going to very quickly, obviously the intent of the program is for us to work in partnership to have them become a viable independent federal contractor. Next slide, please. And then I've just highlighted some of the requirements in our participation agreement that it is our intent for them to achieve independence and to not be dependent on BB&C for their success. That they achieve, that their participation in the program creates sustainability. That they build their capacity, their past performance, and their initial revenue stream. And again, IGC cannot guarantee that they receive a contract. However, and part of this training also, some of the participants recognize that they were simply not ready for 8A contracting after going through the program. Some of them said, you know what, after looking at everything that's required, I just don't think we're going to have the capacity to do 8A. And we've worked with them in other, either in small business or just working, not necessarily in the 8A program, but will help to build their capacity in other ways. Next slide, please. And again, the commitment to success, BB&C is committed to supporting them but again, always with that goal that they become economically independent. Next slide, please. So this program, it's pretty intensive. The first training that occurred was in Dillingham and then in Anchorage, but this slide is just basically showing you that there are 3 two-day segments of training and the 3 modules that were developed, and just those different topics there. I mean, they're very, we're just skimming over just the titles to them, but it's very in-depth. But that is the foundation that we want to build for the participants. Next slide, please. So initially, we had 4 village corporations that signed up after we introduced the program, and we had about 25 to 30 people attending each of the segments. Next slide, please. And I'll have Polly just go over the mentorship portion and cover the slide.
Okay, so we've engaged with multiple meetings with participants, with our subsidiaries and with our consultants to go over all of these different things. I know that we also invited some of our participants to attend BBNC's annual compliance conference, and we carved out a breakout just for the IGC folks to attend. I know with COVID and everything, that was a little bit of a being creative and making sure that we were able to do an outreach virtually as well. And multiple board trainings tailored to each participant and folks who are just village corporations who just wanted to find out a little bit more about the IGC program as well, and making sure that learning piece is there.
Next slide, please. So as you can imagine, there's a lot involved with preparing a village corporation and mentoring them into the 8A program. And so what BB&C did was they partnered with Transcend Strategic Consulting, who provided an a la carte suite of services that would be provided to each village corporation in accordance with their needs. And I'll let Polly address that also.
Right. So looking at this program in a whole, in each village corporation, participant is on a different level. Some are a little bit more sophisticated than others. So each one is tailored. So identifying which needs are there during the due diligence of onboarding, and making sure that we are equipped to provide the corporate foundations that each village corporation needs to success in the program.
Next slide, please. So some of the benefits that have resulted from BB&C's IGC program, we have a joint venture between Umiak Technologies, which is a subsidiary of Chogyang Limited, and SSI, which is a BB&C subsidiary. And they've been awarded a substantial contract. Then ATL is Electronic Technologies, and they formed a partnership with Vista Defense Technologies, a BB&C subsidiary. And they've been highly successful. They just were awarded, I believe, just 2 or 3 weeks ago, a substantially large sole source award. So they're doing very well. And so part of, we build trusted and strategic relationships with these village corporations as they, as they mature in the program. And, by providing them access to BB&C's resources, we facilitate their success in the program. Next slide, please. And I'll let Polly just go over some of the FY21 accomplishments.
Oh, yeah. So we navigating and being able to reach out to our folks, we set up virtual meetings and virtual board trainings. In February, we had a 3-day training that went on, 3 half-day trainings. If we acknowledge that screen time, and was very important to reach out to these folks. And not only that, we created a monthly virtual training where we invite not only just our participants, but we invite previous participants and upcoming business leaders. So we want to make sure that outreach is available for all of those folks. And the attendance has been phenomenal. We've reached about maybe 30 folks who attend those trainings almost on a monthly basis since February.
Next slide, please. So one of the wonderful result of BB&C's in-house program is that we partner a lot with our local SBA office and also with the Region 10 administrator. So back in 2018, we invited SBA to visit Dillingham, which is the Chogyang is the village corporation for Dillingham. And so there were several at the time. That was Nancy Porzio was the administrator at that time, and was the district director. And Jeremy Field is the Region 10 district director. I'm sorry, yes. So those are members there of BB&C's team, Aleknagak, and also Chogyang. Next slide, please. And I'll let Polly go through just some of the successes here. You've heard from Cameron. And
right. So we're thrilled to see the Bristol Bay Village corporations like Chogyang gaining ground in the federal contracting arena. BB&C looks forward to continuing our work to identify unique economic development opportunities in Bristol Bay. This historic partnership demonstrates the potential value the in-region government contracting initiative can bring to Bristol Bay Village corporations. And Chogyang has worked hard to get to this point, and BB&C hopes to continue to find more opportunities with village corporations across Bristol Bay through the IGC program. So back in 2018, that's when this program was, partnership was formed. And if you fast forward to today in 2021, or in 2020, Chogyang made an appearance on the Alaska Business Top 49ers as number 26. And since then, Bristol Industries, and I think if you go to the next page, we can better see the illustrated.
Yeah, next slide, please.
The joint partnership. So Bristol Industries is a holding company where BB&C is a 49% owner, and Chogyang is the majority 51% owner. And within Bristol Industries, there are a total of 11 subsidiaries that is underneath there. So it's amazing. And out of those 11, there are 5 8A companies.
Yes.
Yes.
And so one of the things I do want to stress here is this is a very unique and groundbreaking partnership. This is the first time we've had an Alaska Native regional corporation partner with one of its village corporations to create a joint Alaska Native owned holding company, which is Bristol Industries. So this depiction here, this illustrates that partnership. And so then underneath Bristol Industries, the holding company, are the now 11 subsidiaries owned by Bristol Industries, which again, that is the first ever Alaska Native ANC joint ownership of a holding company. And that took some navigating with the SBA, having to work with John Klein and Mark Hagedorn and the staff at SBA were, I have to give them credit. They were, excited about the partnership. They'd never had one before. We worked through it. It took a lot of going backwards and forwards, but I do want to give credit to SBA for being willing to think outside the box. And this model is the first of its kind, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Next slide, please. I want to let Polly also give you some background with some of the participants.
So Chogyang Natives Limited is another participant who went through the program and is still actually in the program. And I just want to give kudos to them for one of its AA subsidiaries, Chogyang Management, recently received a federal award, and it's just complete success. And also, if you go to the next one, it's highlighting Aleknagak. If you could go to the next slide, please. Aleknagak Natives Limited, talking earlier, they formed a joint venture with a BB&C subsidiary. And again, it's just nice to see the successes of these village corporations in the Bristol Bay region. If you could go to the next slide, please. And going forward, identifying the training, the mentoring, the coaching, and making sure that the participant village corporations and tribes who are in the program are set up for success. We want to make sure that that solid foundation is established before jumping into the highly regulated AA government contracting pool.
And I just wanted to stress, that this is it's a trust relationship we're building here too. It's when we first introduced the program, some of the village corporations were very suspicious of a regional corporation wanting to mentor its village corporations into the 8A program. And so it took a while to build that trust. Now that with the success of our participants, we have more and more applicants that want to come into the program, and we're excited about that. We continue to refine our processes and procedures, and there's some things that we recognize that we're not good at. So we bring Transcend Strategic Consulting in to cover some of those areas where we just don't have the time to work with our village corporations. But again, it is a trust relationship. And I think we've done a great job over the years of building that trust. There's plenty of work to go around. There's plenty of the government. It's the biggest purchaser of goods and services, and there's plenty of work to go around. So BB&C is happy to share its knowledge and its expertise with its village corporations. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. If there are any questions, we are happy to answer them. Please feel free to reach out, email us. We would be, we look forward to sharing just our knowledge with working with our village corporations in this program. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
It's a wonderful example of as we climb the ladder of success, we have an obligation to reach back and share our knowledge and pull others with us. And then we collectively can all become stronger and better. Now I'm going to transition over to Jana Turvey. Jana is the president and CEO of Lesnoy Village Corporation. And she's going to tell
he told me it was 3:30 today. It was 12. It was
their path and their success to date, and it's onward and upward for Lesnoy.
Well, Chmai again, everyone. I do an introduction similar to what Hallie did. I am the daughter of the late John and Norma Shia, the granddaughter of the late John and Mary Shia. I was born and raised in Kodiak, Alaska. My grandparents were from the villages of Old Harbor and Woody Island down on the island. I did go off to school, eventually earned my Juris Doctorate from the University of Colorado in Boulder. Don't hold that against me. I always say that I am a recovering lawyer. So I wanted to take some time here to talk about Lesnoy as Helvie introduced, because the theme here for the Native Edge Institutes as they've been being held over the last year or so has been about resiliency. And I am a firm believer that my village corporation, I am a shareholder, I'm a Lutic, I'm Supiaq, has demonstrated resiliency like no other over the course of its history. So if we can go to the next slide. So who we are on paper, Lesnoy was incorporated like most village corporations in 1973. We were one of the village corporations under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. We had 297 original shareholders, and today through gifting and inheritance, that number exceeds 440. We did receive about 50,000 acres in the Kodiak area, very heavily timbered acres. All of that property is beachfront. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you ever get the opportunity to visit Kodiak, I encourage you to drive the road system. Once you get out towards the area that's known as Chiniak and you start looking at all of that beachfront property, chances are you're on Lesnoy property. Next slide. Who we really are. You heard me introduce myself. I'm Alutiiq, I'm Supiaq. We're the indigenous people from the Kodiak Island archipelago. As Hallie mentioned, my slide says 7,500 years. I know that's way too young. We have been here, as we say, forever. Kodiak Island is 225 miles south as the crow flies from Anchorage, and our shareholders are the descendants or the tribal members from my village of Woody Island. Unfortunately, my village is no longer there. Our last shareholder tribal member who lived in the village passed in the late 1990s. So we still own the land that our village was associated on, but we have no tribal members who live over there. We call ourselves Tigitmut, and that is the Alutiiq word for the people of Woody Island, and the island was named because it was so heavily forested with old Sitka spruce timber. Next slide, please. This is where it starts to get really interesting. So you hear the stories about Alaska Native corporations and when we were incorporated, as a result of the 1971 Act. Same holds true. You heard me talk about that at the very beginning for Lesnoy. But almost from its inception, starting in 1976, our village corporation was under a legal battle. We were in the fight for our lives for the next 33 years. I kid you not. For over 3 decades, our corporation was embroiled in litigation with a local rancher whose name was Omar Stratman. That litigation took every twist and turn it possibly could through the state court and through the federal courts, and all kinds of legal challenges came about. What it actually boiled down to was whether or not my fellow shareholders, my family, the ancestors who lived there years and years, thousands of years before us, were Native people. Were we actually Native people of the Kodiak Island archipelago? And that was because at the time that the act was being negotiated, to be a village corporation, you had to have 25 shareholders reside in the area. And I can't remember the exact date, but it was when this was all being negotiated. We had 23 living in our village at the time. We had several members of our village off fighting in the Vietnam War, defending our country. They were not physically in our village, so the government would not count them. So we embroiled 33 years of litigation, challenging whether or not we were a village corporation, whether or not the blood that runs through my veins is brown. Is it Alutiiq? I lost grandparents, I lost family members, aunties, I lost a brother who died not knowing whether or not this litigation was going to be resolved in our favor. Next slide, please. So you can imagine, we are certified as a village corporation in 1973. We get our 50,000 acres of land, our share of that 44 million acres that Hallie referred to. We got our share of the Alaska Native Fund, small amount of money, just under $2.5 million, to go off and prosper, be this prosperous village corporation. But we can't do anything except fight for our legal right and our existence. Every dollar that we had, every dollar brought into the corporation, fought for our legal existence, fought to win this challenge. Every single dollar and then some. You heard Hallie talk about the 7I and 7J settlements. Every dollar that we got from our share of 7J went to pay for consultants and lawyers and lobbyists to work this issue on our behalf. We worked Washington, D.C., we worked every avenue we could to get this litigation settled, and nothing came in our favor. As we entered into the 21st century, my corporation was in boxes in a shareholder's garage. There was nothing, literally in boxes in a shareholder's garage here in Anchorage. Eventually, some folks got together and used some of that 7J money and rented a very small office on the south side of town, but they shared it. It was in a strip mall, and it was a business owner who said, yeah, I have a space in the back you can have. So they sort of ran the office out of that space in the back. It wasn't until June of 2009, after the United States Court of Appeals had decided for the Ninth Circuit that we were a village corporation. The justice who wrote the decision said, and I'm paraphrasing, but that if you went back and looked at the actual ruling, his language says, We have done these Native people a disservice. We have not fulfilled our fiduciary responsibility to these Alaska Native individuals. Let them go forth. This litigation is over, and let them go prosper. And in June of 2009, the United States Supreme Court denied cert. Big sigh of relief. Yay, I'm Alaska Native. Woohoo! We have a corporation. Yay! But it just came out of boxes. We have nothing. What are we going to do? How in the world are we supposed to fulfill our mandate that you heard Hallie talk about? How are we supposed to provide for the social and economic benefits of the 440 people that we now represent who have never had anything come from their corporation? Because the entire time that this litigation went on, our lands were under Liz Pendens. We couldn't do any economic development. We couldn't participate in the SBA 8A program. We had no resources to do anything. Not to mention, we didn't know whether or not we were going to be in existence, depending on how those courts ruled it, came out in their ruling. So here we are. It's June of 2009, and we can move forward. Next slide. So our corporation, our administration at the time, made the very difficult decision to enter into a logging contract. And the reason I say that is because if you flew over our lands, and if you do fly over our lands today, we still have a large section that is heavily timbered, but we had some of the most rich, thickly forested lands that you've ever seen. Talk about old growth, Sitka spruce. Some of the trees that we decided to log in order to bring some financial strength to our corporation and actually try and move forward, were over 300 years old when they took them down and they were measuring them. They were just gigantic. But it was truly the only thing that we had available to us in order to try and bring us back from the depths of where we were. So the corporation enters into this logging contract. It actually starts in mid-2010. And then this current administration, of which I'm a member of, we took control of the company in 2011. That's a whole nother presentation about that little piece of our story, and I'll save that for another day. But we've been here since 2011. So when you think Alaska Native corporations, as most everyone does, they think 50 years. These companies have been here for 50 years, and there are many that are doing well. You heard Hallie talk about 13 of my sister village corporations are in the top 49. Now you realize Lesnoy's actually really only been here for about 9 years. We were so far behind the 8 ball, so much that we had to overcome in order to try and become this strong corporation representing our shareholders and being able to provide for them. So we go through this logging operation. It goes until the mid-2016, about July. And if you know anything about logging, you cut a tree down, and guess what? You can't cut that tree again for another 60 to 80 years. So now what do? We're going to go through this logging project. Great. We have our first financial foothold, and we're able to try and move forward. With those logging revenues, though, I will say that we were able to at least start paying dividends, and we have proudly paid dividends to our shareholders every year since 2011. Next slide, please. We also took the very conscious decision. You can see those two pictures. Those are two separate parcels. The one on the left is known as Long Island. It's out in the Kodiak Archipelago, right behind where my village used to be. And the one on the right is Termination Point. It's at the end of the road system if you headed north when you land at the airport in Kodiak. Lesnoy owns both of those parcels. We didn't want to log those parcels. That's what our land looked like in Chiniak. So we decided, okay, we're going to do something different. We entered into 2 conservation easements. Great Land Trust assisted us with that, but with the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council, we put those under conservation. And with those funds, we decided that we weren't going to use them for developing the corporation. We wanted our shareholders to have a resource available to them in perpetuity for some sort of benefit. So we developed a shareholder settlement trust with those resources. And now our shareholders have a permanent source of dividend stream. We've invested those. It's not huge right now, but eventually that pot will become big enough that those dividends will make a substantial difference in our shareholders' lives going forward. Next slide, please. So with all of that, with the logging operation, with the conservation easements, we've been able to put a very firm structure in place. Anything that you would think of as a corporation, right? We have a board of directors and management. Again, this group and myself, we've been in office since 2011. 3 of those board members have been there since I have. So we've really gone through the trenches together in building our company. I was on the board starting in June of 2011 and then moved into this position in January of 2015. For the first time since 1973, Lesnoy has some financial health and stability. And like I just said, we have our shareholder settlement trust. Next slide. But in thinking about that, okay, we had this logging operation. Now what are we going to do? Because as I said, you cut a tree down and you don't have another tree to cut for another 60 to 80 years. So how are we going to create growth? How are we going to create economic stability? How are we going to build business? In my previous lives, I had worked for a couple other Native corporations and knew just enough about federal contracting to be extremely dangerous because I came from the compliance side of things. I did not come from the operations side of things. But I knew that in order for us to move forward, we had to develop business and we had to develop sustainable business. So it took a lot of convincing, but I convinced those 5 individuals that we needed to get into the SBA 8A government contracting business. I didn't know how it was going to be successful. I just knew that there were people out there that would be willing to help us, and there would be people out there willing to train us to be able to do this. So they said, okay, if this is what you really think will make us grow and be prosperous, at least initially help us get there, we can move forward. I started TOYUC. TOYUC is the Alutiiq word for chief. It's a holding company. I did nothing more than using my legal training, filled out the forms, and developed a holding company. I then hired a consultant. I paid the gentleman, I'm not kidding you, I paid him $15,000. I think it might not even have been that much. And we opened Lesnoy Diversified Services and Lesnoy Professional Services. We filled out the applications. We did all of the paperwork that we needed to do. And we sent those companies to certification with the SBA for the 8A development program. It was his first time. He said, I feel really solid about these. Not his first time doing the consulting work, but when he sent them off, he said, I'm going to be shocked if we get a question back. We didn't get a single question back. We got certified within 4 months. We had 2 companies ready to rock and roll. And I told my board, now the hard work begins, because this is now 2018. We have no past performance. We have no nothing. We started 2 companies on paper, and I paid some guy not some guy, I know who, he's a great resource. And I'd be happy to share with you who he is later on if anybody wants to know. Very knowledgeable person. But we now have these companies, and what are we going to do? I have no idea what we're going to do. So I reach down and start reaching out. And this is where I have to give public credit to the BBNC Intergovernment Contracting Program. I'm not in their region. I didn't get to participate as a region participant. But I reached out to my resources, Romina, Sarah Peterson, April Ferguson, and I said, I need your help. Fellow lawyers, I need your help if you're able to help me. How do I go about with this structure? Who do I need to talk to? And they went to their executive leadership, and I publicly thanked Jason Matrokin because he said, whatever she needs, help her out. She can't participate in our program, but she can learn from you, and let her learn from you. So they spent time with me, and I'm not talking just one meeting, I'm talking time with me. I made so many appointments, sat down, ran ideas by them, talked with other folks, and they were just incredible. And they really helped me understand the structure that I needed to put in place in order to make this prosper. So I eventually hired a manager for the TOYUC sector, a chief operating officer, and that gentleman did not work out. And I hired a new COO in January of 2020. We had 1 contract at the time, 1 contract when he came in January of 2020. And we all know what happened in March of 2020, right? Here comes the great COVID-19. But you know what? I'll be gosh darn it. I have survived, I being Lesnoy, have survived 33 years of litigation, financial ruin, being in boxes in a garage. And I'm not gonna let some stupid thing known as COVID stop me. And we did not. We did not. Lesno Diversified Services now has a mentor. We have a mentor-protege agreement. We have 2 joint ventures with that mentor. We have 5 joint ventures in total under that company. Lesno Professional Services also has a mentor. We have a mentor-protege agreement, 1 joint venture with that, and 4 joint ventures under Lesno Professional Services. We closed 2020 with over $6 million in revenue. Next slide, please. I know that's not a huge number to many people, but if you just listened to my story and you heard the timeline, it was incredible to me. I have never been more proud to say that we have literally come through the ruins and the depths of hell. So think about at the beginning of the 2000s, we're in a corporation's garage, and this is what my company looks like today. So you have me at the very top, of course. When I first took this office in 2015, it was me and an administrative assistant. And I now have the depths to at least move forward and turn that $6 million. I'm fully expecting to close much higher than that in 21 and continue this path of growth and success. But I just wanted to give you a little bit in closing, a different perspective of what a village corporation has had to go through. I also wanted to mention just briefly, because we are here with the National Center and at the Native Edge Institute, that 2 of the joint ventures that I mentioned through my 2 subsidiaries have been as a result of attending these sorts of conferences and making the relationships that we have here and the ability and the networking that comes from these environments. So I encourage you all to take every opportunity that you can to network and meet your fellow participants. Go to Res, sit down, ask the stupid questions, because trust me, I asked them all. They won't be shocked by any question you have to ask. So with that, next slide. I want to thank you for your time, thank you for your attention, and thank you for letting me share my story.
Thanks, Jana. Great story. Now, we are strong. We can be resilient, and you know, good people prevail in the end if we stick to it. So thanks for bearing with our few technical challenges we had. I think it's time for lunch. I'm not sure what the plan is. Allie, you want to give us an overview of what next?
All right, so yes, that's correct. It is time for lunch. Everyone can go ahead and make their way over to my left, I believe your right side of the audience here, and grab a boxed lunch. And we'll be breaking for just a little bit, and then we're going to move on to our next speaker. Like 5 minutes? Yeah, we'll have about 5 minutes before our next speaker. So if you could go ahead and grab your lunch and sit back down, and then we'll have Valerie Davidson speak next. Thank you. Tribal Health Consortium. Valerie is president and oversees the consortium's governance and strategy for statewide tribal health services that serve the Alaska Native and American Indian people living in Alaska. She is an enrolled tribal citizen of the Otros Armorets Traditional Native Council in Bethel. My apologies for the pronunciation there. Davidson's previous experience includes serving as Lieutenant Governor of Alaska and Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Health and Social Services. Davidson previously served ANTHC as Senior Director of Legal and Intergovernmental Affairs and represented Alaska Native communities and health needs at a federal, state, and community level. Davidson earned a Bachelor of Education degree with a specialty in early childhood education and a minor in bilingual education from the University of Alaska Southeast. And here she is.
Hi, everyone. I don't know if you can see my PowerPoint presentation. I can't figure out how to get my webcam to work. So hopefully you can see my presentation at least.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone so much for the opportunity. And I really quickly realized this morning that you may actually, a lot of your participants may not know a lot about ANTHC or the Alaska Tribal Health System. So I thought it would be helpful to first be able to share a little bit about the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, who we are, what we do, and our role that we play into the Alaska Tribal Health System. Before I started, I should do a proper introduction. Port Orchard, Washington. My Yupik names are Nukhagala Kanem and my English name is Valerie Davidson. And I am originally from Bethel. I was raised in Bethel and also in Aniak. And my mother's family is from Guillemot. My father's family is not Yupik, and they're from Port Orchard, Washington. And I was also adopted about 20 years ago by the Jackson family in Cake, and they are both Tlingit and Haida, and I was given the Haida name Jasnach Higgins. I also wanted to acknowledge that although I'm from Bethel, today I'm speaking from Anchorage on the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina people. And I just wanted to acknowledge their incredible stewardship of these lands, really since time immemorial, where we are all so lucky to be able to live, work, play, and learn. And so really quickly, I want to give you a little bit of an introduction to ANTHC and to the Alaska Tribal Health System. And hopefully you can see, and I should be on the second or third slide. Are you seeing a photo in the slide presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So the Alaska Tribal Health System is really a voluntary affiliation of tribes and tribal organizations that provide care on behalf of all 229 federally recognized tribes in Alaska. And we collectively have about 12,000 employees, but each cosigner or tribal health organization is really an autonomous legal entity that serves a specific geographic location. And the reason we've done that, certainly here in Alaska, is because it just makes sense. We have more local control. We also have local priority setting and resource allocation, and we can also provide culturally relevant programs, integrate care around the individual and the family. The slide that hopefully you can see now shows the 25 co-signers to the Alaska Tribal Health Compact. And if you see the number behind, if you see a number behind, for example, the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, that number indicates the number of tribes that we provide services to. So for example, if you go to the last one, the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, YKHC as a tribal organization provides care on behalf and through the authority of 58 federally recognized tribes in that region. And again, each of these tribes and tribal organizations is legally distinct and geographically distinct. You can see where each of these tribes and tribal organizations are. I should have noted in this last slide, if you don't see a number after the tribe or tribal organization, that just indicates, for example, Chicaloon is an individual tribe and they are providing care on their own behalf. So the reason there isn't a number after that is because it's one tribe. Most of our care, for those of you who aren't from Alaska, our average village size is about 300 to 350 people, so we are pretty small. We have about 180 small village clinics throughout Alaska, and much of the care that we receive, that we provide in Alaska, is really through health aides, whether they're community health aides. They're typically trained. They have 2 years of training, more than an EMT, not quite a nurse, but they do everything from immunizations, prenatal exams, etc. Same for behavioral health. It's 2 years of training specializing in behavioral health services, both substance use disorder treatment services, and mental health training, and then dental health aid therapy, which is basically a mid-level oral health professional, and then some home health aides and care attendants. You can see the regional hospitals located throughout the state, and each of these serves its entire geographic region. So this area that hopefully you can see my mouse, that I'm pointing to, the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta Regional Hospital in Bethel, serves this entire region of about 75,000 square miles. No roads connecting any of the communities. This is the region that I'm from and has one hospital. You can see in the center of the state, the Alaska Native Medical Center. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Here's our typical referral pattern. You can see at the outer edges here, in the communities in the Aleutian Islands, it gives you a sense of the scale. We provide care all the way from California to Georgia, west to east, all the way north to south. We pretty much cover almost the entire United States. These areas that look a little bit like the hub in the spoke are hospitals, and then you can see here in Anchorage in the center where all roads for tertiary care lead to Anchorage at the Alaska Native Medical Center. But you can see our challenge, our geography is great. Our challenges of access are also great, simply because we don't have any roads connecting most of our communities actually. For care that is beyond the capability of the regional hospital's ability to provide, that care is provided here in Anchorage at the Alaska Native Medical Center. Here's a photo of our hospital, so you can see some of you are very familiar with this. ANMC is really unlike any other major medical center in the United States in that we are jointly managed by our partners, South Central Foundation and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. South Central Foundation provides primary care services to people who live in Anchorage and also in the Anchorage service unit. And so ANMC is more than just a statewide hospital. It is also the local and regional hospital for South Central Foundation beneficiaries. We are also, so in addition to being that statewide function, we also have a local function as well. ANMC was the first level 2 trauma center, and we have been since in recent years joined by Providence. We used to be the only one. We have about 173 beds at ANMC. You can see this number is from 2020, so these numbers are a little bit low, simply because of COVID. Pretty much everything shut down. But you can see the emergency department visits we had in 2020 were about 47,000. Our normal year is over 60,000. And ironically, that emergency department actually only has 17 beds, and our waiting room, emergency department waiting room, is actually 20 feet by 20 feet. So we are definitely outgrowing the facility. But here's a little bit more information. We do over 170,000 specialty clinic visits, 47,343 inpatient days. And again, this was in 2020, so really in an off year. So ANTHC as a tribal organization, now that I've given you a little bit of information about the sort of the tribal health system as a whole, ANTHC was created in 1998 through congressional authorization, and we provide statewide services that used to be provided by the Indian Health Service. And so the Indian Health Service still has a function here. They continue to provide services that are non-federal functions that are considered I don't even know if this is a word, non-delegable, delegated functions. I might have just made up a new word here. I better contact Webster. Anyway, there are some inherent federal functions that the federal government is not allowed to contract or compact. And so for everything else we provide, almost all of the services, the health services in Alaska, are provided by the Alaska Tribal Health System, which includes all of the 25 co-signers. Our statewide function, we support all Alaska tribes, tribal organizations. We have about 3,000 employees. So 3,000 employees at ANTHC statewide, and all of the, if you include all of the tribal health organizations, about 12,000 employees. So ANTHC is more than just a hospital and health services. We also have a community health services department and function where we do wellness and prevention. We're also a designer. We have an engineering company. We are a construction company. We manage facilities through our Division of Environmental Health and Engineering. Our support services also provides robust telehealth functions and IT functions. We have the Alaska Federal Healthcare Access Network and a whole host of other activities that are really about IT functions, etc. I could go on and on about the level of support services that we offer, but I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to do that. So again, more than just about the hospital, we recognize that a big part of our effort to ensure that Alaska Native people can be the healthiest people in the world, we recognize that we need a lot more focus on wellness and prevention. And a part of that wellness and prevention includes ensuring that we have adequate sanitation facilities in communities. We have about 60 communities in which we're working with them to ensure that they have basic running water services. We have 32 communities in Alaska, and our villages actually don't have any running water at all. We still go to the bathroom in a honey bucket, which has nothing to do with honey. It's basically a toilet seat that's slapped on top of a 5-gallon bucket. And then we haul our water in with a clean bucket to wash our hands from the lake, typically from lakes and rivers, unless the community has a community washateria, which is a central watering point. But still, this day where we have in these great United States of America, we still have 32 communities that have never had running water, and also an additional 17 communities that have some running water, but not all the homes in the community are connected. Some other work that we do a lot of work with communities just on environmental health work. We're doing work to assess their homes to make sure that the homes are safe, that they have what they need, they have good, clear air exchanges. We're helping some communities with relocation. And we're also doing a lot of work right now on climate change, because we recognize that as our world is warming, that is having a significant impact on our community. I mentioned community health earlier, and this is all about prevention, wellness and prevention. So some of those community health aids, dental health aids, behavioral health aids, and prevention activity you can see here. Sorry, I'm trying to provide a lot of information without sounding like an auctioneer, just in the interest of time. ANTHC also in recent years has really focused on education and development, and we have a strategic partnership with Alaska Pacific University. And some folks ask, well, why are you involved with Alaska Pacific University? Well, it's pretty simple. A lot of folks who aren't public health people may not know that the #1 intervention you can do for an individual, a family, and community to improve their health status is to increase their economic opportunity. And so for us, partnering with Alaska Pacific University just makes sense. And it also makes sense from our workforce needs to make sure that our rural workforce issues are being addressed, that as we are doing research and we are supporting Indigenous scholars, that it really reflects who we are as people. And quite frankly, the whole notion of nothing about us without us is for us. So that as that research and as that work is happening in rural communities, if they're not consulting with tribes, if they're not intimately involved with tribes, answering the questions that tribes really want asked and answered, then that's really just doing research for research's sake and not necessarily serving the needs of the community. APU is also a member of the University of the Arctic, and APU's vision is honoring Alaska's Indigenous heritage, exemplifying excellence, and preparing paths. We have many challenges. I'm just going to put this one out there. We have a long way to go to reaching our vision that Alaska Native people are the healthiest people in the world. We are still battling some things in our lives that are a lot to do with a lack of adequate sanitation facilities, change in diet, and some of those other things that you can see that I won't go into on this page. COVID-19, I know you heard about that earlier, but just to sort of close the loop on that, we have really been disproportionately impacted. We definitely know that systemic and institutional racism really impacts access to care, impacts access to health, and impacts access to funding. And so what we know is that Alaska Native people and American Indian people really want what every other family in America wants. We want our children to be healthy. We want them to be happy, we want them to be well educated, and we want them to live in safe communities. But because of where we live, because of our unique relationship with the federal government, we have to do things differently in order to accomplish that same outcome. And so, so we need that flexibility, and we need those resources to make sure that we can make a difference. And we certainly saw that during COVID-19, that a lot of the regional tribal health organizations, ANTHC, ANMC, really worked together to ensure that we had testing equipment, testing capabilities, as well as vaccinations that allowed us to be able to turn that corner, which was significant. And if you ever need to get a hold of me, the easiest way to get a hold of me is by email to either vjdavidson@anthc, or if you don't remember my middle name, you can just do vdavidson@anthc.org, or our website is anthc.org. You can find me pretty easily there. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was really, I know that for everyone, this has been just an especially challenging year, and it has been so challenging that many of you are probably like, geez, we're going to talk about this again. We know it's a hard year. And so one of the things that has been really helpful that I try to remember is that, you know, people are just tired, and it's more than just surviving the last year. People have been under tremendous pressure as schools were closed. Families were working full-time jobs while at the same time being their child's teacher, perhaps taking care of other family members who live with you or came to live with you if they lost their jobs. And just making sure that we all did whatever it took to be able to make it through this time. And so a really valuable lesson I learned from my grandmother when I was really little is that if you lead with love, you will never stand alone. And that really is about making sure that that we treat people with respect, we treat people well, and that we really look out for each other. And, you know, one of the great things about growing up in a village is that you learn that from a really early age. No matter what the weather is, whether it's 40 above or 40 below, everyone pitches in to do their part to make it through the winter and through the tough times. And if it's 40 above or 40 below, you still have to get up, you have to chop wood, you have to pack water, and you need to do your part to contribute to the family. And really, that has served us all well as we're moving forward during this really uncertain time that is more than just a health crisis. But we know, certainly have seen this year, that if people don't have health, they can't work, they can't hunt, they can't learn, and they can't be, we can't do as much as we could without basic access to healthcare and without ensuring that people are as healthy as possible. And we certainly have seen the impact to our economies when things shut down to make sure that people were safe. That also impacted everyone as well. The good news is, thanks to the vaccine, we are definitely seeing people getting out more. Thank you to all of you who have taken the vaccine, because we know that we're not out of this yet. I will share a little statistic about ANMC. Is right now we are very fortunate. We've had between 1 to 3 COVID positive inpatients this week. And we know that the reason that number is low is because of vaccinations. All of the folks that we have seen as inpatients lately are all folks who have not been vaccinated. So thank you to all of you who are making sure that you get vaccinated. You still may get sick, you still may get COVID, even if you get vaccinated, but you're very unlikely to end up in the hospital. I think I talked probably longer than I was supposed to, and so I didn't know if folks had questions. I'm having trouble with my webcam. For some reason, I can't get on to the video. I apologize for that.
That's okay, Valerie. We understand. Thank you very much for speaking today. We really appreciate it. And you're getting a nice round of applause here from the audience. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to take a couple of minutes here to ask you a very small favor. If you could go ahead and use your cell phone and pull up your camera and face it to the little black box. We have a survey that we would like you to fill out. It is very, very brief, should not take you more than a minute. If you could just take a couple seconds to fill that out, we would really appreciate it. We are funded by grants, and this helps us achieve those grants. So if you like our event, please do that so we can have further events in the future. All right, thank you all for your support. All right, well, thank you to everyone that filled those out. If for some reason your name tag did not have a little scan option, please go ahead and borrow from a neighbor, or we might have staff come around and do that in just a second. So I'm gonna go ahead and hand this over to our next speaker, John Shiraka. So when you're ready, please go ahead and come on over. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, National Center, for having me here today. Thank you, Wells Fargo and the various providers of funding. These are important events, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be here with you today. What I want to try to do, my session is oftentimes long, and I have an hour, but what I'd like to try to do is focus it on what the audience needs, and I know we have a lot of folks online, but I want to sort of understand background capacity, et cetera, of the audience, if that might be helpful, or sort of the changes that are happening in the federal sector, that might be helpful around federal contracting. So do we have current 8A companies in the audience? No. Oh, okay, current 8A. Individually owned? Awesome. Okay. Oh, okay. HubZone. 8A, HubZone? 8A? Awesome. Okay, so we have current government contractors. That's important. So there's a level of sophistication. Do we have folks that are interested sort of in the basics of the program and understanding entering the federal marketplace and getting 8A certified? Yes. Okay, good. Okay. And so we've heard a lot today. And by the way, I want to try to keep this discussional. So if you have questions, raise your hand. We'll address them as we go along. There's a lot of information here. These slides are available, and the National Center will share them. And then my contact info is on there as well. My background, real quick, is I ran these programs for the federal government for a period of 7 years. So the 8A program, HubZone, service disabled, women-owned, federal small business set-aside program, goaling agencies, all those things fell under my office. It's a period of time when I got to get to know Chris James really well. Chris James, when I first met him, ran the Office of Native American Affairs, went on to run the SBA's field operations, but he was very adamant and passionate about making sure that these programs serve the intended communities. And so we worked really close over those 7 years and have worked closely since to make sure that the Native community, the underprivileged community can participate in this space because it's an economic development tool, and that's the way the federal government sees it, to make sure that it's leveraged properly and the benefits flow to the intended recipients and economic development occurs, right? That's the intended purpose of these programs. And the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? And so it's a great market. Oftentimes, smaller businesses, either those that are brand new to it or those that are sort of dipping their foot into it and have a couple of years of experience, even some that have many numbers of years of experience, often don't understand the underlying mechanisms for creating set-asides and making sure that the benefits flow, and understanding those helps to keep agencies accountable. And understanding where you can push and leverage to pull helps you to get become an advocate for the program and ensure that more set-asides occur. So having said that, I do want to talk briefly about the federal marketplace, right? Because it is the largest marketplace in the world, the largest buyer of goods and services. There is a requirement by the federal government to set aside contracts for those that are already in the 8A program, Hub Zone program, et cetera. You know this, but 23% has to go to small businesses every year. That's in excess of $100 billion going to small businesses every year. Under that, there are certain socioeconomic categories, we call them, right? There's the small disadvantaged or 8A program. There's the women-owned small business program, service disabled veteran-owned small business program, and the Hub Zone program. And I didn't ask anybody if they're service disabled. Okay, or is there any women-owned small businesses? Okay, perfect. And have you guys done federal contracting before, or you're new to it? Okay, perfect. And that is a program that recently changed into a full front-end certification process. So I don't know if you've done that yet, but we'll briefly talk about that as well. So if you look at these, when you look at the 8A program, there are benefits for individually owned companies. And then as we've heard today, there are benefits for tribally or native owned companies like Alaska Native corporations, village corporations, tribal organizations, Native Hawaiian organizations. And very similar, when you look at the Hub Zone program, there are programs for individually owned firms and there are programs for tribally owned firms. And the federal government usually always hits the 8A program goal and usually exceeds it. And there are certain provisions in the 8A program that are unique that allow the federal government to do quick directed awards that actually pushes up the performance on that goal, right? You get to the end of the year, federal government has to spend money. They have the ability to direct sole source award, get acquisitions done quickly, and that results in a higher performance in that particular category. That is a full front-end certification program. Do we have any tribally owned entities or new tribally owned entities or potential tribally owned entities out there? Okay, so tribes on the 8A program, and we'll go through this, it's a full front-end certification program, right? And I'd encourage you, if you are women-owned small business, that you also consider if you can qualify for the 8A program. The more of those designations you have, the more attractive you are to a contracting officer. They can only do one set aside. So you can't do a multiple set aside. You can't do an 8A Hub Zone set aside. However, if they do an 8A set aside and you happen to be Hub Zone, women-owned, service disabled, they get multiple credit. So it helps them achieve their annual goals. And that's why, so the 8A program, full front end, Hub Zone program, full front end certification. And by that, I mean, you have to fill out a lot of documentation. You have to demonstrate you meet the program requirements, and then SBA will certify you into the program. Women-owned small business used to be self-representation, where you would, complete your SAM profile system for award management. There's all sorts of acronyms we'll go through today. I don't pay a lot of attention to exactly what they stand for. It's important to know what they are. But once you register in SAM, you click certain fields. It'll determine if you're woman-owned, and then it used to open up a file for you in at the SBA, and you're supposed to upload some documentation with respect to being woman-owned. That's changed since October of last year. So the Women-Owned Small Business Program is now also a full front-end certification program. But if you're applying to the 8A program, they're not one and the same. But if you are already in the 8A program, it's a little easier to go into certify.sba.gov and get your women-owned certification. But they are two different programs. In fact, there are three different programs when you look at the Hub Zone program too. And SBA has always talked, and when I was there running these programs, we always had sort of the goal of being able to create sort of a one-stop shop. You know, you come in, you fill out your documentation. If you fit, you know, 2 of the 3, you automatically get certified in 2 of the 3. Unfortunately, there are separate certification programs, and unfortunately, they are intrusive and require a lot of documentation. I think it was Jana that said they got through on their first try. That is rare, right? It is a cumbersome process. But the other thing that I'd say is I wouldn't be discouraged if you get a bounce back. It happens 99% of the time. They're always going to come back and ask a question before it goes through the scanning process, before it goes into the analysis process by the SBA analyst. And there's always some questions they're going to come back for. And the way that the SBA comes back can sometimes be daunting, or it can seem challenging. I would break it up. They tend to speak sort of legalese, and as a small business, sometimes that creates like, oh my gosh, what am I getting into? Am I answering these questions correctly? It might take time to get in there. Take the time, don't get dissuaded. Take the time, go back and forth. You can have questions for the analyst. If they're not being responsive, I know folks don't like to do this. You can elevate if necessary. The National Center can help elevate if necessary. I know you'll hear from the PTACs. They can help elevate if necessary, but I wouldn't give up. 9 out of 10 times you're going to have additional questions. You're not going to get automatically certified. So having said that, the 3 full front-end certification programs, service disabled is self-representation for all of government except for the VA, the Veterans Agency. And if you want to do contracts for them and your service disabled, they have a full front-end certification program just for those contracts. Across the federal government, it's a self-representation program. Any questions so far with respect to goaling, the certification programs, and sort of the overall structure of federal contracting? Yes, sir. Okay. Yep, we're gonna talk about that too. That's great. Good. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so look, so there is, and remember Janice said, you know, for an 8A tribally owned entity, it was like a $15,000 charge, right? So there are organizations, in full transparency, we're one that can help entities get into the 8A program, but there's a cost to that. But having said that, there are free resources available as well. Coming back, you know, putting my SBA hat on and being an advocate for small business, I would want to make the program as easy and streamlined as possible so you wouldn't have to hire people like us. The PTACs are a good place, but sometimes the questions become significantly detailed about the legal structure, about the financial structure, about your own net worth and questions like that, where they may actually not be able to assist in that. And that's when you might need some legal assistance or some advisory assistance outside of what's available for free. But what I would say is I would try to use those resources that are available for free as much as possible, and then supplement that with advisory assistance if necessary. Does that make sense? Yeah, so that's a good question too, and I'll be fully transparent. There are firms that'll say, oh, you know, we'll charge $10,000 and 10% of your contract values. Any contracts that you win, don't do that. Number one, that's ridiculously expensive. Number two, you can't pay 10% of the value of your contracts when you're in the 8A program. That's actually against the rules. Sharing of profits, yes, that's possible. If they're really good, you may want to consider that. I'm not sure I would consider that. If your applicant is real simple, right? It's got one owner, the ownership structure is really easy, the owner can meet the financial requirements really easy, I'd say, you know, like $3,000, maybe $4,000, something like that, is realistic. And sometimes even cheaper than that. And quite frankly, I don't mean this to be like how we do things, but quite frankly, a lot of times we're like, you can do the application, and we can just hold your hand along the way. And if you have any questions, we can hold your hand along the way. So I would prefer to work with someone like that. But however, in all honesty, some folks are like, I don't want to do anything with this. Here's the paperwork, you do it all. And those guys, you know, they have the resources and they don't want to spend time on it. So that's another approach. So I hope that answered your question. And I'm going to be around, so feel free. Okay. So with respect to the data analysis and sort of the marketplace, et cetera. Number one, you know, the basics, and I don't want to get too far into them, but ask questions if you have them, because I want to be interactive and responsive to the audience. But, you know, you have to register in SAM if you want to do work with the federal government. The one thing that a lot of folks don't realize, even the guys that are already in federal contracting, is when you register in SAM and you click some buttons and it says you're small, it automatically opens up a file for you in Dynamic Small Business Search, DSBS. How many folks know about DSBS? You do, awesome. Okay, so that isn't a GSA database, although it almost looks interconnected. It's an SBA database. And that database, bless you, that database has everything with respect to your certification. So are you 8A certified? Are you HubZone certified? And what a lot of folks don't realize, you can enter past performance and capabilities in there. And the other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that contracting officers use DSBS to do market research to set aside requirements. So if you're not updating your profile, if you're not putting your corporate quals in there and they go do market research, you're not coming up. So it's really important to go into Dynamic Small Business Search and update your profile. And the other part of it is you should do it regularly. Why? Because it's an antiquated system, and when the contracting officer searches through it, the firm that updated it last comes up first. So we have clients that'll go in there and, you know, put a period in there, take the period out the next week or the next month. So I would encourage you to do that. Number one, definitely every time you have better qualifications, more experience, I would do it. But you want to update it every so often so you're showing up in the search. And then the other data systems to be really aware of, it used to be, and it was called the Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS. How many folks are familiar with that? No, okay. Now it'll come under the umbrella of beta.sam.gov, but why is that important? Okay, when we're talking about identifying contracts, and sometimes I go off the rails here and I use my 1 hour, so tell me if you want me to stop. But this is really important because when you talk about, you know, where are the opportunities and where do I identify potential contracts, FPDS and now datasam.gov, and you can even look up USA spending, has every contract over $25,000 that has ever been let by the federal government. So why is that important? Okay, so I'm still selling widgets, right? I want to know, because the federal government can be such a you know, challenge to navigate, and it looks so daunting. I want to drill down on that, right? So I want to know who's buying the most widgets. So you can go in there, if every contract over $25,000 is in there, historically, forever, as long as they started keeping data. I want to know who's buying the most widgets, because I want to spend my limited resources marketing to those guys that are buying widgets. And so you can do a search, you can do a NAICS code search, and we'll talk about what a NAICS code is, North American Industry Classification Code. You can do a product service code search, PSC, or you can do a keyword search. And basically it'll drill down and say, okay, you know, I don't know, I always say Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, only because I used to visit there quite often. But let's say it says Wright-Patterson Air Force Base buys $1 billion worth of widgets. Was that good for me or not? If it's one contract that's $1 billion, probably not, because I'm not qualified to sell $1 billion worth of widgets to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But if there are thousands of smaller contracts that are $1 billion, all of a sudden, that's more interesting to me, right? So I'm narrowing it down to who's buying the most widgets. And then you can further drill down, right? So, you know, are they setting it aside for women-owned small business companies? In other words, are they friendly to that set aside? Are they setting it aside for 8A companies? Or are they setting it aside for hub zone companies? That helps you narrow down sort of what these are going to be my top 5 or top 10 targets. And then I wouldn't necessarily stop there either. So that's you've sort of drilled down where you want to market. The next step, and a lot of folks don't realize this, especially if you haven't been in government, you know, a lot of folks just want to go to the contracting officer. I have the contracting officer, I'm going to go to the contracting officer. The contracting officer is only executing for the program office, right? There's really the program office that has the funds. They want to buy something, they're going to get the contracting office to execute on those funds, right? So it's important to know the contracting office, who's responsible, and the program office, whose funds it is and what are they buying. And so you want to be able to engage with both of those offices at the same time. And then the other thing that's really important, a lot of folks don't do this, is how many folks know what an OSDBU is? OSDBU. Okay, so the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Every agency has a small business advocate at the agency level, and then the really large ones have component level OSDBU directors. So, you know, you'll have a DOD, and then you'll have Army, Navy, Air Force, Army Corps. And then on the really large ones like DOD, you're gonna have small business specialists at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So their job is to advocate for small businesses. Their job is to make sure that set-asides occur. So once you start drilling down at, you know, these are the top 6 places I wanna be, and you can look at it geographically too, by the way, because there's a lot of military bases in Alaska, right? That's one of the great biggest buyers. So once you start doing that, it's, okay, these contracts are coming up for renewal. And then for an 8A, these contracts are coming up for renewal, but the incumbent is graduating. So this is low-hanging fruit. So who's the contracts office, who's the program office, and who's the small business specialist? I'm going to work all 3 of those at the same time. And with the small business specialists, I'm going to try and get a meeting. A lot of times it's hard to do that. I'm going to try and get a meeting. I'm not going to just tell them I'm an 8A. I'm going to tell them, you know, I have all this great experience. I'm also 8A. There's the ability to sole source to me. And I see this contract expiring. And here's my past performance and experience to be able to perform on this. That's how I would sort of look at sort of targeting the federal marketplace in a more, strategic version rather than like a shotgun approach. Because if, you know, small businesses have limited resources. So if you're sort of doing the shotgun approach, you're gonna spin your wheels a lot and you may not gain traction unless you start focusing on specific areas. And then once you identify the small business office, a lot of times, and COVID was a challenge, a lot of times they'll have industry days, they'll have matchmaking, they'll have events to interact and be able to get to know them and network. And that's an important time to get to know the small business office, the program office, and also the large prime contractors. So on industry days, the large prime contractors are usually there. And the thing that I didn't mention on the previous slide is that just like there's goals for the federal government, you know, the 5533, they have to meet the 23% in the 5533. Large primes, like the Lockheeds or the AECOMs or the Deloitte, or KPMG, they also have small business goals. So they're looking for small business subcontractors that meet those socio categories to help them meet their small business goals. And that brings us to the last one, although it's not always updated and it's not the best database, but the SBA maintains a subcontracting network database, the last one on there, where prime contractors who are having a difficult time in meeting their goals will list opportunities to team. And large prime contractors, by the way, are audited every so often with respect to their performance. So they're encouraged to list their requirements there, although there's no requirement that they do. So it's not always updated regularly. And it's not, you know, the SBA systems are not the most user-friendly. If you go to dynamic small business search, it's hard to get there. Google it, do DSBS, SBA. A lot of things will pop up. You'll probably have to go halfway down the page. And then once you get there, it's like Internet 1.0. But it works. But it's not the most user-friendly, and it's slow. So having said that, any questions so far on sort of the overall scope and the strategy? No? Okay. I'm gonna take out my time to keep on track a little bit. Okay, so we talked a little bit about NAICS code. Everybody understands sort of the set aside requirement and what can and cannot get set aside? Anybody have a question on that? So the North American Industry Classification Code, every industry has a different size standard. So you can be in IT services and your size standard could be 35 million. I think it went up a little bit. Or you can be in professional services and you can be at 14 million. So it depends what industry you're in. If you're going to be 8A certified, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. If you're going to be HubZone certified, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. However, when you go to bid on a requirement, you have to be small for the NAICS code that's assigned to that particular requirement. So you could be small in certain NAICS codes and other than small in other NAICS codes and still bid on set aside requirements, right? We have some firms that are our clients that, you know, are like $200 million companies, but their NAICS code is an employee size standard. And so they're still considered small in that particular NAICS code. So it all depends on the requirement and what NAICS code is assigned to that particular requirement. Any questions there so far? And feel free to ask questions. Okay. The look back period changed. There was a lot of firms that were growing out of their size standard. It used to be a 3-year look back period. Congress thought, wow, firms are graduating early. They're going to fall off. You know, all of a sudden they're competing against $100 million companies. So they extended the look back period from 3 years to 5 years to sort of even out any potential fluctuations or spikes. And so now it's a 5-year look back period, and it almost allows firms to remain small as they grow, especially if they have a spike for a longer period of time. The other thing with respect to size standards that you just want to be aware of before I get to this slide, and I'm going to jump all over on this, but don't worry, they're available. I just want to make sure I hit certain things before my time is up. But the other thing that I would suggest that you make yourself familiar with respect to size standards, because I saw this a lot at the SBA. And as you start growing or you haven't always been in the federal sector, there are certain business relationships that can create challenges. I think it was someone this morning talked about joint ventures and multiple joint ventures with a mentor or even outside of a mentor. There can be ownership relationships between multiple companies. There can be common management. How many folks have heard of the term affiliation before? Okay, so with the SBA and with small business federal contracting, certain business relationships that might occur in the private sector can lead to what they call a finding of affiliation. In other words, if you do a whole bunch of joint ventures with the same company all the time, if you have common management or common ownership, if you lease facilities from one another, common facilities, common resources, those can sometimes lead to what the SBA will call a totality of circumstances, which will lead to affiliation. And I used to hate this because there's no bright line, right? The SBA says totality of the circumstances. So there's no definitive, oh, you have common ownership and you did a joint venture, okay, you're affiliated. Or, oh, you have familiar relationships and you did a joint venture, that's over the line. What they'll do is they'll look at the totality of the circumstances and say, oh, you're affiliated. And by the way, affiliation in and of itself is not a bad thing. There's going to be circumstances where you may be found affiliated through ownership or other reasons with respect for size standard purposes. All that means is that the SBA will combine your two revenues or your two numbers of employees to determine if you're still small. And it'll only come up, one, it'll come up when you apply for the program. You have to demonstrate that you're small and they'll ask you about your affiliates. And then it might come up if you get protested. And the reason I bring it up and want you to be aware of it is that we see a lot of firms, and even when I was at the SBA, you see firms that, have these relationships, will go out and win a contract, and in the federal government, the pipeline, you guys know, can be 6, 12, 18, 24 months. So you spend all that time, you win your contract, there's a protest, and all of a sudden the SBA says, oh, you're affiliated. I'm sorry, you're not small, you're not going to get that contract. So it's important to be aware of it. Affiliation isn't a bad thing unless you're misrepresenting intentionally, but affiliation isn't a bad thing. They'll just combine your revenues for those purposes. Any question on size and affiliation or concerns about affiliation? The other relationship, and before I went to the federal government, I used to be and the folks that work with me at our firm now, they're like, you shouldn't tell that story. Before I went into the government, my dad had started a federal contracting operation that I helped run and manage for a period of 20 years. And a lot of times we had really specialized expertise, and we would partner up with a Deloitte or a KPMG, and Deloitte and KPMG would be like, yeah, don't worry about it. We'll write the proposal, go after this set aside. We'll make sure you have the resources to get it done, and we'll win this set aside contract. Well, that's called ostensible subcontracting. So if you're unduly reliant on your large subcontractor, that's a problem. You're going to be found affiliated, and then they'll combine your resources. So there are relationships like that that might happen in the private sector that just don't work in the federal marketplace. Okay, so any questions so far? No? Okay, the rule of 2 and the simplified acquisition threshold. So how many folks are familiar with the rule of 2? Okay, so when I was responsible for running these programs, that's the stick, except, and you also had the reporting on the goaling, and you call out the agencies that didn't make their goals, and that was kind of a stick. But the rule of 2 is really the stick to keep agencies accountable to a set aside. What does that mean? It means that if there are 2 or small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, it doesn't mean the best price. And sometimes contracting officers and even agency specialists get that wrong. It doesn't mean the best price. As long as there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, then it has to be set aside. And the word in the statute is shall. It's not a may. So that's why it's really important with respect to market research, so that when the contracting officer goes in there to do market research, they can find those 2 small businesses. And then if you don't respond to sources sought, then the contracting officer doesn't have the research to set the requirement aside either, right? So it's really important to update your dynamic small business search profile, but it's also important to respond to sources sought so that the file is built up so a set aside can occur. How many folks have heard about a PCR, another acronym, or a procurement center representative? Okay, we got one. So those guys are actually like the PCRs that I used to work with at the SBA. They sort of thought of themselves as the cop on the beat, right? So any requirement that doesn't get set aside has to be signed off by a PCR. So if you're seeing sources sought come out, if you're seeing requirements that should have been set aside, I would raise that issue with the PCR and the area director. How do you find that out? If you go to the SBA website and just do an PCR search, every buying activity has a PCR assigned. And then you can figure out who the PCR's boss is and who the area director is. And if the PCR is signing off on requirements that should have been set aside, there's a problem there. Now, the reason that happens sometimes is because the SBA is woefully understaffed to cover the thousands and thousands of buying activities across the entire nation. They have like less than 60 PCRs. So unless, when you reach out to them, you're actually helping them advocate for small businesses. They get so many of these forms. I think it's called Form 2579. We didn't put it up there. But basically, they have to sign off on a form if it doesn't get set aside. But given just the math, I mean, chances are they're just, stamping them without a lot of thought if they feel that the file looks decent. But if you're finding issues, I would engage the PCR and I would engage the area director, because that's really the stick in keeping buying activities accountable to the rule of two. The PCRs enforce the rule of two. And then, what happens if the PCR complains and the contracting officer says, no, thank you, I'm still going to move forward? The other stick that the agency has, they can actually do the secretarial appeal. So the agency can actually appeal it all the way up through my old office to the administrator, to the secretary of the opposing agency, and halt that acquisition until a resolution is provided. So that really is the stick for set-asides to occur. The other one is that everything under the simplified acquisition threshold is reserved entirely for small business. And that went up from 150 to 250. There is consideration on the Hill and with the administration to increase that to $1 million. So I think that would be a great incentive for new companies to come in, because with the simplified acquisition threshold, you also have, so SAP follows SAT. The simplified acquisition procedures follow the simplified acquisition threshold. So as you raise that, then you have less procedures you have to be accountable to, and it's a way of encouraging small businesses to participate in the federal marketplace. Any questions yet? No? Something, we talked about affiliation, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. Yeah. So have you reached out to, so I know there's a small business development center in the state. Have you reached out to the SBDC or the PTAC to sort of get a review of that? And by the way, the National Center can probably help with that too, if you want to have a review of your capability statement. Okay? And the one thing that I'll say on the different resources that are available, every region is slightly different. Before I went to headquarters to run these programs, it was a regional administrator in the Mid-Atlantic, and they had 7 district offices. And in some of those district offices, the PTAC was really, really strong. In other district offices, it was the SBDC that was really, really strong. And then there's other resources available as well locally for free. So I would figure out what that network looks like, and your local SBA district office should have a listing of all those resources, and figure out what that resource menu looked like. And I wouldn't give up. So if you go to the first one and you're like, this isn't helping me, that doesn't mean the SBDC or the others are the same. I would go through till you found the right match for you, because everybody has a little bit of a different match. Do you need a business plan? Are you really, really basic at SAM registration? Am I looking at my capability statement? Am I looking for help for certification? I would sort of bounce around to find the right resources that matches where you are at. And the district office should be able to help you with that and at least provide the list of resources that are available locally. So the one thing that I'd say on affiliation, when we talked about the challenges, tribally owned entities, because we learned today, they can have multiple 8As, they're exempt from affiliation. So if you're a tribally owned entity, you can have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8A companies, and they will never be found to be affiliated. And SBA will never combine the revenues or the employee numbers to determine if they're small. They're always considered individual companies. And that's because of the benefits that are intended to flow to the deserving communities, to the Native communities, to the Alaskan Native villages, et cetera. So 8A program. I'm going to talk about this at a high level, and then I'll see if there's any specific questions, right? So for individual company, first of all, the 8A program is unique, as we talked about, because it has certain privileges with respect to sole source opportunities. Individuals, I think it's 4 and 6, but it might have gone on up to 4.5 and 7.5. But individually owned companies can get directed sole source awards without significant work and justification by a contracting officer within those thresholds, right? So if you're 8A certified, that's the only unique program that allows you to receive that benefit. The other socio categories have sole source, but they're much more restrictive. Like in the Hub Zone program or the Women-Owned Small Business program, the contracting officer actually has to write a justification that your firm is the only firm that can provide that product or service. And so the 8A, they don't have to do that. They have to be they have to do a cost analysis and make sure that, your cost is reasonable. They want to do a capability analysis, but they can do a direct award within those thresholds. With tribal entities, it's an unlimited sole source, but it's capped at 100 million for a justification and approval. Anything over 100 million with the Department of Defense, 22 million with everybody else, the contracting officer has to write a justification and approval. So on the 8A program, in the individual context, right, you have to be economically disadvantaged and you have to be socially disadvantaged, right? Economic disadvantaged, and that is up here, but it's also on the website. Let's go this way. So on economic disadvantage, and these slides are all available, right? You'll look at your personal net worth, and personal net worth allows you to deduct certain things, like your primary residence, like your business value, like your retirement funds if you're not of retirement age yet. So your net worth has to be less than 750. And your average income for the past 3 years has to be less than 350, okay? Your total assets for entrance have to be less than 6 million. It used to be 4 and then 6 once you got in, but it's 6. So that's economic disadvantage status. For a tribe or an Alaska Native Corporation doesn't even have to demonstrate that they're economically disadvantaged. For a tribe, they have to demonstrate that the tribe is economically disadvantaged the first time they apply. Every single 8A after that, they don't have to do it once they get the status of economic disadvantage on the first application. Any questions on that? Okay. I'm going to go back one. Social disadvantage. So there's the presumed classes, Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Pacific Islander, Asian American. Those are presumed. So if you fall under one of those categories, you're fine. But that doesn't mean that if you don't fall in under one of those categories, you can't apply to the 8A program. When I was running the program, we had, Caucasian females in either the IT industry or the construction industry that applied and got in, right? You have to do what's called the presumption. No, it's called it's on here. I always get the term wrong. We'll get to it. It's a narrative. You have to basically do a narrative that demonstrates that you have encountered discrimination, and that discrimination, so not just that you've encountered it, but that discrimination has led to an inability to get promotions or work, an inability to get access to credit or education, or to start your own business. So in the construction industry and in the IT industry, it's relatively easy to do that. And so demonstrating that the discrimination exists, but then connecting the dots, you have to demonstrate through a narrative that you meet that requirement. So if you don't fall into the presumed class, you can still apply to the 8A program and be certified into the 8A program. Now, the one thing that I always say about the 8A program is be ready to be in the 8A program, right? There's a lot of folks that'll get into the 8A program. It's only 9 years. And the sole source opportunities, the majority of them occur in the first 5 years. After year 6, you start, that's your transitionary period, and you start getting weaned off sole source opportunities. So the percentage of sole source opportunities that the SBA will allow you to get starts getting reduced in those transitionary years. So you want to make sure that you're ready, you have the contract relationships, you maybe have 1 or 2 contracts or at least some subcontracts, you know the agency, and you kind of know where the low-hanging fruit is, so that once you get your 8A certification, you can sort of hit the ground running on building up your capacity and building a good pipeline of sole source opportunities. Once you're in the program, there is continuing eligibility requirements. So you need to continue to meet some economic disadvantage requirements. You need to continue to show that not only do you own the entity, that you control the entity. So we didn't talk a lot about ownership and control, but SBA says you have to own the entity 51%. You can have a partner, but you also have to control the entity. That means there isn't any unanimous consent provisions where someone else can direct a board or make decisions. You really have to make the day-to-day decisions, and you have to be able to set the strategic vision for the organization. If you don't own and control, you're not really going to be considered as an individual that can be certified under the requirements of the program. Any questions so far on the 8A program? Because I want to talk about the Hub Zone program. This time always goes so fast. I want to talk real quick about the Hub Zone program. And then I want to talk about joint venture mentor protege, because that was brought up earlier, and that's a great program for newer firms. Any questions on 8A?
I'm unsure if it's for you. It says, how do I access the black box from online? Oh, no.
Not for me. Yeah. No, so the 8A program, so because of COVID, they actually extended current 8A participants by a year. So the current participants are in there for 10 years, but the program is a 9-year business development program. And you can't, it's a one-time eligibility. So once you apply, you use your one-time eligibility. And you can have 2 partners use their eligibility to apply, or you can have one partner own 51% and use his or her eligibility to apply. But you have a one-time eligibility for the program, and it's a 9-year program. Okay, Hub Zone, real quick. I don't know if I'm going in the Yeah, I'm going the right direction. Hub Zone program basically has a couple of requirements that you need. First of all, how many Hub Zone firms? We had one there, had one there. Okay, Hub Zone. This program has gotten easier to comply with. Tribes, tribal land, and land parallel or connecting to the tribal land is all considered Hub Zone land. There are two requirements for the Hub Zone program. You have to be, your principal office has to be in a Hub Zone. That doesn't mean your headquarters, and I'll explain that. And then 35% of your employees have to live in a Hub Zone, okay? Now, principal office. Principal office simply means where most of your employees work, okay? It doesn't mean headquarters. Just means if you have two offices and you have 3 people and 2 people here, this is your principal office. So if this is not in a Hub Zone and this is in a Hub Zone, I'd move one of my people here and now all of a sudden you're in a Hub Zone. And then the other thing that you should be aware is you can exclude job site personnel. So if you're on a contract and you have folks at J-Bear or elsewhere, right, Patterson, I always like using that, you can exclude those guys. And then you look at your number of employees and you say, okay, where do the most of them work? And then all of a sudden, that's your principal office. So we have firms, even when I was in the agency, and this is not, I mean, it's kind of gaming the system, but it's legitimate. You move people from one office to the other to have the right number of folks. Now, 35% of your staff has to live in a Hub Zone, not the same Hub Zone, any Hub Zone in the country, right? And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours or more a month, right? A month, not a week, a month. So there's a lot of firms that'll get interns from college towns. They can live anywhere, right? They get interns, 40 hours a month, they build up their employee base of Hub Zone employees. Now all of a sudden they're meeting their 35% requirement. And several things have really tightened up or gotten more simpler, I guess, with respect to the program. So it used to be, you know, you did really well, your Hub Zone employees got up and moved. All of a sudden you didn't meet the 35% requirement. The program now says once a Hub Zone employee, always a Hub Zone employee, as long as they continue to be on your payroll, right? So if they don't break payroll, doesn't matter if they move, they're still considered a Hub Zone employee. And then the maps are also going to change less and less as we move forward. So they're locked until, they were supposed to be locked until this year. They moved it back, I think, to 2023. And then they'll adjust every 5 years. When I was running or responsible for the program, it used to be like every 6 months there was a new edition of data from the Housing and Urban Development or the census update, and all of a sudden your place that you had invested in and developed was no longer a Hub Zone. The last thing that I'll say is that if you make a substantive investment in a facility in a Hub Zone, you can lock it in for a period of 10 years no matter what happens. That's another change that was implemented. Any questions so far? I do want to talk real quick about mentor protege and joint venture, and I'm down to 9 minutes. Yes.
After 9 years, does an individual lose their right to bid at regular status or at regular competitive or at a regular competitive bid?
Yeah, so no. So you can always be considered small. So you can always be considered small. You can always be considered Hub Zone as long as you meet those requirements, and you can always be considered woman-owned, et cetera, right? The only program that is restrictive in the sense of time is the 8A program. And the one thing that I'll say, it gets into a little bit more sophisticated strategy for 8A companies, is that you can win an indefinite quantity contract in year 9 and continue to get task orders off that contract even though you graduate, right? So there's a whole strategy around, I'm coming into year 8 and 9, how do I continue to benefit from the program once I graduate? So yes, once you graduate, you're no longer a certified 8A company, so you can't get sole source and competitive 8A awards. You continue to be small and you can continue to have your other socio categories as long as you continue to qualify for them. How many folks have a mentor-protege relationship or are considering a mentor-protege relationship? Okay, so in the federal marketplace, and this is one of the things we didn't talk about, there is a lot of category management initiatives going on. How many folks are aware of category management? Okay, so there's a lot of new vehicles. I would look at these slides when you have a chance. Category management basically is a way for the government to buy smarter. Unfortunately, what the government thinks of as buying smaller isn't always necessarily friendly to small businesses, because what they've done is they've created these huge government-wide acquisition contracts, GWACs, which they call best-in-class vehicles. And they tried to buy smarter by limiting participation, driving volume, and bringing down prices, right? And the government will say, not the SBA, maybe OMB, or maybe OMB Office of Management and Budget, will say that, hey, we're buying smarter, we're buying more efficiently, we're buying off of one vehicle, and we're going to get to our small business goals because we'll have small businesses on the GWAC. The advocate's response to that is, great, you'll meet your goals, but you'll meet them with 10 companies, or you'll meet them with 20 companies, right? Because what happens to the thousands of other small businesses that provided that service or product before that GWAC became a best-in-class vehicle? So being aware of that phenomena, and category management requires the federal government to bring more dollars into management every year. So there's a goal, just like there's the 23-5533, the small business goals, there's a goal to bring more dollars under management, under category management every year. So there are risks to existing contracts being pulled and brought under category management. So the one thing that I'd say is, number one, you want to be aware if you have existing contracts and have discussions about where those contracts are going, and are they going on a best-in-class vehicle. Number two, finding a mentor to partner with to go after the larger consolidated bundled projects and contracts is an excellent approach to expand your capacity and capability to implement larger and more complex contracts. Yes?
So how do you find mentor proteges?
Yeah, so look, I mean, someone this morning mentioned that events like this has helped them identify joint venture partners, right? In my mind, it's either industry days, it's matchmaking, but it's having the capabilities to provide the needs that the larger firm needs initially, right? And one of the things that I didn't mention, when you do your market research, like your type 5 buying activities, the other slice of the data is who are the large providers that might be a good prime contractor to my subcontracting role, right? But it really is industry days and matchmakings, but also presenting yourself in such a way that helps the large prime contractor meet its goals. And by the way, your mentor doesn't have to be a Lockheed or a Northrop or others. It can be a firm that's graduated from the 8A program. It can be a medium-sized firm or a graduate that's still small, but has been in your shoes before and knows how to get you through the program and provide the necessary assistance. The mentor-protege relationship is really beneficial to the protege because what you should do, you only get 2 in your entire life. So you want to be cautious. You want to pick the right mentor, okay? But you only get 2. So you want to do like a gap analysis, and this is what we always tell our clients. You want to do a gap analysis. But for X, Y, and Z, I'd be excellent in the federal marketplace, right? What are those gaps? Those are the gaps that your mentor should fill. And the mentor-protege agreement process, drafting, submitting, is really simple. There's a template online, it's certify.com. The challenging part is filling that chart that describes benefits flowing from mentor to protege. When we advise the mentor, and fully transparent, sometimes we advise both. When we advise the mentor, we're like, hey, make it a little bit mushy. SBA is gonna wanna report every year. Make sure you can report against it so that you're showing success. It's 3 years plus another 3 years. When we're advising the protege, we say, hey, you want it to be real specific. You want to know the benefits that are flowing to the mentor. You want to know the time frame. You want to know who's providing it and how they're providing it, because you want to nail it down and you want to make sure that those benefits flow from mentor to the protege. And then the last thing I'd say is the benefit to the mentor is you can then create a joint venture, and under that joint venture, you can go pursue set-aside contracts. The joint venture inherits the size and status of the protege. So if you're an 8A woman-owned small business and you mentor with Lockheed, right? You do a mentor protege, you create a joint venture. That joint venture all of a sudden is a 8A small business woman-owned. However, it has the corporate qualifications of mentor and protege. It inherits the mentor and protege's qualifications, but it inherits the small business size status of the protege. So now you have an 8A women-owned small business that has all the qualifications of Lockheed. It's extremely competitive. You can win best-in-class vehicles, and it's a way to participate in these larger contracts. The benefit to the mentor is because they're in an MPA, they can do up to 60% of the work. So the federal government will allow the large mentor to do 60% of a set-aside contract, where normally they wouldn't be allowed to participate. So that's the benefit of the mentor-protege relationship and the joint ventures. I'll be here. I think my time is up. 2 minutes. Any questions? No questions? Okay, I'll be around. You can ask me questions if you think of them. I don't know what to do with this next step. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, man.
All right, that was John Shiraka. Always a big fan. So next up, we have our Procurement Technical Assistance Center panel, and we're going to have 2 speakers on that panel, Mr. Craig Von Holt and Miss Carolyn Pratt. So we're going to go ahead and set them up now. Thank you. Right. Seems like we might be having some technical difficulties here. So just to introduce a little further. Okay. Carolyn, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Great. Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Did our presentation queue up?
Yes, it's currently up.
Okay. And Craig, are you on? You're online?
I am here.
All right. So we're going to kind of zip through a quick overview of what our program is about and try to just give you a quick snapshot of the program services. And I'll start off. My name's Carolyn. I am the program manager for the Procurement Technical Assistance Center here in Alaska. And Craig is a contract specialist with the program, and we're going to kind of be sharing parts of the presentation. So if you're not familiar with us, just a little bit of background. We are part of the University of Alaska Anchorage Business Enterprise Institute. And the Institute is made up of a number of programs that either have an economic development or a business development mission. And so we're all rolled up and housed into this one institute. If there are any attendees today that are in that entrepreneurial startup or thinking about starting up, the Alaska Small Business Development Center would be a great resource for you, and you can check them out online at aksbdc.org. So getting to PTAC, the program's been around since 1986. It was a congressionally mandated program by the Department of Defense to help potential vendors learn better on how to do business with the DoD. And so that's how the PTACs came into existence. It's a national program. There's over 90 PTACs in all 50 states, and as well as Guam and Puerto Rico. And it originally started out just working with DoD vendors, but then over the years, several changes were made to the program that would now open up the assistance to vendors for any government agency. So that would be federal agencies, state agencies, as well as local, like the muni or borough government agencies. So we're here to help with any government entity that has procurement activity. 3 of our main core services are technical assistance, and that's primarily done in one-on-one technical assistance. We set up a meeting with you and go over whatever issue or questions or aspect of a government contract that you might be pursuing. We do lots and lots of workshops, webinars. We have specialized training. And we also have a number of resources for our clients to access all kinds of on-demand webinars. And then a third area is, it's unique to the PTACs, it's called Bid Match. And basically that is an electronic solicitation notification system that we set up with you to create a search profile and help alert you to current bids and other opportunities that are currently out for companies to consider. So some of that technical assistance would be in the areas of getting registered in these various databases. If any of you are familiar with the System for Award Management, or SAM, you know what I'm talking about. Very, very frequently we are getting requests for help navigating that database. We also can help with the different socioeconomic certification programs, some of which John mentioned earlier in his presentation. So the Women-Owned, HubZone, 8A, those various programs we can help. We can match your business capabilities to opportunities, which goes back to the bid match service I just mentioned, but there's also other tools besides bid match that can be utilized. We can help identify who the buyers are within the various government agencies that might be selling your product, or I'm sorry, buying your product or service. So for example, if you're selling auto parts to the Anchorage School District for their fleet maintenance, you don't want to be talking to the person who buys food for the district. So we can kind of help figure out who's the right person you need to be talking to. And then we can also help with, reviewing some of the contract terms and regulations that might be in a solicitation if you have questions about some of that information. We can help review your bids and proposals, but only on the non-technical aspects. And we often get contacted by prime contractors who are looking to identify a pool of subcontractors, so we can help sometimes get subcontractors matched up with primes. And we can also assist with market research. Does the government buy what I'm selling? And if they do, how much? And when do they buy? We could also help identify who might be potential competitors. And then there are a few things that we can't do. We can't advocate for any one single business. Again, we can't prepare your bids or proposals. However, we can review parts of them. We can't complete the certification applications, but we can give you some guidance on what needs to be included in there. We can't make your business decisions, and we can't really develop any of your marketing plans or materials. However, we can help review like a statement of qualification or provide you some examples. We also often are asked to review a business's website to see if it's got information that would be attractive to a government purchasing person that might be looking for potential vendors. All of the work we do with our clients is confidential, and we can't really give you any sort of information on your competitors. So if we have like 3 different firms contacting us for pursuing the exact same bid, we can't share any of that kind of information with anybody else. And because Alaskans are so gracious and generous, we can't accept any compensations or gifts. So, you know, that offer for a bag of hooligan I had to pass up, and a gift card from an auto body shop. So that's a real quick look at some of the areas we provide assistance, and Craig's gonna jump into a few more resources we have for you.
All right. Good afternoon. Good to be with you all. If you're asking for technical assistance for your very first time with Alaska PTAC, we ask that you go to our website, and I'll provide the website here in a couple slides. But you want to click on the events and training, and then you want to go down to register for PTAC services, and then you're going to get a pop-up menu slide on the right, and then you want to click to register for services. And what that's going to do is it's going to ask a few questions about your business, and it goes into our database, and then it'll send an email to our procurement specialist, and then they will contact you, and that way it provides us a little information up front, the services that you need, so we can kind of prepare, and then we can get a hold of you, and then that person will either help or it will be emailed to one of the contract specialists here. So this is the best way to get the technical assistance. Obviously, we do take emails if you want to email us, or a phone call, and we just get you into the database later. But it's always better to go to our website first to get upfront help. Some of the training that we provide.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Next, yeah.
Sorry.
We do a lot of webinars and workshops, and we post them to our website, and it's a monthly thing. So you want to visit this website almost on a weekly basis, because we're always posting our different training events we have upcoming. And if you don't have time to attend one of these workshops or webinars, you know, on the day it's given, we record these, and then you can go to the website and we make them into videos, which is the next slide. And so these are kept on the website for quite a length of time. You can review them over as many times as you need, and it just really helps you to get the training at your convenience. And again, you can watch them a number of times, and they're always posted on our website. Another thing that was mentioned a little earlier is our bid match. And how it works is we have a worksheet that we send you that you fill out, letting us know your NICS code and some key words that you want to use to help find solicitations that are out there. And then you can also tell us, you know, what states you want to do work in. And then once we get this worksheet back, we load this information into a database, and then it searches the different data mining sites that are out there, and it creates a product like shown on the slide. And this is a typical email that you would get daily from BidMatch. And it shows the different articles that are out there to be bid on. And if you're interested in one of those, you want to click on that My Bid Match that I have circled in red, and it will pull up all the articles that you now can click on the particular article that you are interested in and see all the documents that pertain to that particular article so that you can review it and decide if you want to bid on those. It's a great program. I encourage you, if you're in the business of federal contracting, to contact us and get a bid match set up, because sometimes you just don't have time to be looking for solicitations every day when you're trying to conduct business as well. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit. Here's our PTAC website. If you just type in ptacalaska.org into your browser, it's going to come up. And I think it's one of those that you should make your favorite. We have a lot of great information that we provide monthly. It may answer a lot of your questions, and there's always some great training opportunities. You can also follow us on Facebook. We have a Facebook page, and we also have a LinkedIn. If you're a member of the LinkedIn, you can follow us on there as well. So a lot of good information. And the last thing I'll talk about today is networking. That's a very important aspect of doing business with the government. And maybe you don't know how to get in contact with a particular agency. We can help you do that. I've listed a few here on the slide, but there are literally hundreds of agencies that need services, and you may have no idea how to contact them. So if you get a hold of us, we can help you pin down an email or a phone number so that you can contact them and promote your business. Also, if you're looking for a teaming partner, the Dynamic Small Business Search is a great tool to find teaming partners. And if you don't know how to navigate the site, you can give us a call and we can help you do that. It's a great way to find other businesses that are similar to yours. You can see the status, whether they're an 8A or a woman-owned business, some phone numbers, people to contact, and I put the website there on the slide. As mentioned earlier in the previous presentation, contracting officers use this DSBS, so it's a great avenue to have your business on. And I'll turn it back over to Carolyn.
Okay, thanks, Craig. And I know we're right at our time limit here, so I'm just going to quickly mention one other thing and then give you information if you have any questions, since we didn't really have time for that today. So there is another sister program to the PTACs. It's the Native American PTACs, and I'll let you read what's on the screen. But basically, there's 6 Native PTACs, 5 of which are currently funded. The 6th one, which serves Alaska, is currently not funded. So your Alaska PTAC is acting on behalf of the Native PTAC. So if you come across that resource, you can reach out to us and we can get you connected to whatever appropriate resource or information you're looking for. But the gist of the Native PTAC is that there are some unique statutory requirements for operating on tribal land, reservations. There's also some consideration for cultural aspects of doing business as a Native American business. So that's the last. We had a few more items, but we're just going to skip here. So we didn't have time for questions today. Please email us. You can go to you can email info@ptacalaska.org, or you can call our phone number, or also make a request off of our website. So that's it. Sorry we had to be so quick, and I know we went a few minutes over. Appreciate having the opportunity to join you today, and I hope you've been enjoying your training. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. We really appreciate you for joining us. Next up, we have Robin Rorick of the American Petroleum Institute. He is the Group Director of Midstream and Industry Operations, and I'll let him take it from here. Thank you, Robin.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I want to make sure that you all can hear me if I'm gonna be talking to my computer screen here. So thank you all for having me here with you today. I don't have slides with you for you today, so I'll save you all from that. I did turn on my camera, so if you all can see me, maybe that might help, or maybe you prefer to have the slides after you take a look at me. I don't know. But let's. What I thought I would do is cover a little bit about API. I know some of you may have some familiarity with API and others less so, so I figured I'd cover a little bit about API, what my role is here at API as being responsible for our midstream operations. What does that mean? And then really talk about what you've probably seen a lot in the news recently, which is this cyber incident on this thing called the Colonial Pipeline. So what I've planned, I've got about 30 minutes, but really my plan is to take about 10 minutes for remarks here and really open it up for Q&A to make sure that you all have time to ask whatever questions you have of me, whether it's about what I've talked about or anything else that I may hopefully be able to answer for you. So with that, why don't I just go ahead and launch into just some quick remarks here. So for those of you who don't know about API, we are a trade association headquartered in Washington, D.C. We have 8 regional offices that cover the entire nation, where we work at more state and local level issues. But we are a trade association of about 320, 330 individuals. If you really think about API in its simplest terms, we really have 2 arms to API. One is the dues setting side, which is the part that I'm a component of, which effectively means that member company dues. We have about just under 600 member companies of everything from the large integrated companies like Exxon, BP, Shell, et cetera, all the way down to mom and pops, to companies that provide individual services to oil and gas companies, both oil and natural gas, and all over the United States. So we originally got started in 1919 as a standards organization, and that's the other part of API, where we create standards for the industry. So today we have about 700, a little bit more than 700 standards for the industry that covers everything from equipment specifications to operating practices to ensure safety. For those of you who change the oil in your car, if you ever look on the back of a bottle of oil, you'll see an API monogram for engine oil, and that ensures that if you are buying a particular type of oil like 0W20 or 10W30, that it meets those specifications for viscosity and quality, et cetera. So we have about, as I said, about a little bit more than 700 plus standards, many of which are referenced directly in regulation. Our trade association, there are a lot of oil and gas trade associations. Some are local. There are a handful of them like ours that are more national based. We are by far the largest trade association, and one of the other key differences between us and a lot of the other oil and gas trades is that most of the other oil and gas trades really cover individual segments of the industry or components of the industry. Our industry really covers everything from the upstream side, which is the exploration and production, all the way down through the downstream side of the business, which is the refining and marketing of our products and then distribution out throughout the country. My particular piece of it, I've been at API for about 25 years. I oversee all of our midstream activities and policy development, which is really everything to do with the transportation and storage of crude oil and natural gas. So what does that mean? It means storage and storage tanks above ground and below ground. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, if you heard about that, dealing with policy issues associated with that. But then really the movement of crude oil and natural gas in pipelines, in ships, in trucks, and in rail, and all of the policies that are associated with that. By far, the most of our time right now is taken up by pipeline issues. And I staff a committee of executives from our industry that really give us the direction on what we should be working on and the policies and our policy positions on key issues facing our industry right now. If you think about pipelines as a whole, and that tends to be the topic du jour these days, most people don't know that we have about 500,000 miles of transmission pipelines scattered throughout the country of both oil and natural gas. And what I mean by transmission, these are large diameter, high pressure lines specifically designed to move product across large distances, taking them from the place where they are produced or gathered to where they are used, either refined or then distributed out to the marketplace. When you look at gathering and distribution lines, particularly for natural gas, that number goes from 500,000 miles up to 2.7 million miles. And when we say distribution, those are the natural gas lines that bring natural gas to your homes for cooking or heating. It's the natural gas lines that feed into factories for energy or into electric utility facilities to produce electricity. And the noticeable trend for our industry, as at about 2008 or so, two new technologies came to the oil and gas industry on the upstream side, which is really horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing. And what that effectively did, and I'll save you from the technical aspects of it, but what that effectively did is that it allowed the industry and in fact our nation to transition from producing oil in the traditional oil patch, which is the Gulf of Mexico, to now producing oil and natural gas all over our country. So there are significant natural gas pockets, for example, in the Niobrara Formation, which is in Colorado, in Marcellus, which is in the Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, New York area. There's significant crude oil that we're producing out of the Bakken region, which is the North and South Dakota, a little bit of Montana there. And then in the Permian and Eagle Ford, which is West Texas into Arizona. So what that means effectively is that beyond the 500,000 miles of pipeline that we developed to meet the existing need, now what we're doing is we're looking to build more pipeline to continue to supply the country with oil and natural gas that we're finding. About 3 years ago, we became net exporters for natural gas. We produce more natural gas here in this country than we use. 2 years ago, we did that. And then more recently, we've become become one of the leading producers of both oil and natural gas in the world. And in fact, we're an oil and natural gas superpower in the country. And that's had dramatic effects throughout the world. So as I have worked with these midstream executives and these pipeline companies, there's been a noticeable trend from what was our traditional focus, which was really on safety, making sure that we could provide the products, get the products from point A to point B safely and without incident. And there's been a shift. While we still need to, and we still are focused on those safety issues, there's been a shift to a lot more, to a much wider range of issues, such as community engagement, conservation management, climate change, energy transition, and of course, cyber. And we have been working these issues for quite some time. And we have been telling both individuals out in the public as well as policymakers that, in fact, the oil and natural gas industry is a critical component of our nation, provides affordable and reliable energy throughout the country. And I think people in generally get it. But then a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago now, this pipeline that no one had heard of, or many people hadn't heard of, called Colonial Pipeline, gets hit with a cyber attack. And there is a great deal of concern that folks are going to run out of gas. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Colonial Pipeline, it's a pipeline that really starts in Texas and then runs all the way up to New Jersey, and is really the main trunk line that delivers refined gasoline, jet fuel, and some other products all up and down the eastern seaboard. And so what we saw was there were some initial supply issues, but then panic ensued throughout the country and in the communities, and we saw a lot of panic buying. And so it took a bad problem and made it significantly worse, where everyone started running out and filling up their cars and gas tanks and other things with gasoline. We had heard stories from some gas stations that sold 2 days worth of gasoline in 2 hours, as an example. And to be clear, I don't think the system would have been able to meet that demand under normal circumstances. And now we have a circumstance where one of our pipelines was hacked and was now down for operations. And the challenge is that unlike a lot of issues that create some sort of national response to our industry, like a hurricane, for example, Katrina, Rita, or Ike or Gustav, where you could actually see the damage. The particular challenge with the cyber incident was that you can't really see the physical damage. So you can't really assess how extensive it is with your eye. You have to be a trained expert in cyber issues to really know how extensive the damage really was. And so consequently, there were just a lot of unknowns. There wasn't a common operating picture, as we say, as to what the actual issue was, what the incident was. Was this isolated to an individual company? Was it isolated to the entire pipeline industry? Or was this a broader issue? So there's still a lot of details that we don't know, in large part because the issue is under investigation. But what I can tell you, because it is public information, if you haven't already seen it or don't already know, is that what Colonial Pipeline got hit with was a ransomware attack. And this is something that is not uncommon to anyone in the country, and many businesses in the country face ransomware attacks. It is by far one of the biggest cyber threats that's facing our country right now. Secretary Mayorkas, the current Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, ironically and coincidentally, the week before this incident, spoke at a Chamber of Commerce event and spent 30 minutes talking about the impact of ransomware on our country, particularly in the commercial sector of our industry. So clearly, if it's a big enough issue for the Secretary of Homeland Security, who also has to deal with border issues and other national security threats, for him to spend 30 minutes talking specifically about ransomware and the threat that it posed to the broader nation, you kind of know on the outset that this is a fairly significant issue. And indeed, what we have seen, certainly before the Colonial incident, where we've seen instances where hospital systems have been hit with ransomware, and where the threat has been, if you don't pay us, then we're going to release confidential information out into the public. I live in Northern Virginia, work downtown in Washington, D.C., and the D.C. police, I want to say last year, sorry, I lose track of time working from home, but not too long ago, the D.C. police got hit with ransomware with the same sort of threat of if they didn't pay the ransom, then they were going to start releasing data. And then even after Colonial, within the last week, you saw a notice of a meat processing facility that got hit with ransomware as well. For Colonial Pipeline, their IT system, their information technology system got hit with the ransomware. And if you think about, there's really two basic types of systems at most commercial facilities. There's the IT, the information technology system, and the OT, the operating system. So for a pipeline, if you would think about the IT system as things like your payroll, email, internet, that system got infected by the ransomware, but the operating system, the system that really operates the processes, that moves many of the valves on the pipeline, monitors the processing and the movement of the crude, of the refined product up and down the pipeline. The operating system did not get affected, the IT system did. And so what Colonial Pipeline did is that they ended up shutting down their entire system to make sure that they could isolate the ransomware to their IT system and then not get their OT system affected. So ultimately, the pipeline was out of service for about 5 days. When you look at the average time that a ransomware attack affects a company, it's typically around 21 days. So the fact that Colonial Pipeline was able to identify the issue, isolate the issue, and then address the issue, and then get its system back up and running, and then get the pipeline back up and running in 5 days is certainly impressive. though not without impact, as you saw throughout the country. And there were some short-term impacts, particularly with fuel shortages, as I just discussed, because of just the system of supply and demand. When you saw supply go down, demand go up, you saw some price spikes as well. And so I'm happy to say that we're past the bulk of those issues. However, as an industry now, we're doing a lot of work. We're trying to figure out how can we work with the Department of Homeland Security and the rest of the Biden administration to figure out what an appropriate path forward looks like. What does appropriate regulation for pipeline cybersecurity look like? It's very challenging to find the sweet spot for pipeline cybersecurity, or for oil and gas industry, or any industry regulation or legislation on cybersecurity, because if for no other reason, the threat of cybersecurity evolves so rapidly and so quickly. As you all, I'm sure all here, your computers, even your personal computers, are constantly being updated with patches to address changing and evolving cybersecurity threats. And these ransomware attacks are proving to be effective and quite lucrative for the perpetrators. So how then can we create a system that's cooperative, or the industry is sharing the information that they're getting with the federal government? The government is managing and controlling that information in a way where it is being protected, and we're not adding fuel to the fire, so to speak. But then they're also sharing information with industry proactively, so that the industry can make sure that they're doing whatever they can to protect their systems. And then there's this broader issue of how can we make sure that what we're doing in the oil and gas industry can be shared with other industries and other communities that are being affected by the same cyber threats that we are, since it's certainly not isolated to just our industry. So those talks are ongoing right now. I would suggest that no one, particularly within the industry, nor within the federal or state governments, want to have a repeat of these things. So the question is can we find an amenable path forward? We did at API, as I said, we are a standard setting organization. We just completed or we're in the process of completing, our hope is to have it done within the next month, a specific standard dealing with cybersecurity for pipelines. It's our recommended practice 1164, which is specifically designed to deal comprehensively with pipeline cybersecurity. So, and that we've developed that recommended practice together with the federal government, representatives from the federal government, cybersecurity experts in the public, and then within our industry. So that is another avenue where we hope that we can find some agreement on a path forward and work throughout our public sector partners to find a good path forward. And then the other thing that I'll mention, then I'll stop here so we can open it up for comments or questions, is this is one of the reasons why we continue to advocate for greater pipeline capacity in this country, is that creating more pathways to move our product provides redundancy in the system, so that if a pipeline gets hit, then you can find workarounds. They may not be the most efficient. You may have temporary impacts to pricing or supply availability, but you do have other paths to move products around. It's really no different than if you think about traffic. And if there's an accident on a road and traffic is backed up, you hope that there are other roads that you can take to provide workarounds to that one log jammed piece of road, not without impact, but your hope is that it provides enough of an outlet so that you can ameliorate the problem and then move forward. And it's really no different for pipelines or other infrastructure, whether we're talking maritime infrastructure or whatever. So as we move forward, we look forward to working with the administration, and then enhancing our systems and enhancing the public-private partnership that exists to move forward with cybersecurity. It's good for us, it's good for them, and I think it's good for the nation. So with that, why don't I stop and see if there are any questions, and I'll be happy to answer whatever I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I don't see any questions in the audience, and there aren't any questions online. Thank you for your time today.
Not at all, and I hope you all continue to have a great conference. And if you do have any questions, by all means, let us know. We'd be happy to provide any input or any comments to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, I'd like to introduce Joe Trimble, Small Business Leader and Business Liaison Consultant of the Mountain region for Wells Fargo. Hello,
awesome.
Joe.
Thank you so much. Making sure my audio is coming through good?
Yes, it sounds great.
Perfect. Great. Awesome. Thank you so much. And Robin, I had to go with slides today. So as those are put up on the screen, you know, for me and what I do at Wells Fargo, it starts back with a little bit about our history. And on March 18th, 1852, our founders, Henry Wells and William Fargo, built an innovative startup to help customers build businesses and manage money in a rapidly changing world. Their dedication to finding creative solutions and advocating for more inclusive communities continues to inspire generations of change makers to build the history of what's next. For generations, we've been helping people go further, from exchanging gold coins for paper checks to enabling online transactions. We're continually innovating so our customers can get ahead. My role in all of this is to support diverse small businesses in the region that I support, and I cover 5 states total. I'm based out of New Mexico. I also support Alaska, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona. And this work is extremely important to me. Why? Because I know firsthand, growing up in a family of small business owners, how important it is to ensure that all of you have the opportunity to not only learn more from what a banking relationship can do for you, but have the opportunity to interact and really work with bankers in a way that creates a very relationship style type of banking. And it's important to me because I grew up in a family of small business owners. I spent my early years seeing firsthand how difficult and how challenging being in business can be. And that was not during the last year or like the last year that we've had. And I can't believe that already a year has passed since COVID-19 began causing businesses to shut down in the US. The good news with vaccines rolling out, we're getting truly a glimpse of what it might look like as we work towards a new normal. Over this past year, I've been really digging in and learning from small businesses because of the ingenuity of American small businesses like all of you, and how firsthand you've taken these challenges firsthand and really built a way to continue to thrive. And I know for some of us, we're not quite there yet, but today and what I promise I'll bring to the table are really some ideas that I've collected over the last course of a year, really to give you some tactical things that you can take away today, thinking about everything that we've gone through and learned throughout this forum, and really start to put it into motion. So let's jump right in and we'll start on the next slide. So when I think about piecing this together, I'd like to start with insights. And we all know, and you know firsthand that what has changed is truly how our customers do business with us. So as I think about positioning something for you all to walk away with and to leverage, I want you to really think about that customer-centric approach that started your business. I look at this and refer to this as the customer journey, and really focusing on what the customer situation and experiences are, but then identifying and re-asking yourself, how can I make an impact in those customers' lives? As with all things relating to your business strategy, when looking for insights, the customer should be that primary consideration. You should focus all insights that tell you more about their experience and how you can impact that by experiencing the customer journey. The next is know what you know and what you don't. There are so many moving parts to everything that we do each and every day, especially for you all as a business owner. We heard all of the different components that you can leverage to be successful. And it's starting by joining forums like this and really leaning into your network to really gain additional insights on how and what is happening in the business world around us. Knowing what you know and what you don't creates this situation that really removes the pandemic and continues to help evolve and ensure that you can continue to be fully familiar with the changing rules and guidelines to be able to prepare for what additionally may come. And I've been working with business owners a lot on trying to help switch from unprecedented. That term I think was used enough. And as I think about what this year should bring, it's not about unprecedented, it's about unpredictability. And if we can keep that at the center of what we do and leverage the customer-centric approach, but really leaning into what we know, and then finding ways to help fill what we don't know through our network, that to me is what will help us get to the next step. And there are 4 steps that I'll leave you with on this slide. The first is start with tracking your time on what you're doing in the financial side of your business. This is where we come in as bankers, and what we will help you learn is really how do you piece your day together. And by looking at what you spend time on financially, like making deposits, paying vendors, your payroll, billing customers, general accounting tasks, adding all of those hours up will give you really what you will take away is what you can do differently to help perfect those. So is it finding resources in the community that could help you do this more efficiently? And that's the big component here. Number 2, investigate whether automation and online banking can help. Talk to your banker about mobile deposits, how to automate your payments, how to take advantage of account alerts, or even how to automate your payroll. Based on the amount of time that you calculated in the step before, this is where you can start to simplify that and to start to put in processes that make it easier. Step number 3 is consider hiring part-time staff or third-party consultants. I know staffing right now is a challenge for all, but again, living in the community and really understanding all of these organizations today that are sharing with you, make that ask and see what resources they have to help you be strategic in how you find these people. It may be a personal assistant, it may be an accountant or a bookkeeper, it may be someone who can help handle cybersecurity, it may be an HR consultant. Remember, the experts may work more efficiently and spend fewer hours, which in the long run cost you less. And then number 4, how will you spend your newfound time? Once we figure out where we're spending too much time, then we can back into it and really look at where do I apply this time next and how do I leverage this time to make my business more successful. So having a plan for what you will do with that freed up time can help you ensure you use it efficiently. For instance, consider setting aside time for forecasting, market research, or even competitive analysis. You may also research and review growth opportunities or even new capital investments. Those tips have worked really well with customers I've supported, and I hope they work well for you as well. Let's jump to the next slide. The next topic outside of insights is those connections. Here's where we have an opportunity to really pressure test your ideas by speaking to your network. When you leverage your network, it's about utilizing your connections to help understand and get really honest and candid feedback about your current model and those ideas that you're thinking about to help shift your business model or to make a strategic move, which can be valuable and really create a first step in successfully executing it. From there, it's really building connections to your customers. Focus on what you can offer, not what you're selling. That tip to me has been a difference maker for business owners. We heard a lot about your capability statement. That's what that is. That will put the customer-centric approach in the forefront, and it will help your customers truly understand what you are trying to accomplish as a business owner. Up next on the next slide is the business strategy component. The business strategy component really creates a space for us to know when to pivot. The pandemic has shown just how quickly the business environment and the experience of customers can change. Everything from a business's operating model to the tendencies of customers can change much faster than expected. As you think about the needs of your customers, think about how you can now or in the future adapt your offerings and business model to reflect those needs. I always like to help business owners really get back to the basics. I love focusing on the basics because this is the pivoting piece that allows you to have really to involve a revolutionary approach, but from a marketing to capital spending to business offerings, and really looking to the basics can create opportunities as well. You created your business around an idea, leverage that original idea, and really lean into your business plan to help create those unpredictable moments that you will have to overcome in your business. It's a huge component of what I know is helping business owners today. If we can jump to the next slide, we'll take a look at marketing. Actually, one more, please. This is where the digital and social components come into play. And wow, I just can't believe how the pandemic caused this shift in how we as individuals communicate. I'm coming to you from New Mexico, and we're now in a space where we have an opportunity to learn from each other and to really help impact the bigger picture. And that digital and that social media space has helped us do that. Ensuring your digital and social media presence is optimized is as important now as it ever was. This is particularly true of communication, as these channels can help keep potential and existing customers informed of changes or pivots that have to be made. I'm going to read from an article that I love using the language within it to help build on what are the steps within the journey for a customer and why digital and social play into a component piece of that. So as we think about looking at the digital space, it really does break down into three areas. It's about money movement, account management, and fraud prevention. Money movement and what you should be thinking about is making and receiving payments. What that means, and from a banker perspective, what we can help you find and look for are ways to make that even easier and more efficient today. There are so many resources out there in the space of making and receiving payments that finding the one that works for your business, whether it's a traditional merchant services provider with a standard terminal that allows for credit card swipes, or if it's this new way of doing business through one of a solution that we featured here at Wells Fargo called Zelle, where you have an opportunity to leverage it to also receive payments from your customer. Those are the moments that as bankers, we live off of. That's what we want to help you with, because we know, and we know we can show you new ways to get customers' money to you quicker, because we know how important it is to get that money back into your business. So that's number one. Next is account management. And I can't talk enough about account management because this is what takes the effort out of the business of doing business, because you have the online and mobile banking options and account management tools that save you time, provide insights, and offer, and going back to what Robin shared with us, offering enhanced security features. You know, I think about things like alerts or notifications that could provide me with a quicker look at my banking relationship and be able to help me turn some of those pitfalls back into ways to secure my business and to really make my business healthier. And then the last piece, after looking at money management and account management, is that fraud prevention. And as bankers, we live in that space, and we have some really good ideas that we can help you lean on, especially from not only our internal sources, and there's a lot out there in relation to the banking world, but also what we know about the current environment and the industry types and what can you expect in that fraud prevention bucket. Let's jump to the next slide, and I'll start to wrap up here with an important topic around capital considerations. And it really is leveraging times like this to really get to know your resources. I've heard a lot, took a lot of great notes on what funds are out there, what loans and grants are available, but now it's up to us to be proactive and to really dig in and find what fits our business. Now, that isn't easy work. We heard that time and time again today, but it's valuable work and it's time well spent. And because I gave you that tactic earlier to really look at where are you spending your time, that time management skill, what I'm hoping is that you will find ways in there to reduce some of that, to give you more time to spend looking for those grants and really understanding what do those grant components look like. And now you're not alone. We heard from great people today that can help support you. So take that step and really lean into that. And then last but not least is really shifting your perspective. What do your customers need? That question I've asked time and time again of business owners, because yes, we got started in a specific industry, an industry type, but the world has changed. Our customers' buying patterns have changed. Their needs have changed. How they want to do business has changed. Now it's now it's whether or not our business idea still fits in, and it's time to really pull back or step back and really look and say and ask yourself, I call it a gut check moment, is your business still meeting the needs of your customers? They're the people who are buying your product should relate to them. And then, of course, like we talked about, really finding those payment methods to help provide an experience for your customers. I really lean into that on the shifting of perspective. It also works in the return. It's how you do business and how you have the opportunity to pay your vendors. That's where capital comes in and where capital can help support you. And then last but not least, on the last slide, here at Wells Fargo, like I said, we pride ourselves on being a banker that creates a relationship. And to do that, what I'm helping do internally is educate my team on these different components that help support small businesses. On the slide in front of you is our Small Business Resource Center. You can get to it from wellsfargo.com. There's a link at the top that says small business. Click it, you'll find it there. In this tool, and this is not just for our customers, it's for everyone, but this tool truly will provide you insights, not from just bankers. I think that's one part of it, but I also believe that we should hear from fellow business owners and learn from the successes, but also learn from any pitfalls, so we as business owners can be better prepared to meet those unpredictable moments as they occur. So thank you, everyone. I will turn it back. I appreciate the time, and I will post some links in the text chat for those on the virtual. So thank you, everyone, and have a great rest of your conference.
Alaska Growth Capital. Glad to be here today. One question I had in the audience, if I could get a show of hands, is anyone in the audience a private business owner or looking to do a startup or anything like that? Okay. All right. Good. That's what I was hoping. Do I have the slide controller here? Okay. If you just, okay, great. I don't want to read it, but just a little bit from about the company. We were founded in 1997. We've been doing mainly SBA guaranteed loans. We also do use the USDA Rural Development B&I Guarantee Program, but probably 80 to 90% of the loans that we do are guaranteed by SBA. We are a subsidiary of Arctic Slope Regional Corporation. We're their smallest subsidiary, but we are part of that family of companies. We are considered a CDFI which for the borrower doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot, but we are part of the CDFI community. And we've been 9-time SBA Lender of the Year in Alaska. I think we do a pretty good job of it. You can go to next slide. Kind of our niche up there kind of tells you what we do. Our average loan size is $1 million. I don't want that to intimidate anybody. We do a lot of loans under $1 million, a whole lot of loans under $1 million. We gladly will look at $500,000 loans and even, $300,000 loans. But they average out to $1 million because the SBA program does go up to $5 million, and you do a handful of those, and it kind of bumps that average up pretty quick. Let's see what else. We do loans for real estate purchase, for equipment purchase, for working capital, for business acquisition, business expansion, anything that has a business or a business and industry use. It falls kind of within our realm. A lot of the businesses we deal with are kind of owner operator type businesses. That seems to be our specialty. And our loan terms can be from 7 years to 25 years. It depends on the type of loan that it is and the use of the funds and the collateral. Next slide. If you can see the slide on the right there, we have a list of a handful of our existing and past clients. And then on the left is a kind of a pie chart of the industries that we cover. We cover kind of all industries. We do restaurants, and in the normal banking world, restaurant deals are sometimes kind of hard to do. But we have our share of restaurants. Retail companies that sell retail items, we do that. We tend to have a fair bit of aviation and marine type of deals. Those businesses can be difficult to lend to. And we also have some manufacturing deals that we have. You see on the bottom right, Triveris. They're a company in Alaska that makes a $1 million machine that cleans aircraft carrier services. They do that in Alaska, and they sell to the US Navy and to navies around the world. It's pretty incredible. And so that's just an example of our manufacturing type of deals we've done. We also do deals to Village Corps, which you'll see them up there. A lot of businesses you'll recognize, some restaurants and that sort of thing. So these are just a small sample of what we do. Next slide. You see over here the examples of the two programs. It's the SBA 7A program on the left, the USDA Rural Development B&I program on the right. B&I stands for business and industry. Most of what we do is the 7A. I would say 80 to 90%, if not more. And the reason for that is the 7A program, in all honesty, it's just has a more liberal set of guidelines, more user-friendly to the borrower, and less collateral requirements. The USDA, I'll speak about it first. Those requirements, it looks more like a traditional bank loan. In my experience and from my observation, we use the USDA Rural Development B&I program for aviation deals and marine deals is what we tend to use those for. Not to say we can't use them for other things, but that tends to be what we've done those for. Their program and guarantee, the loan really looks like a traditional bank loan with collateral and loan to values. So that's what we use that for. Now for SBA, the collateral requirements are not quite as rigid. The thing I tell people, and you can find it in the SBA rule book, SBA says we will not turn down a loan for lack of collateral, which is great. And we have some loans on the books, quite a few, that if you look at the collateral is very weak from a bank perspective. SBA says we won't turn it down. Now, that's not to say we don't want collateral and that SBA doesn't require it, but their rules say that if there's lacking collateral, that's okay. We just have to gather all of the business collateral that is there that's available, make sure we put a lien on that. And then if there's still not enough collateral to support the loan, then we look at the owner or the owners, and by owner or owners, I mean someone that owns 20% or more. we have to look at their personal balance sheet, and we may have to put some liens on their personal assets. And what that really comes down to in almost all cases is maybe a lien, a second deed lien on the owner's house. That when a deal has, you know, not enough collateral, that's the most often thing that happens, is we put a second lien on their house, and that's pretty normal for SBA lending. It's just how it is. And the terms for SBA loans can be, you know, 10 to 25 years. If the loan is using the money 51% or more for real estate purchase, the loan term could be 25 years. If it's not real estate purchase, then it'll be less than that, and it'll depend on the the lifespan of the assets that are being purchased or being financed. It'll determine what the term of the loan is. Let's see. Key requirements. Well, first I'll talk about our guarantee percentage. We can get a guarantee percentage on SBA deals of up to 90%. That's just the guarantee is an incentive for us, the lender, to do the deal that a normal bank wouldn't do without the guarantee. I tell banks that talk to us that want to refer us deals, what type of deals are you looking for? I tell them, we want deals you can almost do, deals that you want to do, but you can't quite do for one or two weaknesses, say a little bit of a weakness in collateral, that sort of thing. So that's kind of the way I describe it, is they just can't quite get done by a bank. So I think that's a good way to look at it. At least it kind of speaks to me for that. Let's see, time. Like I said, the years can be from 10 to 25 years on an SBA deal. The collateral, all business assets in general. If someone's buying a piece of real estate, those deals can be pretty simple, to where just the real estate being purchased might be the collateral. But other than that, oftentimes we're looking at all the business assets, including, you know, inventory, equipment, accounts receivable, that sort of thing. Maybe intellectual property, depending on the type of business that we're talking about. And gosh, key requirements. There's a list there, but I mean, I could go over that and talk for an hour on that. But when you apply for a loan with us, we're going to want 3 years of financials, personal financials and business. We're going to want a personal financial statement prepared by the owner or the owners. Quite a few forms. They're pretty simple forms, fill in the blank forms. And potentially, if it's a new business, we're going to want a business plan. And we're going to want some projections of what this business will do. And we want you to make those projections as accurate as possible, and also give us some what we call assumptions to support those projections. How are these projections going to happen? And that's a detailed, for a startup or a large growth type of deal, that's a very detailed, that's the hard part of the work for the applicant, is doing those projections and giving us supporting assumptions to support those projections. SBA wants us to really vet and scrutinize those projections, and so we do, and that's probably the toughest part of the process for a borrower, is to get the projections done and then give us the supporting information for those projections that we, as not the expert on your business, can believe and follow. So and usually there's a lot of back and forth in that part. We can go to the next slide. 5 C's of credit. Ever since I started being a loan officer back in 1995 or 96, this was a topic, and the 5 C's of credit. When you're borrowing money for your business, in most cases, unless you're a huge company like in Alaska, that would be like, say, a GCI or a Siri or an Arctic Slope. Those companies have their own credit history. You can find how well they do paying their bills online. But for the average company around town, the credit history really is that of the owner. So that's the one thing I can say of all the 5 C's of credit. If your personal credit is not decent, it's going to be a hard road in borrowing money. It doesn't have to be perfect, not at all, but it probably can't be horrible. And I tell people that oftentimes people think their personal credit is worse than it is. So I've had a number of people tell me their credit, oh, my credit's not good, not good. I look at it and it's actually pretty good. They're just hard on themselves because maybe they have a car loan or two, and maybe they have a credit card or two with a few dollars on it. But if you look at their history, they've paid their payments on time. That's the most important thing with your credit history, is paying your payments on time. If you've had some hiccups, it doesn't rule you out at all, but just be aware that that's going to be part of the process, is reviewing your personal credit. Let's see. Capacity and cash flow. A lot of people will come to a lender and say, hey, I want to borrow some money. I've got this collateral. I've got $100,000 worth of collateral. Give me $100,000 or whatever the number is. And most lenders, including us, will tell you we're not collateral lenders. Now, a pawn shop is a collateral lender. We're not a collateral lender. We consider ourselves a cash flow lender. We want to be paid back by those future cash flows. And hopefully we can determine that by looking at historical cash flows or by looking at your projections. But most lenders that you talk to consider themselves a cash flow lender, and that's kind of the name of the game. Collateral, like I spoke of, we want collateral, but a collateral shortfall isn't going to kill the deal in the SBA world at all. Capital, that's, you having some capital, you having some investment into it. Everybody likes to say skin in the game as those buzzwords. When we have someone coming to us for a startup, we like to see that they've invested some of their own money into getting things started, that sort of thing. That's just one of the C's. Condition, that's us taking a look at what's the condition of the market that this business is in, or that this person wants to enter into. And the condition of all markets has changed dramatically in the last 14 months or 15 months with COVID. So, that threw a wrench in a lot of people's plans, but a lot of people persevered and have worked through it, and some businesses have done very well with it. Next slide. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. Again. All right, there we go. So the loan process, I've kind of touched on it as I've spoke. There is an application, there is application form, really not that tough. The application form itself, it's fill in the blank. Your historical financials, those I think are pretty easy as well. We're going to ask for tax returns, some P&Ls, some balance sheets, a debt schedule, pretty simple stuff, a personal financial statement. We're going to want to see the source of your down payment. If your loan requires a down payment, like say the purchase of a business, we're going to require down payment. We're going to need to see the source of those down payment funds. Let's see. Business plan, we may require a business plan. If your deal's, pretty run of the mill, you've got an existing business for 4 or 5 years and the historical tax returns show that this debt can be paid with historical cash flows, we probably won't require a business plan. And that's not very many of our deals, but that's some of them. But if it's for a business startup, maybe a business acquisition or a large expansion, we will require projections. And like I said before, that's kind of the hardest, to me, that's the hardest part that borrowers convey to me, is that, hey, this is work. And you're right, it is. Putting the projections together and then providing the narrative description and assumptions to support those projections is the hardest part of the process, I really think. And I tell people on the business plan, I don't think I stole this quote from anybody, but I tell people your business plan needs to be as long as it has to be, but as short as it can be. So just be concise. And the Small Business Development Center, which I think has been mentioned, the SBA Small Business Development Center, they have them in Anchorage, they have them in Wasilla, they have them in Fairbanks on the Kenai Peninsula. Of course, you can communicate with them virtually. They're very useful. We refer people to the Small Business Development Center all the time, and they refer people to us. And we send folks there to get help putting together their business plans, and they're very user-friendly. They have a good projection model. When people ask for a projection model, we send them the one from the Small Business Development Center. They have two. They have a very detailed one, or they have a simple one, so something will fit what you're trying to do. But the business plan with those projections and assumptions is the tough part. Next slide, please. Yeah, like I said, the business plan, a lot of details here. I'm trying not to just read these slides to you. That's never fun. The one thing, kind of the new part of the business plan is we want to know how COVID is impacting your business. And if it's a startup, how you think COVID's going to impact your startup business. And we're going to do due diligence on that and ask you some specific questions on that. But that's kind of a new part of the world for all of us. Yeah, the business plan and how do I write a business plan? Well, there's 1,000 or 10,000 ways you can do it. You can find a lot of resources online. You can find free resources, or you can pay for some of those. But the key thing I say to people every time, whatever method, whatever template you're going to use, make it as long as it has to be, as short as it can be. And that's good for you, the preparer, and good for us, the reader. And that might be 3 pages for a certain business. It might be 30 or 40 pages for another business. But as long as it has to be as short as it can be, I think is a good way to do it. Next slide, please. Okay, let's see, checking my time. Like I said before, equity, do you have skin in the game? We're gonna wanna know that. There's not many lenders out there that wanna loan 100% on a business idea. Just having an entrepreneur that has skin in the game somehow, it's a much better recipe for success. In my history of doing, I've seen deals get 100% financed for startups and stuff like that, and not very many of them went very well. Projections, details, business plan. We talked about that, and not all lenders are the same. That's a good point. So the SBA has their 400-page rule book for us to go by, and we have to go by it, and we're pretty good at it. We think we're experts on it. We pretty much, our loan guidelines are pretty much the SBA 7A loan guidelines. We don't do an overlay and say, okay, we're going to put our guidelines over that and make for tighter loan to value requirements, harder credit requirements, harder debt service requirements. We don't do that. We paint to the outside edges of that box that the SBA gives us. And to me, that's our competitive advantage. It lets us be very liberal in the underwriting. While it's liberal in the underwriting compared to conventional bank, there's still a lot of details. We are going to ask a lot of questions, maybe some of the same questions twice or 3 times. We may ask for some updated paperwork throughout the underwriting process, but I think that's our competitive advantage. We go in that SBA sandbox and we use the whole sandbox. So I think, like I said, not all lenders are the same. And then the Small Business Development Center is a great resource. I work with people all the time that are working with me, and they're also working with the Small Business Development Center as they're putting their application and their projections and business plan together. So let's see, next one. Yeah, questions? Go.
If you are, let's say we're on private land and they will sell it to me because they will lease it to me, what length of time do you need on a lease to feel comfortable with that?
At least as long as the loan? Yeah, minimum that. And that could vary depending on how much money you're gonna put into your project, but yeah, at least as long as that. Good question though. Anybody else? There's no dumb questions. There's no bad questions. Anybody? Go ahead. Well, yeah, I mean, if there's no collateral, yeah, a person's personal credit could be looked at as a little bit more important than a typical loan. But like I said, we don't have a credit score cutoff, really a hard cutoff. I will say that, say credit scores of 640 and under get more difficult to do. Most lenders have a soft spot for if someone's credit report is beat up, say because they have medical collections, that sort of thing. Most lenders are going to say, okay, You know, they had this incident, whatever it was, this happening that has cratered their credit because they got the emergency room in the hospital and the ER physicians and all that sending them bills for the last couple of years for $50,000, and it's cratered their credit. You know, that kind of thing is something that we could say, okay, you know, but if otherwise your history of paying bills is pretty good, then to me, you don't have real bad credit. Well, you know, like I said, with little to, there's probably some collateral that you might not think of, like, you know, like I said, accounts receivable, inventory, business equipment, you know, that sort of thing, intellectual property, that sort of thing would be collateral. If you own a home, because if there's not enough collateral to support the loan in a traditional sense, that's okay. We just have to check all the boxes. We've put a lien on all the collateral that there is, even though there's not much. And then the owner, okay, they have a house. We put a second lien, a second deed or whatever on their house, or a third deed on their house. Yeah, that's a moving target. You know, oftentimes when we're talking to someone about a loan, there is some kind of developing intellectual property. And so, you know, and that's kind of on us too, to figure out how can we kind of perfect our lien interest in that, you know. So yeah, we look at intellectual property, and sometimes the people have patents and trademarks already. Sometimes we're in the process of getting them. Sometimes our loan funding might help secure those. So yeah. Yep. Go ahead. Well, not as, I mean, for medical, totally out of everybody's control. You know, we could walk out there and get hit by a car and, you know, not our fault. So again, collections and bad debt for medical, a lot of times we'll be pretty forgiving. Student loans, different. If that's being neglected, not being paid, you know, not just 30 days late here and there, but collections and that sort of thing, there's going to have to be some pretty good, because a lot of those student loan lenders have, you know, they offer modifications where you can lower the loan payment depending on what your income is and that sort of thing. So there's not a general thing by lenders that say, oh, you've got some student loan debts that are in collections about, okay, yeah, there's not that like there is for medical. You know, every situation is different, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people have student loan debts out there, that's for sure. And some of it is weighting them down, so to speak. So it's definitely a consideration, and we've seen it, but it's a case by case and just depending on what the real story is. Go. Yes. I can hear you.
Okay, there we go. It's called Alaska Growth Capital, but say I wanted to start a business in Hawaii. Do you guys service outside of the state?
Yes. Hawaii, man, I got to remember. Hawaii, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and Washington, not Oregon. Yep. Anybody else? I think I even went over like I was given some time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speakers are Trevor Bradford, Business Loan Officer, Cook Inlet Lending Center, and Aurora Warrior, Small Business Loan Associate, Cook Inlet Lending Center.
Kahla Gipsi, Avunga Diga Aurora Tigiguluk Warrior. Hello and welcome. My name is Aurora Warrior, and I'd first like to start off by acknowledging the traditional lands of the Dena'ina people. Thank you, NCAIED, for this opportunity to speak. You guys really pulled it off by pulling the year's first in-person event slash digital, but I think that's a big feat to accomplish. Yes, for real. And then also my colleague here, Trevor Bradford, we both work with Cook Inlet Lending Center, and we are mostly known for our housing products, but we recently started our small business lending program, and so we are honored to be able to speak here today alongside Wells Fargo, who is an incredible community partner for, they've actually funded some of our programs ourselves, and then Alaska Growth Capital, another impact lender in Alaska. Like Alaska Growth Capital, we're a native CDFI, but we don't have a long enough history to be a 9-time business lender like AGC. They really do some cool, innovative things. It's great to see a lender that doesn't just straight up say no when a client walks through the door. And I promise I'm not just fangirling them. I worked with them for 3 years prior to joining Cook Inlet Lending Center. Yeah. But Cook Inlet Lending Center, I'm going to take it a step back. Our history goes back just longer than our small business lending program recently started. We actually started in 1999 as Nakenka. We were a finance organization for home ownership. And we are a subsidiary of Cook Inlet Housing Authority, which if you go back 50 years, they started in 1974, shortly after INCSA, and they have a long history of affordable housing, and they really built a presence in Anchorage and the Cook Inlet region, the Siri region. And then in 1999, they started the what is now known as Cook Inlet Lending Center, but we actually didn't earn our community development financial institution certification until 2001, and when we renamed ourselves to CILC. And at that time, we just focused on home ownership products. We really helped minority business or minority community members afford affordable housing with down payment assistance, and also with the HUD 184 program. And then more recently, we started doing VA loans for that. And but all in all, if you're speaking about community development, housing and affordable homes are the strong backbone of community development. And when you look at the full picture, small business support is really there. And we are relatively new. Trevor, would you say 2019 is when we launched the small business loan program? And 2019, 2020 is when we really started hitting the ground running, and then the pandemic happened. And if you're trying to start a new program in the middle of a pandemic, let me tell you that you need to pivot a little bit. Smart business owners will pivot their programs, while community lenders will pivot their programs. And when the pandemic hit last year, we hit the ground running with our programs, but we also had to pivot. So the municipality of Anchorage approached Cook Inlet Lending Center, and they approached us with the idea of how do we support our community through such a time of need. And we started together with a pilot program to help fund small businesses and nonprofits with grants to get our organizations through the time. And so we started in May. They approached us, and with a 2-week period, we launched a grant program and started funding $1 million in the community. But the need for help was much larger than what $1 million can offer. And so we quickly produced a survey, took the community feedback, and started launching other grant programs from funding from the municipality of Anchorage. And over the past year, we've worked with funding over $13 million into the community in both nonprofits, small businesses, and artists in the community. And we're actually getting ready to fund the remaining businesses on the wait list 8 million, that's over 800 businesses that were waiting for funding that we're able to help out now. And alongside all of this great work that we're doing in the community, we're also working with various community partners and business members in the community to fund those startup capitals. But to answer the question, Cook Inlet Lending Center is no longer just in home ownership products. We are also in small business lending, but our niche is a little different from Wells Fargo and from Alaska Growth Capital, and our approach is very much different. And so if you go to the next slide, I just want to recognize our parent organization, Cook Inlet Housing Authority. You see they're doing incredible work. You see some of their properties in Muldoon. You see some of their properties in Spenard. You see elderly housing, and they don't just serve Native people. They serve people from all walks of life. And it is such an honor to work with the organization. And from Cook Inlet Lending Center, starting off with a staff of about 12 before the pandemic, we now have a staff of 18, and that's about to grow as well. And Trevor and I are just 2 of the 8 small business lending staff here, but I'm going to leave it to Trevor to speak about our small business loan program and one of our strongest partners, Anchorage Community Land Trust, who's doing great work in the community. Trevor.
Thank you so much, Aurora, for all of the information and really to introduce Cook Inlet Housing Authority and Cook Inlet Lending Center now into small business lending. And like she said, over the past year, it's been a challenging year for not only, small businesses, but entities like lending institutions that need to make these types of changes in our community. One approach that I think about that just sticks out to my mind is last year we made this audacious attempt to January 1st, we're going to launch a small business lending program. Great idea. We're going to go out and fund all kinds of new businesses, new entrepreneurs that want to open up new business. It's going to be a fantastic year. We have great partners out in the community. And then COVID hits, right? And as you've heard, as Aurora explained, our granting process gave us an opportunity that was a blessing, not only for our community, but for our organization. But the method that our organization took was an approach called survive, adapt, and thrive. And if you think about those 3 words, you think about, you need to survive the storm. Right? How are you going to survive the initial impact? What measures have to be done to protect yourself, right? Or to survive, right? To be able to continue. And then second, due to the new world that we live in, due to the new restrictions and regulations that we all are continuing to abide by, we're going to have to adapt, right? And that approach is one that we find ourselves still in today, is a survive and an adapt process with businesses. And, a little bit about our lending program. If you would go to the next slide, please. So why did we start a business lending program? Initially, it was, a part of a comprehensive community development approach. We wanted to invest dollars into businesses that could not seek financing typically at a bank or at another CDFI. We typically would be that resource for entrepreneurs that had nowhere else to go. You get the decline notice from the Wells Fargo, you get referred over, here. That's where we would come in and work with you to be able to help you get that approval in the future. And that's really what the cusp of this really started out as. And not only access to capital, this is important, access to affordable capital, right? It's one thing for a struggling business to need money and to be able to pay that back, they have to be able to afford that payment. Well, if you're charging them 15, 16, 17% interest, is that really affordable capital? Is that really affordable with their budget? So we look at a different approach. As a native CDFI, we have access to funding that allows us to be able to offer rates that are much in a much better place for these individuals. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we mentioned our partner organization earlier, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, but also we partner with Anchorage Community Land Trust, who is an organization that provides technical assistance to entrepreneurs. They assist business owners take a idea from fruition and help grow it and nurture it, much like the Small Business Development Center, but in a mission focus, right? In a mission focus. We partner with them with our lending program. We work with their Setup Shop program, which is facilitated here in Anchorage, and offer training classes for their members, training sessions for their business entrepreneurs that go through their workshops. And really try to provide that one-on-one guidance and high touch feel relationship with the customer. Next slide, please. So our approach to lending, just a little bit of a background. So we utilize different approaches for risk mitigation. I know previous speakers, we talked a lot about collateral. We talked a lot about cash flow. We talked a lot about credit. We talked a lot about all the 5 C's of credit, right? Those are all so important that we all know, right? But for us, we take that step a little bit further in that we realize some of those traditional measures to mitigate risk are unfortunately not feasible for some people. And it could be due to lack of access to certain technology, lack of access to certain resources. And that's where we're able to come in and help mitigate those risks. Our micro loan product really focuses in on a loan amount that's less than $50,000. So really focusing in on a business that's looking to start up. And then, the various types of capital types and we're looking to partner with the business owner that needs assistance, right? We're looking for a business that's a legal entity that is legally established and that needs assistance. And our job at that point is to provide that business and that entrepreneur with the right resources, the right advice, the right recipe for success. And that's at the end of the goal what we're looking to do. And that can come through the form of technical assistance sometimes. So it may be that we go through a loan application with an applicant, and at the end of that application, we just simply can't get to an approval. Well, we will uncover steps for that entrepreneur and what needs to be done to get to that approval. And a lot of times that can come in the form of technical assistance, such as training, workshop classes, having somebody to work one-on-one in a professional environment like an accountant to help them manage their financing books and help put together their financials. So lots of different resources there. A couple of businesses on the right-hand side that we've already funded over the past year, just to highlight just some amazing stories that honestly we're still so new that we haven't been able to publish these stories out, that we're so excited to start to be able to do that, because they're incredible stories, and they're incredible stories about resilient business owners that have truly put their heart, energy, and effort into everything they've done, and we've been able to assist them in making their dreams a reality. So that's why we do what we do today. Next slide. So who are our customers? It's very similar to anybody. We want to work with a business that has a great business idea that has a chance to succeed, right? That may be somebody that's had some poor credit history in the past. It could be somebody that doesn't have collateral at all or a weak collateral position. Somebody that's honestly just taking a step in a new direction that doesn't have a real deep experience into business ownership. And that could be the middle-aged man or middle-aged woman that's looking to career change, right? I'm so tired of this 9-to-5 job. I'm going to do something completely different. We have resources available for those people that want to do that. And that's putting you in touch with the people that are experts in that as well. We're not always going to be the expert. And I want to just be plain and honest with that. We're not always going to be the expert, but we want to put you in front of them. So we're going to provide you as an entrepreneur or anyone that you would refer to us, we're going to provide them with that opportunity to succeed by getting them in front of the right people. Next slide. This is just a quick snapshot of our current process. Really, you meet with me. We do have a team of 8 other people right now. However, with, as you heard, the hundreds of grants going on, we are kind of focused in several different areas. So we would meet together and really sit down and talk about what it is that you're looking to do. And then we would make a plan from that point, one-on-one, and going through that process. The typical loan process can take up to 30 to 45 days. And I say that just because it depends on a couple of things. It depends on when, we first start talking, and then how our current approval process works by having to go through a loan committee and making sure that we get those scheduled in the ample amount of times. Next slide. And then a little bit more about the program. So we do loans up to $250,000. We're primarily wanting to focus on the micro loans right now, just because we're still green and new into business lending, and it's still kind of a very scary environment for a new business lender, but can go up to $250,000. Our interest rates are all fixed. We don't work in the variable interest rate business. And that recipe right there is at the bottom is a good formula that is there: a risky borrower plus a small business loan need plus technical assistance equals solutions. And that's how we mitigate our risk. We are a very high touch, very relationship oriented. Like, we want to see you succeed, but we're going to walk you through that success as well. And we're going to be there to give you advice and for you to fall back on to pick things off of us to gain knowledge and experience as we try to grow with you. So I believe that may be our last slide. I may be wrong. One more. Thank you. Any questions from the group? I know this has probably been a long day. None? Am I the last speaker? I'm not yet sterile.
Kind of just get started on you guys have just got started on the loans. I don't know can you say any success stories of any businesses? Are you allowed to say that?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's one is Waffles and Whatnot.
Okay.
Is over off of Muldoon. There's a new Mountain View Rehabilitation Mental Recovery Center in Mountain View. And then the other one I can tell you about would be Arctic Harvest Deliveries, who is a local entrepreneur that delivers local produce from the farmers in Palmer. Many more that we really can't talk about yet, but those are the kinds that we have the permission to talk about. And honestly, I can't tell you the response from the community that we're having right now from the needs. I've been in this industry for a very long time, and I've never seen my pipeline and my prospect list longer. And that's a good problem and a bad problem at the same time, because we know the needs of those people need to get met. And so we're addressing them as quickly and as efficiently as we can.
But as a mission-based lender, we're also prioritizing those minority business owners, those underserved communities. Our partner, Anchorage Community Land Trust, focuses primarily in the Spenard, Fairview, Mountain View, downtown areas. And those are traditionally underserved communities with lower area median income. But our services expand to the Cook Inlet region as a whole, so the Mat-Su region. Maybe one day we'll be entertaining loans in the Kenai region. However, we keep mentioning the Anchorage Community Land Trust and the technical assistance that they're able to provide, because they have such an innovative model that isn't necessarily like a boot camp, but they have a 12-week program that guides just community members with a passion project or a business idea. And over those 12 weeks, they're able to help them develop those ideas, connect them with mentors, and SMEs, subject matter experts in their industries, and and a lot of times those passion projects, they do come into fruition, like the Mountain View Mental Health Recovery Center. That was a professional in the mental health profession that saw a need in the community and rose to the challenge and now opened her doors in a location in Mountain View that was previously uninhabited. You see that as you go through some communities, some parts of Anchorage, there are empty doors. And if we can fill those doors and make vibrant communities, that is it, all in all a success for not only our organization, but the Anchorage Community Land Trust as well. So to answer your question, we have a large pipeline, but it's about balancing the mission-based lending with the right story and the right people. And Mary Miner, who's the Vice President of Community Development with Alaska Growth Capital, she's on our loan committee. We have very, very involved members on our board and on our loan committee that are invested in seeing a better community. And so we're working with clients of all walks in life, but we're really driving home those really impactful loans, and also and then making referrals to other entities, because if we can't service you, if your needs are above $250,000, we're not just going to say no, we're going to say, okay, how can we help you? Okay, that's more of AGC fit. So it's really great to work with such an impactful lender. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you everyone for your time. I'd also like to add, if you are interested in learning more about either the small business lending program or also our affordable housing finance options, I have information for both those programs, so please feel free to approach me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Aurora, and thank you again, Cook Inlet Lending Center. So next up, we're going to have Chad Marchand, who's going to leave us with some parting remarks.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is, again, Chad Marchand, Vice President of NCIED. Thank everybody. I first want to thank all our attendees and all of our speakers for a great event once again today. A couple of reminders going forward and some of the events coming up. As far as Rez was mentioned already, July 19th to 21st, a quick little note on that. Today is actually the last day to receive the 949 rate. It goes up to 1049 tomorrow. And so just want to make sure you do purchase your tickets today. Also, we do have a promo code for $50 off of Native Edge. So it's just Native or Rez actually. It's just Native Edge, one word, capital N, capital E. And you get a discount for that today as well. Going forward, we also have our Native Edge coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii. That'll be in August. And we have our last one of the season in New York, which is going to take place the following week, August 19th in Bronx. So they'll be the last two Native Edges we have this calendar year. Also, I wanted to quickly thank our staff. So if you guys want to raise your hands, Ali, Suzanne, Aaron, Sadie, as well as Chris, and also our board members for attending today's event. We appreciate your guys' attendance, and we look forward to our next one in Honolulu. And hopefully you guys will see you guys out there. But thank you guys once again, and have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more parting remark. I just want to leave a quick thank you to the Marriott. This is one of my first big events, and they were so helpful. Thank you for letting us host our event here. Thank you to Wells Fargo, Alaska Airlines, American Petroleum Institute, and SBA for sponsoring us and being able to let us put events like this on. And thank you to our speakers for showing up and putting on great presentations. We appreciate every single one of you. And last but not least, I want to thank every single member of the audience, both in person and virtual, for turning out today. Thank you so much for being here. And that's it. Thank you.